Hello, good morning Europe. Welcome to Women in IT, day 2023. My name is Tessa McKeever and I'm absolutely delighted to be your host for this event. We've got an action-packed day ahead of us, full of inspirational speakers, workshops, mentoring sessions, so there's a lot to look forward to. And without no further ado, I would like to hand over to the event organisers and co-founders of Future Collars.
Thank you, Tessa. My name is Beata Jarosz. I'm co-founder. Thank you very much for being today with us. I'm very delighted and honored to stand for and welcome very talented, diverse audience, especially the incredible women who are here today. It is very, very special day today. I think that it will be an excellent chance to learn from each other experiences. I believe that together we can create future without any prejudice, and it is very, very special day for us. And I wish you a fruitful and successful conference, and I think that you can use this time for be active and make your experience.
Thank you very much, Beata, and welcome again, all of you. We are from 40 countries listening and watching all what's going to happen ahead of us. This is the 5th edition of Women in IT Day. We are honored that actually today is taking European acceleration. Last year we joined with Ukrainian women, and for 4 years we had only Polish women, and now we actually want to spread the message that tech needs women, technology is there for women, and they actually be mostly present. So today we have two tracks. One is mostly concentrated on women who wants to get into technology. We call it Restart. And the other one is called Up and Grade for the women who like to accelerate their already presence in IT and going from junior regular to actually senior positions, because we want women to be present in all positions and actually going to rule the world and rule society and have incredible impact on what's happening in the world, which is extremely technology driven. And today we are in this amazing place of BNP Paribas in Warsaw, and now I'd like to have a word of our host, Lucyna Stańczak-Włóczyńska, which is the supervisory board of this amazing bank institution. Can I ask you to open this the Day of Women in IT, Lucyna?
Thank you, Joanna. And I would like to welcome everybody on the screen. This is a great day, and I am very pleased that this event can take place at the premises of BNP Paribas Bank Polska. I think the fact that there is a technological revolution going on, it's touching all the sector of the economy, and the banking sector, I would say, is in the middle of it. So whether you look from clients onboarding through credit application, processes, KYC, credit scoring, treasury, you have technology all over the place. And this is just a part of the entire ecosystem. And what is really a challenge today, and it is European-wide challenge, is to have the sufficient number of talented people in IT that can embrace this digital revolution. And if you look a bit deeper and you see what is the women's representation in this community, the statistics look really bad. If we give an example of Poland, where we are at the moment, the gap between, let's say, women and men in technology is enormous. There is 16% of women in IT at the moment in Poland, according to Eurostat. And this is a very similar statistic that you would see in other countries in the region and the European Union as a whole. So filling this gap through education, upskilling, reskilling, and bringing women to this technological world is critical. So I'm extremely pleased that Future Colors is working for so many years to put it forward. BNP Paribas is also having its own agenda. We work together with Future Colors, but we are also focusing on a number of initiatives through programs like I Know IT, University, Women Up. So we understand how important it is. And actually, at the end of the day, this is the competitiveness of an organization. So how you look at the possibility of employing new technology experts, but also how to bring your own people up to the speed of the technology. And unfortunately, what COVID has shown, and we still are in that trajectory, women are, let's say, left behind. So I am really looking forward that today will be an excellent day, extremely informative. I look at the program, it's really impressive. So I wish you all the good discussions today. And again, I'm so pleased that as BNP Paribas Bank Polska, we can host this event today. So all the best and have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies. As you can hear, we really have an amazing day full of inspiration ahead of us. But let's get started with the sessions. Although please remember also to make use of the workshops, the mentoring sessions. I'll be reminding you of this during the day, to make use of the expo room. So really take advantage of the full event and also build your network during the day. But our first session, our first power speech about mega trends will be run by Artur Kurasiński, entrepreneur and investor. Immediately following that power speech, we will have our first debate, Technology is Transforming the World Before Our Eyes, which will be moderated by Darek Klimczak and include Aiga Irmeria, Florina Onenciu, and Artur Kurasiński again. So let's begin.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Artur Kurasiński. I only have 5 minutes, which is really a very short time to show you
Jest bardzo kluczowe.
what is key today. So how technology, how stuff associated with technology changes our lives. But I'll do my best. Please give me a chance. Over a decade ago, one of the greatest investors from the Silicon Valley, Mark Anderson, said that software is eating the world, so that software is so powerful that it has a great influence on all around us. The problem we observe is that the software eating the world, metaphorically, it also actively influences what happens in our minds, in our hearts. Information generated by social media algorithms, which are used by them, have a great power to influence, to change the world. What used to be a business opportunity to earn a lot of money today is a great challenge in terms of, for example, representation and participation of women in the world of IT. But not only that, because software is not just a matter of software houses, a company which produces such solutions, but also our everyday life. Algorithm software is something we use day by day, waking up. We use our smartphones, we use software to check the weather, to check our agenda for the day. It's all part of software. It's all created by a person. And to show you what kind of changes we can face, let me tell you about statistics on the labor market, referring to what it looked like back in 1940. As you can see, a lot of professions which we have here now, in which we continue working or will continue working for a few more years, were not there in that time. This means that a lot of us, a huge part of us, will have to change our lives entirely, and this will come about because of the issue that software will not just eat the world, but also eat our workplaces, our experience so far. So if you're wondering about what the world in the future will look like, please be careful. It can be completely different than what we see today around us, because there's no way that progress cannot influence the number of people, the jobs that we are facing day by day. The first problem we'll discuss in our discussion is the AI, artificial intelligence. If we ask algorithms associated with stable diffusion to generate, for example, photos of a teacher, a fast food employee, a lawyer, a cashier, we'll see that the algorithm is very biased. It has an internal bias which negatively influences the representation of the image of women, and for example it will have an influence on the way we perceive jobs, the way we perceive the role of women, but it shapes our entire life. If one day we create a TV series with AI and ask AI to suggest roles, to suggest persons to star in this TV series, then it turns out 99% of engineers may be men. It will be devastating for the selection of occupational career paths for women who want to follow the protagonists of this TV series. It's not a new problem. I'd like to emphasize that this is something we've come across for many, many years. I just hope we can draw conclusions from it. I recommend to you the book Invisible Women. It's fascinating to read it, not only to learn, but also to see how from the sociological point of view we can approach not seeing, not recognizing the role of women in a lot of social activities, and another book which shows you how much we can bias our reality. When the Apollo space mission program was created, a very significant computational part was developed by women. This was not spoken about for decades until the women decided to have the initiative to tell the story, hence the great book Hidden Figures, and also a film, a video which was shot based on it. It all shows a very dangerous trend that if women fail to fight for their participation in software, in the software IT world, eating the world, we'll have a great problem, because our whole world is not as biased as AI suggests. Our world is not so biased in terms of statistics as different kinds of technological products might suggest. We really need the technology world and the world of algorithm to have the truth in it, to have sources, facts. That is why I encourage all of you really not to work for the next revolution to come about, to see the next problems, but knowing what can come in the next couple of years, problems associated with automation, robotization, AI. We shouldn't work for the next wave of problems to flood us and to wake up in 10 or 20 years to say that everyone saw it, everyone knew it, but no one raised the alarm. So I encourage you not just to participate, speak at different kinds of meetings devoted to technology, but primarily not to be afraid of that we are diverse, that regardless of where we work, we all have the same opportunities, regardless of our gender, to have influence on reality. And this is a very important element to learn from the previous decades, and it would be very unreasonable to repeat all these mistakes. Thank you for your attention. As I said, 5 minutes is a very short time to tell you about the complicated problem, but I hope we will be able to discuss it in the next panel in depth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Artur. That was very interesting. 5-minute speech. Hopefully, now you will have a bit more time to share your views. My name is Darek Klimczak, and welcome to the first debate today.
technology is changing.
We are going to talk about the technology as transforming the world before our eyes. This is the title of this debate. We have our viewers, not only from Poland, but also from other countries. That's why we switched to English.
First debate during this day. The title of the day, the topic of the debate is Technology is Changing the World Before Our Eyes. We have three guests. Let me start with introducing Aiga Irmeja. She is an executive director managing Latvian IT cluster. This is the leading regional IT industry organization, right?
Right.
And Aiga loves also long hikes in the nature, and she is also a volunteer at Youth Scout Club. She's with us on stage. We have also connection with Florina Onețiu. Do we have a connection? Yes, we have. We have connection with Florina Onețiu, who has been the tech entrepreneur and marketing expert with over 20 years of experience. She's joining us from Bucharest in Romania. Hello.
Hello, hello. Nice to see you.
Fiorina,
nice meeting.
Fiorina likes dancing and likes musicals as well. And we have Artur Kurasiński, who everybody knows, I guess, already. He is he has a website, kurasiński.com. Please check. And he translates, explains how technology is influencing our life and us in general. And he has been doing this for over 20 years. And besides, he likes indoor soccer, correct? Cartoons.
Yes, of course.
And science fiction.
Yes.
Science fiction movies. Okay, so let's go to the main topic of our debate. Let's start with the valuation of the situation we have. What's the present situation of technology influencing our lives in your countries, in Europe? Yeah.
Hello. First, let me say that it's a big pleasure to be here. So it's a big honor to be here. Maybe a little bit about my background. So I am more in IT industry for like 25 more years, more working in a marketing or administrative positions. Currently, I'm leading Latvian IT cluster, which is IT industry organization taking care of IT industry and their business and the development and the needs of IT companies. But I'm also leading European Digital Innovation Hub, which takes care of other industries and how those other industries are deploying technologies and of course answering your questions. So lots of big things are currently going on with the uptake of new emerging technologies, and we can also see in our everyday life how several new technologies are being overhyped, and lots of things are discussed in media and society about it, and I think we will discuss this a little bit more. But maybe my opening statement would be that, especially for women who would like to learn more about technology and who are considering joining IT industry, or at least introducing themselves into the IT. So don't be afraid, don't be frustrated about the overhyped discussion of new emerged technologies. Very often these are just over expectations, and the real implementations of those technologies will only follow in maybe 2, 5, or maybe even 10 or 20 years' time.
Fiorina, what's the situation in your country? How does it look?
Yes, so also I'm very glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me. What I wanted to say also about me is that I'm currently staying in 2 countries. Our business, Exclusivers and Gemcia, is a company that is a premium software company who builds digital twins connected to extended reality technology, and also endorsed by AI. So we are in the very new technology right now, and our company is based also in UAE, Dubai. So I experienced 2 countries, let's say, in terms of involvement from women in technology. So what can I say? In Romania, we are like in the rest of Europe, and we will detail more. We have some awareness. We have some women in IT field, but we are not enough represented in this field, and there are a lot of bias regarding who should be on different position. Let's say we have an average representation in the field for 30% in terms of, let's say, project management, but in software engineer less. In Dubai, it's not the case. Very different, and it's even less than what we have in Europe. But let's say our discussion today it's more related to Europe and not UAE. So I think we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of, and that's why I congratulate you because you are doing this kind of happenings, conferences. We need more awareness, but also we need more laws and more actions and more events to put women not to be scared to apply, to learn, to communicate more about and why not to do business in IT. So this is let's say my introductory saying. And I can't wait to go in depth.
Okay, Artur, what's the situation of women in IT in Poland then? If you can...
You asking men?
Yeah.
Well, I have a father of two beautiful daughters, and when they were born, something changed inside of me. I was like, oh my God, now I will have 3 women in my house, so I will be very comfortable situation because right now, back then, I will be starting viewing the world actually through their eyes. And right now the picture is not as beautiful as it was, because when they went to school, it immediately started generate problems, because first place when the teacher asked the pupils, asked the people inside their classroom who wants to build a robot, only the boys were raising their hands. And I was asking my daughter Rose, why wouldn't you want to participate? She said she was intimidated by the influence of all people inside the classroom, mostly by men, because when you want to join something, you want to have fun, and when it's like 99% of people like boys and one girl, it's not something comfortable. So this is one very simple example why girls, then teenagers, then women, probably maybe they are scared, maybe they do not feel comfortable. And as I give this as example in my my first speech, this is a problem with the technology nowadays. We have lots of new shiny gadget toys, generative AI, metaverse, cryptocurrencies, lots of things to play with. But the problem is that deep inside, we are talking still about humanity, we're talking about social interactions, we're talking about people. So when we forget about this human layer of this technology, we are really in deep problem. So from my point, from my position right now, I would love to emphasize that we need to have this human touch in technology. There's not bits and bytes, there's no 0 and 1s. We have to see a people inside technology.
How to do it? I mean, what should be done?
Mostly we have this problem because people want to do business, and so there's like money in the beginning, and people are focusing on revenues. People are focusing, even the young startups. I was a startupper myself, and in the first place I want to be a Mark Zuckerberg. Why? Because I want to make money, not change the world. Because who wants to change the world, right? We want to make a lot of money. So, and still this mantra is fluctuating among young people. People want to be very rich. Do they want to, for example, do something with the environment? Perhaps, if they can monetize it. So this is the first problem. Everything that we do is sacrificed towards the goal of making money. And I'm not saying the capitalism itself, it's a very, very bad. Of course, it has its flaws.
Everybody wants to have money, right? It's not...
Right. We need money to survive. We need money because we are going to the factories. We do something, and we love to have money because of this interaction. But the problem is that if we put money, if we put revenue, if we put income as a main force influencing us, this will be very destructible.
Is it a problem in Latvia as well? Do you think so?
I would put a beneficial side of this problem that you said. IT industry is still the best paid industry. Well, at least in Latvia, and I think also in other European countries. So the highest salaries are paid for the same complexity job in IT industries and compared to other industries. So basically, this is some kind of magnet, and it's attracting more people, including women as well.
Okay.
So what shall we do? What shall we try at least do to attract more women? What shall we implement, in your opinion?
Well, I would say that it's a very complex question and complex answers as well. But I would like to point several of them. The first is we must work. And with we, I mean we as parents. We must work with our children, with our daughters. And there are kind of researches that says that up to age 12, we are directing our children towards their potential career. And if we are not encouraging our daughters, like in a small age, that STEM topics are for them, then we might lose them, I wouldn't say forever, but most probably we will lose them for the IT industry, and later it won't be so easy to recover from that. And it is so tempting. I also have a daughter, and she's now older, but remembering the time when she was 12, it's very tempting to direct daughter towards arts or dancing or any other, or theater, drama, extracurriculum activities, but not robotics, not like mathematics, not electronics or those things. It's very tempting.
In general opinion, women or girls, young women, are not much into technology. Is it changing? I mean, is it the situation different than it was 10 or, let's say, 15 years ago?
Again, I am positive. I am positive that it is changing. And although statistics in Latvia says that proportion of women in IT industry in Latvia is still lower than we would love to, we still see that lots of women expresses their interest to do some requalifications and enter this industry. And of course, they won't be able to enter from the scratch, become like a software development or software engineer. But there are tons of other professions and tons of other things to do in IT industry. So the very popular profession where women are requalifying, it's IT project management, very, very needed. Software testing. It's with software testing we see during last, I would say, 5-10 years, a huge rise of proportion of women entering this field of IT.
So this is the field where women can actually
yes, I would say it's a very easy to enter field for women.
Fiorina, how it looks in Romania, is it the same, more or less?
We are also, I think I have a positive note here also, because we, from a report from World Bank, what can I say is that Romanian women are leaders, this report say, in UAE in terms of their involvement in, let's say, professions male-dominated, such exact science, math, or computer science. So so in Romania, women in Romania are more likely to gain, let's say, an engineering or something very scientific diploma compared to other women in UE. So we are good. Let's say we have this background good. And also we have a very good news there because we have the lowest gender pay gap in let's say in IT compared to EU. So, but I think in Romania, like in any other countries, what I see for the future is that the country or the women from the country are affected by this ongoing technological changes that are in the job market. And if we are thinking about the future of work that is very rapidly changing right now, I think it's very important to be aware that the woman should adapt these changes. And because also there is a very, very interesting study from McKinsey that says that women are more vulnerable to job displacement due to automation or AI than men. So this should put a highlight for us and think about the new challenges that we will face in the age of a lot of automation and artificial intelligence right now, which will offer new job opportunities for them, but they need to be, again, we need to get out of our comfort zone and to do this transition and to be more skilled, more mobile, more tech savvy, and of course to go through the pace of let's say engineering, scientific approach, more math, and to be more confident, let's say, in our rational capabilities, and to go, let's say, and be more preoccupied by this IT industry, not only, let's say, beauty, more, or medical or teaching or jobs like usually are more for women, for usually are very known that are for women, not for men. So because she was saying earlier about jobs, I totally agree with that, because I think women, also in my business and in my experience, I think that in project management, women are very good, and I also have a study here in Romania that more than I think 75% in IT for project management jobs are women. So this is very good because we are very organized. We know how to handle very complex projects, and this is a very good thing. But also, I think we are good in being a Scrum Master or a QA tester, but also as a programmers or maybe a UX UI part. So we have a lot of opportunities as women to train ourselves to be better and skilled in jobs in IT industry.
Fiorina is saying that women are good as Scrum Masters, for example, but how to convince women that they have the abilities to work as Scrum Master, for example? How to convince them? What's the way? Do you see such way?
I guess it's apparently awareness that there is a place, and encouragement. And at least in Latvia, we have quite a lot now programs in place that are specifically encouraging women to start their career in IT, and lots of also big IT companies, and especially I can highlight, for example, Accenture in Latvia has a very huge office, and they are doing a big community work towards this. So I would say this is a responsibility of IT industry to encourage women to start their requalifying path.
How early? In school, at school, or secondary school? When should it be started? How do you think?
I would say that there are two different approaches. The first approach is to invite and work to attract more women to study IT at universities. So that's one part of the problem. And of course, for those people, we have to address already students in high school or as early as age 12 as well. But the other part of this problem or solution to the problem is address people working in any other industries having different backgrounds to come and requalify to become suitable for IT. But not only that, as I mentioned earlier, so my background and my working domain is not only for IT industry, but I'm also taking care that IT or technology is used in all other industries. So that's, again, it's a bit different story, but also very, very needed for our economy and our industries become more competitive. The usage of technologies in any other industries. And this, again, requires IT skills, it requires IT knowledge. Even if you are working, for example, in manufacturing or like food manufacturing, for example, or wood or timber processing, or even sales or retail or wholesale companies. So,
Artur, you mentioned you have two daughters.
Yeah.
So how are you convincing them that they are fit for IT industry?
It's a very complex job, I would say. Being a parent is a very, very frustrating process because you in the beginning you are the role model for your daughters, for your children. But of course, from day one, you are not the only person that is influencing your children. So at the end, you are not as much, you sometimes you can say some things. You can say, for example, you have to study math because in the next 10 years, everything will be connected to the math and to the IT sector. And your daughter can do actually opposite because she wants to. She's your daughter. She's your child. So she don't want to follow your lead, and that's why I'm saying. Partially because I'm a sociologist, but also because I'm a big fan of pop culture. We have to start with the pop culture. We have to say that and show to young people that, for example, it's not only your role model is not only a princess. Your role model probably is also a member of cool people called the Avengers, and you can be leading actor or you can be leading character in this gang. And it is happening, and whole pop culture will be changing because we are seeing and we are experiencing all of these movies, all these books, and even the video games. Everyone is starting to realize that women should be more visible in our world, and especially among the mainly kind of jobs, right? For example, engineer. It's of course. Only men can be engineers. It's not true. And by showing them, by experiencing this kind of literature, the movies, you can be very easily you are swallowing this information. And at the end of the day, you're not trying to convince young people, but you are showing them the whole aspect, the whole aspect of the pop culture, pointing. You can be everyone. You can be this big green fella called Hulk, but also you can be a Black Widow, and this is something very cool, equally cool.
At the same time, we are talking about this digital technology, and I have a feeling that at the same time we are losing somehow a human touch in it. I mean, I guess your daughters are spending more time on smartphones right now.
They have to.
They have to, yeah. What to do at the same time? What to do not to lose this human touch, human-to-human touch? Is it still possible nowadays?
I think from my point of view, from my experience, I would say the big corporation, the big tech, they are fully focusing on the revenue. So we are in the next couple of years, this will be impossible to go hand to hand with them and be able to say, hey, please put some, more, human kind of data or interaction to your algorithms. I think we have to regulate the whole market. This is the time when for the next couple, from 9 year ago, when the ChatGPT was kind of born, we've seen this maybe become the same problem as became a Facebook, Twitter, and all other social media. So I really very strongly believe that we have to be aware of the same problem that can be a part of generative AI, and do not, let loose this problem, but sit with these people, this corporation, with these companies, and say to them, hey, we know that this technology can be very, we can use it in a very bad way, and this is our experience from the past. Let's talk about how we can be, safe, how we can be wanted to give this technology to everyone, but do not fear that someone will use it in a very inappropriate way.
How can we be safe? Fiorina, how do you think? How can we be safe? What shall we do?
Yes, so this is a very tricky and complicated questions, but also very natural because we are transiting right now very big era right now from, let's say, a little technological in our environments to a lot of technology in whatever we are doing. I think first thing that we can do is to embrace a human first approach. So this is something that, let's give an example from marketing. It's from search engine optimization. In search engine optimization, marketers use things like keywords, linking, backlinks, activity on backsides to ensure, let's say, content is driving organic traffic. This one, everything here is technically, but also the principle behind this is to prioritize what readers will read and what are the interests for them. So if we are thinking every time what the people, what the humans, us as humans will need, and we will prioritize that for our technology, then we can have a one step. And I think another thing that also we are struggling in our business, because we are building an XR system, which is pretty complicated in terms of transiting from Web 2 to Web 3 to bring people into a digital twin environment to let's say, to see properties for real estate, or to try on clothes in virtual fitting rooms. It's a little bit complicated for them to see the transition correctly. So what we need to do is not to let tech to hide our humanity. So this is one thing that I always tell to my team. Let's think about our consumers, our users, how not to hide our humanity. So even if we are bringing them into a, let's say, digital twin world or XR or VR, let's see that we are still human. Let's see ourselves as human, and let's give them help and support as much as we can as human. So this is another thing that we can do. And third, which is also from marketing, is to let's say, to use tech to make human-centered activities easier. let's say, also from marketing perspective, we have omni channels. Yes, we can use a lot of channels that we can reach our consumers easier. So we have to do this more oriented to human, but not in terms that everything should be only technology and we don't have any humans behind. So I think there are solutions still that we can do. There are approaches that we can use, but like you guys said, we need some regulation that are maybe give us a framework to know what are the limitations in terms of how much we can use AI or VR or XR or whatever, and how much should be human involved in those technologies. I agree that big corporation needs revenue. We as entrepreneurs, we need revenue also. But I think we as entrepreneurs, we didn't lose our human touch, and we don't want to do it because we still want to change the world. That's why we are entrepreneurs. So
we know that. We know that there has been a strike in Hollywood. Actors has been striking, and they made a deal 1 week ago with studios. And one of the things was using artificial intelligence in films. And one of the deals made with studio owners is that actors will get the same amount of money no matter if they play themselves in a film or they are replaced by artificial intelligence. So is it the way we should follow?
Adding also my 2 cents to the previous question, technologies are really emerging our world, and they are changing and transforming the world. And some of the new technologies are really transformative, that will change the way how we are interacting, how we are doing things. Some of technologies are just adding productivity. And of course, the recent hype about generative AI, so what we namingly know as ChatGPT as a best example of generative AI, this is a transformative one. And this will definitely transform lots of things, specifically those industries or those works that are like where human knowledge is consumed a lot, like for example software developers or any other where really creative tasks will be made more productive, and companies just will have to redesign their processes because of this technology, and it's useless to resist it. That's my point. So we can't do anything to resist the changes.
Is it the perspective of 1 month, 1 year, 10 years? It's going very fast.
I don't think so. I would say 2 to 5 years.
Artur?
Well, when you look back and try to see the speed of change. For example, to give the power to 45% of U.S. households, it took 45 years. To give people, to give 45% of Americans a cell phone, it took 5 years. ChatGPT was downloaded and used by 100 million users. Right now, we know that this is something that is the most downloaded and used software ever in history of human. So it gives you a glimpse of what's coming. The next technology will be built on the shoulders of the previous technology. So we can see the changes being made in not decades, but weeks. And this is happening right now. We are talking about technology that is 1 year old, and it has very, very big impact on everything, on law in whole world. Not so only, we're not talking about regulation in Europe, we're talking about regulation in States and in China. And we're talking about how this generative AI will change the way we work, so employment, how we communicate, how we'll be producing the movies, culture, IT, lots of different sectors. So the one thing that I would love to say and to address, we have to act quickly. We don't have time to debate and to make law like we did yesterday. This is something that we should change very quickly, because otherwise big corporations, the narrative of big corporations, the amount of this change will be destructible. Because in the beginning there's like people wanted to change the world, but after this, like I said, the money is our main goal. And if we let them to concentrate, to focus on the subject, on the one goal, we'll lose as a whole civilization.
You said the time was running out quickly. That's right. To finish our debate, I would like ask each of you to have one message to our audience, to women, to people in general for the next few months, few years, whatever. Artur, could you start, please?
This maybe will be not something very, very original, but the technology is something that we need. This is not something that we should be afraid of. But also we right now know that technology can be very harmful. You can use it for helping people understand the world, but also you can use to create a fake news. So we need regulations. The technology is something to stay. It's like metaverse. It's like generative AI. We won't be able to say no, we don't need, because we are afraid of AI, so we just put out of the equation. No, it's not going to happen. What is going to happen, that many people will use it in a very illegitimate way, in illegal way. So we have to have very strict regulations, but we have to do it right now.
Fiorina, your message to our viewers, our next generation.
Yeah, so I always like to follow other women as role models. So this is what I'm doing. This is what I keep giving to my daughter, because I have a daughter too. So I like Amelia Earhart because she was also an innovative and a pioneer in aviation. And she has a very short quote that I'm always following. And she's saying like this: the most effective way to do it is to do it. So because I'm very action, this quote, let's say this is my mantra or whatever, is a reminder that the best way to achieve our goals is to take actions. And for us as women, it's important to take actions, to be courageous, to have a clear vision of what we want to accomplish. But also it's very important to take necessary steps to make this happen. So we should not let fear or doubt or whatever hold us back from pursuing these dreams, for pursuing this, because right now it's a revolution in the world, and it's our opportunity to be part as women, to be part to reshape the world in the very nicer way, let's say, in an equal way, and to remember that we have the power and the knowledge to make this positive impact into this transformative world or period of time that we are passing right now.
Aiga, your message to remember.
Okay.
What would you like to say?
Let me give two.
Okay.
According to World Economic Forum, among the top competences for the 21st century is ability to learn, ability to acquire new skills. So my first message is encouragement to develop learning culture. And again, a study shows that you have to spend at least 40 hours, astronomical 40 hours a year to acquire new skills and for learning. And it doesn't matter if you are learning agriculture or some crafts or technology, but you should learn something, at least 40 hours a year. And this will develop your learning culture, internal, and this will help you also to be more open to learning technology. And the second, my message is, whatever career you are choosing, don't feel pressure that you have to join IT. Absolutely not. If you love your job as a teacher, that's a fantastic job being a teacher. So see how technology can help you in your job, either being a teacher or actor or just a factory worker. So technology can help you in whatever place you are. So learn how technology helps you in your domain.
Technology is not just making our lives, it's not changing our lives in a way that we cannot do other things, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks a lot. We had a debate, and I would like to thank our panelists. I would like to thank Aiga. I would like to thank Florina, who was joining us from Bucharest in Romania. I would like to thank Artur Kurasiński. And I would like to remember everybody that we will have a next debate in a few moments, and it will be about artificial intelligence and how it influences our future and creates new possibilities. I hope you stay with us and will listen to it. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
So, welcome back. I think you'll agree we've had a lot of food for thought in that first debate. But we're moving swiftly on to power speech number 2 and debate number 2. In the meantime, I also want to remind you to take advantage of the recruitment rooms in the expo area. So when you're not listening to the inspiring thoughts of our speakers, please do take advantage of those opportunities. But I'm delighted to introduce the next power speech, In Tech We Trust, with the amazing Raisa Ghazi, who will be leading that power speech, but we will be closely following the power speech with debate number 2, Artificial Intelligence, Influence the Future and Create New Opportunities. Now, the panelists of that debate are Monika Mrówka from Accenture, Katarzyna Rawska, BNP Paribas, Anu Pasi-Rauster, Head AI, Akansha Goel from European Women's Association, and this fantastic debate will be moderated by Klaudia Nawrocka-Pawlik. But for the time being, delighted to have Raisa Ghazi with us for our power speech.
Thank you so much for this lovely introduction. And thank you, Organization Future Callers, for being here, for having me here today. I'm very excited to give you some insights into my work and share some of the opinions that I like to spread around the world to empower more women in technology and also in other industries. Okay, so my name is Raisa Ghazi. I am a public speaker. I do this on a global level, 5 continents, and I work for organizations like UNICEF, the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, International Criminal Court, Dutch government, and many of those likes, and today, Future Callers. So, I'm going to give you an introduction to one of my very popular speeches about ethics in technology, and it is called In Tech We Trust, okay? And it is called In Tech We Trust, even though I am going to make a case to maybe not trust too much in tech. Okay, and oftentimes when I'm at conferences around the world, it is very, divided on whether a country or a community is very much about innovation, artificial intelligence, and further digital revolutionizing of the communities. And that has a lot to do with the culture and history of a country. Okay? And so that's something I would like to touch upon. The way we look at tech is strongly influenced by the culture of a country. But I want to say one thing. One thing that is a common denominator, doesn't matter in which country we are in, is that women really should be part, a huge part, a significant part of the future of technology. So I'm going to make that case for you, and behind me I'll have some slides. Hopefully you'll be able to see them too. So let's go. See if the clicker works. Okay, so my little introduction, I think I've done it already, but you can look me up on LinkedIn, connect with me. I'd love to hear from you also what your thoughts are on my speech. And if you have any questions, you're always free to reach out. All right, some of the self-promotion. Right, so in Tech We Trust, what does that mean? In Tech We Trust is something that is almost a joke when you look at the way we have been treating ethics in technology in the past decades. Okay? When we say in Tech We Trust, we're actually saying that over the past decades, we didn't know enough about technology to say in Tech We Trust, but we still trusted in tech. Right? If you look at Stanford, the heart of Silicon Valley, ethics in technology only became a subject that was important a few years ago. While we were already dealing with significant harm of technology, only by then we started talking about the harmful effects and the dangers of technology at times, right? And so this is something that I think a lot of people aren't really aware of, that ethics in technology is a very new topic. Yeah. Nowadays, we hear more and more about it. We hear from governments that they have more legislation, more organizations are focusing on ethical technology, but a little bit too late. Okay? A little bit too late. And so when I do these speeches on ethics in technology, usually conferences will tell me, don't talk too much about these risks. People don't like to hear that. They don't want to hear the diversity, equity, and inclusion talk and how we need to solve all these issues in technology. Talk about trends, talk about opportunities. That's what people want to hear. And so I do that. Part of my speech will always talk about the trends you can anticipate on as a huge company, as a government. What can you do to make sure you're ahead of the crowd, right? And then I will present some statistics about, we'll have more legislation around technology. We'll have more AI and VRs in education. We might even have robots serving us in restaurants. Technology is going to take over in the 5th Industrial Revolution, and it is happening now, okay? So many opportunities. But then I also bring them to the dark side. I'll give them a little sneak preview of what can go wrong if you're not the organization that has anticipated harmful technology. And then usually the companies, the big companies, the decision makers, the influential people, they start listening, right? Because I tell them, do you want to be on the front page of the papers? Like this company who made a mistake, they invented a system to hire more women developers, and by doing that, they accidentally created a machine learning system that started discriminating against women. Yeah, or do you want to be the company that developed facial recognition, didn't do the best job, and ended up helping governments incarcerate people who were not supposed to be incarcerated? Those are the big harms and risks you take as a company who is developing technology but not doing it in an ethical way, right? We talk about more AI, more VRs in education, but we don't talk about how women, for example, have trouble using these glasses that are made to help them study more. Are we widening the gap between men and women by using technology? Sometimes we are, right? Sometimes we are. And so then I say to the crowd, like, I want to help you. I want to make sure you're not going to be part of this huge scandal with your organization. That's my job. And I want to make sure I help you and I give you all the tools and techniques to do that. Okay, and so I tell them then, let me just present some solutions to you to make sure you're going to be ahead of the crowd. You're going to seize the opportunities, but not make those huge mistakes. That's what I want for you. Okay? And then everyone is like, ready to hear it. They're like, tell me everything. So I can be that organization that seizes opportunities without becoming a scandal. And so I present some ways of, protecting yourself. But I do it in a very calculated way. I mean, I am a speaker on strategies after all. So what I do is I start off with a few expensive solutions. Nobody likes expensive solutions, not in that level, not in those organizations. So I tell them, what you can do. Another thing you can do is you can hire a chief ethical officer. And, this person is going to evaluate all the processes. And you can make sure that you do produce ethical technology. It's going to cost you a lot of money, but you'll have someone who oversees all the procedures, make sure your company is not going to be harmful. Okay, that's one option. Another option that I want to share with you, guidelines, quality standards, ISO, they have those nowadays. You can review every policy in your organization and make sure that it's not going to be harmful harmful technology. That's what you can do. It's going to cost you a lot of time and bureaucracy, but you can do it. That's going to be a solution. You'll make sure everything in your organization is reviewed. Okay? That's an option. And then I ask them the question, who here would like a solution that is readily available at our hands? In fact, the solution is already in your organization and in your society. You don't have to pay extra. You'll just pay what you usually pay, but you'll still have a solution. And I tell them, raise your hands if you would like to find a way to make sure your technology is going to be more ethical. It's going to be more community-driven. And it's going to be less harmful. Yeah, you're going to take less risks. Who wants that? And then usually, everybody's like, I want it. Give it to me. I mean, it's a solution that's not going to cost me so much money. Something we already have, and all the benefits are amazing. It sounds amazing. And I tell them, well, guess what? That's women in technology. That's what women in technology will bring you, right? Meanwhile, everybody's looking for solutions everywhere, but the women in technology, these are proven characteristics of them, something they've been criticized for even for decades. Women don't take enough risks. They're not ready to risk the community for all the benefits. Those are the benefits that women bring nowadays that we need more than ever, right? Okay, but it's not that easy. I mean, I could tell you this is an easy solution. Usually the speech ends here. I walk off the stage. Everyone is like, oh my God, I didn't see it coming. But one thing they do know is that they do want more women in technology because, quite obviously, we had the solution all along, but we just didn't always appreciate it. Okay, and that brings me to my next part, right? Because I can provide a solution like that, but I also want to provide something concrete to actually make this a reality. Because having women in an organization and expecting them to thrive is actually very naive. Okay, so what I do is I also bring in another program that I run, which is called the Women's Leadership Strategy. And this program is aiming at helping women reach top positions. Right? Because we don't live in a world where women are actually getting those opportunities enough. So what is holding them back, you might wonder? In one way, we have the biases that are holding women back. It's society, it's an external problem. But on the other side, we also have decades of exclusion, centuries of exclusion that have affected the way women develop leadership. And that's something that we women also, need to take control of. That's a reality. I mean, for me to just say, oh, everybody else around women needs to change, but women not, that would be not the full story. The full story is that women in technology and women everywhere need to work on skills they typically underdevelop, which are critical for good leadership. One of the most important skills is the act of developing strategic perspective, right? And so my program, Women's Leadership Strategy, has as a foundation how to strategize best. Because it turns out this is one of the biggest barriers between women and C-level. Yeah, not strategizing enough. Research after research after research will tell you this is a huge factor in holding women back. Why is this problematic? Because some of the biggest management gurus in the world will say 80% of your success is having a strategy. So to all the women watching, everybody watching here, make sure if you take anything away from this session, strategizing is going to be a huge factor in you growing to the top in technology. Yeah? But it's not just yet. Not just that. A part of these strategies, which is nothing but a long-term plan, is having 3 very major goals that are distinct. They're SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. Yeah, so that's a part of the strategy, a huge part. If I ask any of you watching today, how many of you have actually developed their 3 major goals for the upcoming 6 months? I mean, I hope everyone, I see one. And that's a good sign. We need you to have those goals ready. But there's also other skills we need that have proven to be crucial in your journey to the top. Okay, and I'm gonna share 5 of them with you here. And so these are the 5 pillars of the Women's Leadership Strategy, which is the program I run. Okay, so the first one is raising confidence levels. It turns out we choose our leaders based on how confident they appear, not even how confident they are. Okay, so you can fake it until you make it. That's what we learned from this. Okay, that's the first one. Women tend to be less confident in the workplace, it turns out. You know, they rate their own performance lower than others would rate them. So that's a huge issue. Then we have promoting yourself to the top. There's been a research in Silicon Valley where they try to find out why 240 senior leaders reached that level. They all said more important than business expertise or delivering incredible results is having visibility. And usually I tell the women in my sessions, you know, if you want to take anything away, take that away, please. Yeah? Knowing how to communicate your accomplishments in 3 sentences whenever you introduce yourself, just like you just heard me introduce myself, right? I came in, I immediately claim my expertise, and then I continue with my story. And that's what I want all women to do, right? Okay, so promoting yourself to the top. Then third, we have building an influential network. 85% of all jobs are found in a warm network. Why is this tougher for women? Because women have 5 hours less per week to spend on themselves. They don't have the time for those extra trainings, reading books, or going to networking events. They don't have that. But it's crucial if you want to grow to the top, yeah? Then we have number 4, demonstrating leadership. Leaders are chosen based on style and charisma, something most women don't like to focus on. They'll tell me, well, I want to be judged for my work. And if that's not how it's going to be, then I don't want it. And then I tell them, well, if you want to rise to the top in this world, you got to play the game. If you want to change the world while you are at the top, please be my guest, because I'm tired of this as well. But still, we are dealing with what we're dealing with right now, and that is that the world is slightly superficial, right? So we have to take that into account. And then finally, we have negotiating the value you deserve, which means asking for the money you actually deserve to earn, right? And this is something most women find hard. 20% of all women worldwide has never negotiated. And when women compare negotiating with going to the dentist, men compare it to winning a ball game. So the gap also widens, right? We have a gender pay gap. Why? This is one of the reasons. So these are 5 skills that will help women in the workplace build to the next level. Yeah. One of the assignments I like to share to promote yourself, start promoting yourself, is, for example, making a timeline of all your achievements. It's an easy way. That's my speech for you today. If I can give you anything from this session, it is go home, write down your 3 major goals, okay? And then try to look at all these different skills that I mentioned and think about how you can utilize them to achieve your goals. My name is Raisa Ghazi. Please connect with me online, and I look forward to meeting you again in the future.
Women in IT Day.
To nie jest tak, że w IT pracują sami programiści. W moim zespole jest prawie połowa kobiety.
Lectures, debates, workshops, speed mentoring, and a solid dose of knowledge, motivation, and inspiration.
Pracuję w IT.
Naprawdę każdy znajdzie stanowisko dla siebie.
Im więcej nas, tym lepiej.
Women in IT Day, the 15th of November. Sign up now at womeninitday.com. Join us for a free online event for women who want to consciously build their IT career. Women in IT Day.
To nie jest tak, że w IT pracują sami programiści. W moim zespole jest prawie połowa kobiety.
Lectures, debates, workshops, speed mentoring, and a solid dose of knowledge, motivation, and inspiration.
Pracuję w IT.
Naprawdę każdy znajdzie stanowisko dla siebie.
Im więcej nas, tym lepiej.
Women in IT Day, the 15th of November. Sign up now at womeninitday.com.
If you want to hear the English channel, the interpretation, it's here.
niesamowite wystąpienie Reisy, która mówiła o tym, jak przy
An incredible speech by Reisa, who spoke about how women can change the world with proper support. And now we'll discuss how women can change the world with the support of artificial intelligence, which is the topic of our debate. Have influence on the future, create new opportunities. We have our panelists, a manager, consulting manager in Accenture, with experience in successful transformations through technology and AI. She specializes in project management and change management and Salesforce. Monica represents Accenture. Good morning. The next panelist is Ann-Pasi Rauste, Chief Business Officer at Finland's Cognitive AI, a company specializing in AI with experience in education and 20 years of experience in business, HR, EdTech. She's focusing on data, focused on humans and balanced skills and work. And we have Akansha Goel, a pioneer in social media marketing, founder of Socialize, the first specialized social media agency in the Middle East, CEO Socialize in the Middle East and India. Akasha is in Dubai, but virtually with us today. Akasha, greetings, we're happy to have you here. My name is Klaudia Nawrocka-Pawlik, I'm a journalist and I will host this debate for you. Some time ago I found online an article in which I read that artificial intelligence created a presenter who presented the news in Kuwaiti News. Should I be worried about my job? Because it proves that artificial intelligence has influence on a number of industries, including the media industry, how it changes the labor market. So let us start with that.
Switch to English, maybe. We're going to see more and more things like this happening. But to be quick and easy, I don't think we need to worry about your job. It's going to take a while. There's threats that come with deepfakes and situations like these, and I think we need to be prepared for that, but maybe we can talk about later on. But I don't think we need to worry as of yet.
I totally agree with you, Monica. And I would say that it's good that you recognize those news and you are kind of aware of that. And then we are on the game. So that's the first thing is that we are aware, we take our kind of our steps on this field and we start to use the AI by ourselves. So in that sense, I'm happy that you have read the article, you have kind of asked your questions, and now it's a time to think about what to do next.
Okay. Well, yeah, I have to say, to add to that, I say to my team here in Dubai that, AI will not replace humans, but humans with AI will replace humans without AI. AI is a big equalizer, and I think it presents an unprecedented opportunity for women to lead because it helps scale what you're doing. And I'm very excited to be a part of this panel today and talk a little bit about that.
No właśnie, to może przejdźmy trochę szerzej.
Let us speak a bit more broadly. How does artificial intelligence influence other industries? What is your experience with it?
And so, to start with, yes, thank you. So I'm in the field of education, as you said, so that's my background. I've been working in education field, people development, skills development, all those areas for over 20 years. And I see that if going a bit of my background, the technology has always been a tool that has been enriching, bringing new opportunities, scaling the areas what are in education processes, being it providing the opportunities for the learning resources, all these e-learning type of things. So it's a natural kind of a shift now that we think how education can take advantage of AI from data, what's available there. There's a huge amount of open data. There's a huge amount of courses. We have the algorithms now for recommending us anything on the movies, books, all of those things what we use our daily life. So why don't we take those also in education? And that is what I'm doing. So in Head AI, we use we are working with advanced cognitive AI, so text analytics, and taking those capabilities now in education field. How can we see? We are here talking about a lot about reskilling, upskilling, and those the data is there. What are those skills needed dynamically in different regions? And that's how we can, for example, take the AI and data and leverage our problems, what we want to solve globally. And then connect that with the people's data, with the learning opportunities data. So, for example, these are the capabilities how we can take AI in education field.
Właśnie podobno wydajność
Indeed, the productivity, according to Stanford's university research, the productivity of certain jobs increased by as much as 20% thanks to using ChatGPT. This is tangible data which tells us how much we need artificial intelligence.
Yeah, and if I continue on this is one AI, and it's very good that we are using that type of AI. But now it's a breakthrough of different AIs. I mean, certainly we are going to talk about that there's multiple different AIs, multiple different ways to use now these type of technologies and make these automate repetitive things. So really, let's broadly look the AI in that sense. How can it help us to make our any job, any work, any type of things more effective? But yes, definitely that is a good sign already that how it makes our work easier.
Właśnie, Monika, ja zapytam, jak ty wykorzystujesz sztuczną inteligencję.
Monica, let me ask you how you use artificial intelligence in your work every day.
Just to also add to the previous question a little bit. So I'm in this comfortable position where I work in consulting in an enormous company, which means that I have visibility of how AI is being used in different areas. So my background is sales and service. And I could talk specifically about this, but I can see it all across, to be honest. So it's little bits and pieces here and there. Processes which took multiple steps now can be done with just AI. And it's capable of being applied anywhere in the business. So if you think, like sitting here right now, that what can AI do for me? That's, you think about it as a kind of a black box that everyone's being very optimistic about it, and go in and check, because you come with a background of your own, with your knowledge in your specific areas. And once you go in and type in, because that's the big thing, because it cracked the code of human language, because anyone can go in. You don't have to code, you don't have to be anyone specifically educated in coding. You can go in and type in using just human words, and you can get a result, which is its strength. And this is also why everyone can go in, and everyone should go in, especially women, because it helps us just minimize the time that we spend using monotone, just boring stuff that needs to be done, and everyone has it in their own jobs. So that's one thing. Coming back to the other question about how we can apply this in the business everywhere, really basically everywhere. But and that's the strength of it. But we don't really yet know how widely we can use it. You just have to go in and check. That's it.
Akasha, to jeszcze dopytam, co
Akasha, let me ask, what does this black box of AI, which Monica spoke about, gave to you? What is the way you use it on a daily basis in your company?
So maybe I'll talk a little bit about two sides of the black box. When there's a black box, on one side there is fear, on the other side there is light. So I'll talk a little bit about the light first. In the context of brands and marketing, because we're obviously a marketing, agency, and there's been this big shift in media, because we're now in a post-cookie world. There's an ever-expanding set of channels and consumer touch points. So it's getting harder and harder for marketeers to be able to measure the impact of their investment dollars. So how do they know that they're investing in the right places? And AI, on one hand, we are aware of ChatGPT. AI at its core is predictive technology. So ChatGPT is predicting the next word. You have AI like DALL-E, Midjourney, that is predicting the next pixel. So you can use it to design. We used AI to predict customer lifetime value. So when you put in what you're investing in, the AI helps you optimize that, to basically maximize customer lifetime value. And that is a new tool that we've launched called AI OS. It continues to blow my mind, the things that you can do with AI. So that is sort of the light aspect of the black box, surprise, the things that you can do. But on the fear aspect, in our industry, we're a creative agency, there is a lot of fear, especially amongst young people who are concerned that in creative roles, a lot of the content production can and will be done by AI soon. And so what will this mean for the world? And I think that we will see a world where there will be a rise of really unique creators, unique influencers, unique point of view, people who understand subcultures deeply, because AI can't do that. So, speaking about this, it makes sense that this will happen. A lot of the day-to-day things we do, like writing copy and design, will be replaced by AI. And that's okay, because differentiation, being different, having a different point of view, has always been, the hallmark of creativity. And that's what we as creative agencies need to thrive towards, which is let AI do the basic, repetitive work, let it write the copy, let it do the translations and the designs, whereas we as humans can then focus on going out, building relationships, having inspiration, and focusing on what it is that we bring to the table as humans. So I think it's an exciting feature for us.
W kontekście kreatywności tego...
In the context of creativity, what Akansha said, Anu, let me ask you how artificial intelligence can facilitate education. How many opportunities do you see here, practically speaking?
Yes, definitely many ways. And that is also the call that when you have a strong domain knowledge, like Monica, you were saying, you can kind of start to see those different areas. There's multiple of those, and we haven't really figured those out yet, many of those. So I also encourage at this point those people who are in the education field, start to think about those things, what you are doing in a daily work, and how these areas, on those areas, you can kind of bring this creativity, you can bring the efficiency, or you can even make it more fun or easier, or those type of things. But a couple of examples. So I started this that we are now talking really about this reskilling, upskilling. So really, AI can help us to see, like we heard from AK, predicting those skills what are needed. So first of all, those kind of take us the insight, the signals. What is the future about? We don't need to guess on that. AI can help on kind of taking that from the big data, from different data sets. What are those skills needed? Then we can go to the next steps. What are my skills? Helping us actually identify and recognize what are my skills on this field and figure out those areas where I can kind of quickly upskill myself and do those leaps, take the small steps towards this field, what we are talking today. And then we can take AIs, if we think about this, all the recommendations we have in our pockets in the mobile phones, take those type of same procedures in education field, being it the recommending the learning courses, the mentors, or these type of things. Even AI can kind of build us the curriculum, what is the next kind of, how to teach, where to start. So there's multiple ways, but I believe that there's also a place for the humans and really care, that's really needed. So we have this black box thinking today here, the light and the fear. So definitely in the skills data area, what we are now talking, there's a big place for humans thinking when we are building those algorithms, when we are looking the data, like the bias data issue already was named, but the understanding that we need now diversity in all of those areas, thinking of the use cases as education. So bringing the diverse thinking on the building the use cases, designing those use cases, but also then designing the algorithms that are used for solving these problems, what we see, so that we understand, we bring the different brains, different perspectives there. And then thirdly, I would say, which is also mentioned many times, but need to mention the biased data. So bringing the diversity thinking and brains there in this area, because that reflects then at the end to those use cases on those creative things what we are aiming to kind of design, that we have this diverse thinking in all those places. But to your questions, those were a couple of examples and just use your imagination. That's the thing now. We can now jump in and as mentioned, to kind of start to take those new tools in any of those areas in education.
To też może pomóc
This can also help diversity and prevent discrimination. All that Akasha spoke a lot about, and also Anu, what you were speaking about. Let me ask Akasha how artificial intelligence can support diversity.
So I have a great quote here that is a good follow-on from what my fellow panelist was just saying. And the quote is, in an AI era, creativity is not just an asset, it's a necessity. And diverse minds bring diverse solutions. And I think this is a great quote that talks about why it's important for women to be leveraging AI to drive innovation. And this quote wasn't written by me. It was written by ChatGPT. So how does AI help diversity? I'm a great example of that. I am not a native English speaker. I sometimes, even with everything I have achieved, don't do thought leadership and PR because I feel that my language is not suited for the Western consumer. These are all things we believe because we live in our mind. But now with ChatGPT, I get over that hump of confidence because I can give it a few notes about what I'm thinking, ideas that I have, and it structures that into more formal language, which is really my ideas. So it's giving me the ability to stand out while fitting in to whatever conference I'm participating in or whatever PR piece I'm writing. And there are so many examples like that. So I think where AI helps, especially, perhaps for minorities or non-native English speakers, is you're now able to stand out while fitting in. And it's like a little bit of a cheat. And I can now do more than I have in the past with the help of AI.
Monika?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. There's so many use cases for it. It's really hard it's difficult to start in a point and try and explain. But I just to your points in education, I heard a use case of a class where you sometimes in Poland there's classes with 35 students, so that's a lot, and especially if someone has special needs like dyscalculia or dyslexia. You're not, you won't be able to bilocate as a teacher. So it will help you direct your, let's say, whatever problems you give that student. It will help you kind of specialize the learning content aimed at the student who needs actually help. So I thought that was brilliant, and I think it's sometimes missed here and there, especially sometimes with people who have hearing disabilities and all sorts of disabilities. So it helps in that way, and I encourage every teacher to go in and check how it can help you. But apart from this, again, it's just opening up the playing field for everyone, because it cracked, I know I'm repeating myself, but it cracked the code of human language. So you really can go in, it's for free. I know ChatGPT 3.5 is for free. The better version 4 is paywalled, but still the 3.5 is enough for you to go in and check its capabilities. And only you can say how it can help you. Maybe it won't be instantaneous, maybe you won't have a use case right now, but in a week's time, even if it's in a half year's time, you might go, oh, I can actually utilize ChatGPT for this. And your students are going to be they are using it already anyway. So go in and check.
Gosh, I just want to add to what Anna said. And Anna, you said 35 students is a lot. In India, we have almost 100 students in a class. So teachers definitely can't pay attention to individual students, and which is why AI can be a good learning companion, because you won't learn everything in school, but if you have curiosity, it'll take you through for the rest of your life.
kontekście różnych barier.
In the context of different barriers to diversity, I'm talking about excluded people who have no access to education. Do you see some potential for these people, for the people who, for example, would like to enter into the IT world? They would like to rescale. Is it so that AI can support such people on the starting point of their career, people who have no access to formal education, like people in in big cities, for example?
Yes, I think that is a very crucial topic nowadays. As we have said, you said ChatGPT is free, and that's already a good learning coach. That's a learner. So really, now this time is democratizing. Once you have the internet access, you have the mobile phone, the world is open now for learning these things quickly, and it's open for everybody. And those tools are helping. It can even personalize the learning for me, for my purposes. I can make the good prompt that now give me the basics on data science, provide me kind of understanding what is the machine learning about it. So I can ask those questions that I would ask for a professional or the teacher for these type of tools. So I would say that this is now really, we can't anymore say that it's about learning opportunities or it's about access to education that is kind of hindering us to step in this field. Today we have all these opportunities, and those tools are even the great tools for advancing on us on this learning curve and making it very steep and fast. But the thing is, we need to take time for that, and then it goes back to ourselves. That it's something that we need to take the courage and the time and just go and try. It's not about the courses and degrees now. It's about taking the time to play with those tools and use them. And as Monica said, think about how it helps us in my daily work, where we started today, this panel. How can it help in my daily work? And that is already a learning process. And all the time, so kind of keep this curiosity mindset on top of your way of working, that how can it in daily basis, because the development is now very quick. The breakthroughs are coming, so it's not about learning today, but learning tomorrow and the day after that also.
Okay, but why artificial intelligence can support development in IT sector? Going back to the previous question, for example, there is a woman watching us and willing to reskill. How is it possible for her to use AI in order to enter into IT world?
Is that question to me? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll maybe share something from my past. So when I was thinking about going into IT, what I did was I used to search for job listings for a specific job and just search for the specific job requirements to figure out what I need to learn to be able to, at some point in time, to be able to get that job. What we can do now also with generative AI is go in and type the same question. So what type of skills do I need to have to become a project manager? And it will actually give you a list of skills. It won't give you yet a list of skills, at least the 3.5, as far as I know. Yesterday I checked. It won't give you links to learning content, but that's quite easy to find, to be honest, with all these online learning platforms. But it already gives you, it kind of acts in this way as your friend and gives you a hint, okay, so you need this and that, and then you have a starting point. Because before, if you hadn't had the chance to interact with someone from this area, so if anyone from IT, you would become a kind of coming in from completely dark. You would not really know how to get into it. So by that, it gives you an opportunity. So we're right now light years ahead of a situation that I was in 20 years ago or 15 years ago. So it could help you like that. But what I'm hoping for, because people who would go into IT, they usually have already a kind of certain idea of what they want to do. If not, meetings like this, opportunities like these are brilliant to meet people and talk and discuss, which I'm a huge fan of, and I'm always voting using my two hands. But I'm hoping for other people who have not had a chance to type and play around with AI and ChatGPT to actually be inspired enough to go in and check it out. Because there's so many people out there with so many ideas, especially women, because there's no use cases. I mean, there are use cases, but the more women go into the field, the more women check out and figure out, oh, this is something I could use for my job. And everyone has different skill sets. I mean, lawyers, teachers, and anyone really. You have a specific skill set. You can go in and figure out a way to use it. And the more women go in, the more use cases for women, the more it opens up for women, and the more kind of influx of women would happen into IT. And we need women in IT because we're still playing catching up, and we're not starting from a level playing field. We need more, and it's in that way I'm hoping it's going to kind of go bottom up.
I mamy te 5 godzin mniej, o których mówiła Raisa.
And we have 5 hours less, as Raisa said, every day. Anna, please.
Yeah, I would like to continue on that really it's all the generations. It's not about, like I said, it doesn't mean now a degree to start with, but you can really, any generation, taking in my age, people who are in my age and have worked in several kind of, in their own domain for a long time, and taking that AI or technology now, it's easier than I would say before. And then we are on this field already, and then it starts to there.
Kasia, a jaka była twoja droga?
Kasia, and what was your path, and how do you use AI in order to participate in the AI world?
So, I was listening to what the panelists were saying about how much has changed in the last 20 years. And, thank God for that. These are all good changes. I have always been interested in technology. But I didn't learn how to code. I almost went to a software development university, but then instead I went and did marketing. And till maybe 5 years back, I thought that mattered. I have all of these ideas and I wish I could bring them to life if I knew how to code. I don't. And for the first time, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that I don't know how to code, because AI is not just a technology, it's a new way of thinking. And IT is not about knowing how to code. It is about having that mindset of problem solving. So if you're someone who is creative and who likes to solve problems, you can do that now with AI. I was listening to the Open Dev Day by OpenAI last week. It's incredible. Now by just typing, for example, I could type and say, please create a website that gives people advice on what they need to learn to get a career in IT, and specifically the type of questions that, Accenture asks, for example. So if I want to create a tool, a website, a solution, because of an idea, I can use normal language in English or in any other language to have AI build that solution for me. So I think that's quite a transformation, because IT is not about coding and AI is not tech. This is all a new way of thinking. And I think this opens up possibilities for more diverse perspectives, and including women, in shaping the future.
Chciałam zapytać o to, czy zawody
I'd like to ask, is it so that artificial intelligence professions are professions of the future? But I think I might say that these are all professions that's going to be AI-based, because the necessity to use it will be so vast.
Definitely, yes. So obviously there's specific jobs that require your knowledge of coding, data science, and algorithms and stuff like that. That's really that core AI, and this is also needed, and people are working in it, and it's going to be taking off. It's already huge, as we all know. But AI, when I think about AI, because it's so adaptable to anything really, to any situation, to any job, to any process that is happening in the company, I think of it as your little assistant. Well, actually quite smart assistant, but it's still not at the stage, at least for now, where we have this huge brain that is hooked up and with tubes, and it's in a glass container somewhere, because we're not there. So this won't replace you, me jobs, and then this won't run the world, at least for now. So I'm thinking about AI is these little brains, these little assistants who will help you out with mundane things. So for me, when I'm searching for information, for example, I tend to go through a lot of articles and reports and stuff like that. So sometimes I have to go through the whole thing to kind of realize, nah, this is not something I was looking for. What I do now is copy paste, type it into ChatGPT, and I'm asking it to summarize it for me. So within 5 minutes, I already actually know if I need to write the whole 50 pages. So this is my use case, but for anyone else, it could be anything else. So it's these microcomputers, micro brains, or helpers that will help you with any type of job, if you think about it, if you feel that this is something that you can apply it to.
Anu, a jak właśnie, jak ty używasz...
Anu, and how do you use artificial intelligence in your everyday life? Are your activities supported by AI?
Yes, definitely. There is a lot of these type of thinking already today in our panel, what we have raised. And so I'm in a... Actually, what is funny in our panel, we don't have any kind of a software engineer, we don't have any data science person, so we don't have the hardcore kind of a people from that sense, which is also, I think, a message for anybody who is listening. Those are definitely needed, and AI is there a tool for them too. But as you see, there's true women that are actually coming from the business perspective with the education background and all those areas. So that is already a big message for you, and then hopefully an inspiration to go on this field. But back to your question, AI, how do I use AI? So those tools, writing text, helping me to strategize things, thinking outside of my own kind of a brain, taking ideas, fine-tuning things, what I'm doing, even building pictures. So I can also actually now leverage my work with these tools, like you say. Those are my assistants in my daily work. And what I now see is that if thinking this AI field, it's really about anybody joining. But if now we are not in the hardcore sector, how do we still take the leadership in this AI field? I think that is now crucial, what we need to think about it. And we heard in the previous presentation also about that, kind of the how do we set up the objectives and aim, and how we use our voice. So definitely we need to use also AI in building the leadership in this area. So that's I kind of raised that issue now in our panel, that when we are now in this breakthrough in AI field and doing this, we are building these the capabilities, and it's really much on different areas. So one of the things what we women now need to take is take the colleagues, so that we are strong together, and we also bring this leadership focus, AI leadership in AI field with women, because there we need also this diversity, and then we are powerful.
Ekanshu, dlaczego to przywództwo kobiet jest tak ważne?
Ekansha, why women leadership is so important in the tech world, as Anna said?
Well, I think the short answer is that the world is not complete without women, and the business world is not complete without women either. Women in leadership positions is important because we bring a different perspective. You know, women are different from men, and without that different perspective, there is an entire half of the world that the business is missing. And I can go on to talk about some of the perhaps stereotypes associated with women, you know, and I like to not talk about those because, you know, there are many people that are not fitting within the stereotype. You know, the women don't take risk. Women are more empathetic. You know, all of these are stereotypes. It may be true, it may not. But one thing is for sure, that women are different in their own way, and that different perspective is needed. And to talk a little bit about the previous question of how I use AI, as I was listening to you speak, I was thinking about all the ways in which I've used it in the last week, from writing performance reviews for my team, to uploading a financial file and asking for analysis, to translating documents for our team in Canada so that it's English and French, to designing my Diwali card for the party. It's incredible. It's become somewhat of a habit. It's an assistant like email. And I think in the future of business, AI will act as email, relevant for any industry.
Właśnie, mamy coraz więcej kobiet w polityce,
we have more and more women in politics and business, and now time has come for women in IT world. All the time women in IT, they're leaders at top levels, but there's only few of them. And what is the reason behind that?
So I think Accenture is quite unique in this. Well, I hope it's not unique, to be honest, because we strive to the 50-50, and I think we're really, really close every time, or even actually at the mark. Obviously, it differs in different areas of Accenture, but overall, I think that's one of the goals which I absolutely adore about Accenture. But I think the reason why there's not many women, or not as much as there should be, is because we're not starting from the level playing field. We start from our childhood. We start with, you need to behave in a certain way. Our independence, our outspokenness is not encouraged. Boys are raised differently than girls, and they're prepared to become someone different in life. So from bottom up, from the start, you are fighting against the current, really. So, and it has been happening for centuries and centuries, and unfortunately, it's still going to take a while to level the playing field. But once you, with that type of, I do respect some women are just, fierce and whatever development issues they had with their parents and their communities, they don't care. They just go for the goals, and I absolutely adore those women. But majority of us, no. It doesn't happen for majority of us. So we start off already from a different standing point, and in a situation where you're encouraged to fight for yourself, to be fierce, to be, no, this is my way or the highway, and which sometimes really happens in business. It's difficult. And our key speaker just spoke about, I want to be rated for my performance, for my skills, and not how I'm being perceived. It is what it is. I mean, we have to. So I think there's systemic issues that happen for women. That's why we're not there. But events like this will happen, and I hope it will encourage more and more women to get out there. And with more women on top, the culture might change. And I'm really hoping for that to happen, because, as AK said, we're different. We're not worse. We're not better. We're different. And companies with more diverse leadership perform better. That's proven. That's financially perform better.
Anna?
Yes, I totally agree, and definitely the history, or we have history also where women has been in NASA kind of working as a computers, and there was a lot of women in engineering work, but then there was a shift, and it came kind of a more male dominant area, and that is now something that we need to figure out, that and raise also, as we've been discussing here. AI now is more about the using it, understanding it in the business world, and then taking, in that sense, kind of the leadership. It doesn't need to be a technical background where what we need to have in order to be in the leadership positions. So therefore, I would raise that it's again, any generation kind of can take the leadership in this ID domain now, because it's not only about technical skills. It's really about strong know-how on your own domain, and then understanding in having a strong general know-how in this tech world. And that is doable. We can all kind of build those skills and without even going to the hard coding. So, and then definitely one topic is that we have more women that support other women and kind of call them in, encourage them as just happens. So therefore we need us colleagues to kind of support each other, hear each other, and recognize that, hey, why don't you join our team and be there? So therefore we need the women, first of all, more women to encourage more women to join. And once we are there together, we are also powerful, not kind of a competing. I'm not asking us to compete against somebody, but really this diverse thinking, diverse brains perspective in the field is needed.
Akasha, jak ty zachęciłabyś...
Akasha, how would you encourage women who are watching us right now to take up challenges in the IT industry, challenges associated with artificial intelligence, to want to pursue top positions, to feel that it's something for them?
Mieliśmy małą przerwę, ale już
We had a small technical glitch break, but we're back. Akasha, could you please answer the question I've just asked? How would you encourage women who want to take top positions, who would like to take this challenge? What would you tell them to close our debate?
I would say three things. Number one is curiosity. Curiosity is an attitude, is not something you learn. Neither is it something that you're necessarily born with. It is something that you have to inculcate and nurture. And I think not only in IT, but in any position, to reach to the top, you've got to be curious, because in a world that is changing as fast as our world, you need to keep learning. So be curious. Number two, confidence. Believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, no one else will. No matter what your upbringing, being at an event like this is 50% of the battle. The other 50% is going out and saying, I can, I will, because I can. So I think confidence is important. And the last thing I will say is community. So there are 3 C's. The community is really important. Surround yourself by people that you can learn from. Surround yourself with mentors. Go to events like these. You never know what you might learn. If you have a genuine interest in another human being and ask the right questions, you will learn. So surround yourself with the right community, and best of luck with everything.
Ciekawość, Moniko, co ty byś dodała?
Curiosity. Monica, what would you add?
Amen to everything you said. Absolutely, preach. The only thing I would add to this is I know it's sometimes difficult for a lot of women to think about, okay, just be confident. It's difficult. It's a personality thing. It's the way you've been raised. But there's no one who will do it for you. And I know a lot of women are, completely drowning with tasks, with life, with family, and they still manage to do it. And because no one does it for them. And if you think about it in the same way, no one's going to do it for you. You have to believe in yourself. And just do it. Just force yourself sometimes. Just do it. With time, it gets easier. So I would go with, empowerment. Just, believe in yourself. It's not going to be perfect. It never is perfect, and it doesn't have to be perfect. You're going to fail the first time. You're not going to be perfect the second time. But at some point, you're going to go like, I didn't even realize I'm doing it. It's going to happen. So just start. You have to start somewhere. So I believe in you, and I can only encourage everyone to start.
Czuję, jakbyś mówiła do mnie. Dokładnie to. Nie jesteś doskonała.
I feel as though you were speaking to me. You're not perfect. You don't have to be perfect to be good at what you're doing. I think each of us should repeat this to herself, looking in the mirror every day a few times. Anu, what would you like to add at the end?
I totally agree with my colleagues, and I'm happy that we haven't talked about fear actually today. So a lot when we talk about AI, it's about fear, and we haven't mentioned that. I think we didn't even mention that. So that's the thing also for anybody here now, that as you see, we can make it. It's about learning. It's about taking the time and really believing and facing that this is today. We all did it. We have been doing it. So you can do it too. And of course, I go back to my word learning. So it's a learning, take the time, and now takeaway is today also time not only listening, but doing these things.
Drogie kobiety, więc pamiętajcie, nie musicie być.
Dear ladies, so remember, you don't need to be perfect. Be curious and
idźcie w to, w co chcecie i czujecie, że będzie.
Do whatever you want, whatever you feel will be good for you. Thank you very much, ladies, for our interview. Our panelists were Monika Mrówka, Anu Pasirauste, and Akanksha Goel. Thank you very much for this interview.
Well, I think you'll all agree there was really a lot of motivating insights given by our panel just now. So thank you very much. Certainly a lot that I'm going to take home to think about, and I'm sure you listening as well. So we're on to our next panel, which will be equally inspiring. We will have a power speech, Women in IT, Overcoming Barriers and Discovering Untapped Potential. I think something that, we can all really find some insights that will speak to each of us individually there. That will be run by Vanessa Gentile from Bring Women Back to Work. And straight after that power speech, we will have our third debate, Employee Urgently Wanted. What competencies matter in today's market? And that debate has a fantastic lineup. Paula Lewandowska from Point72, Ola Suchorzewska from Accenture, Róża Szafranek from HR Hints, Susanna Laurin from Funka Foundation, and last but not least, Inga van Belle, European Women's Association. And that fantastic panel will be moderated by Michał Słojewski from Polska Sky. So with no further ado, let's start our power speech, Women in IT, Overcoming Barriers and Discovering Untapped Potential.
Hi. Today, I want to delve into a topic that resonates deeply with me, the power of women in the IT market. It's not just profession, it's a realm of possibilities, innovation, and untapped potential. So throughout my experiences, I have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact of women who can have in the technology industry. So the IT market, often perceived as a male-dominated domain, is evolving. It's crucial to not only aspire to be part of IT, but to actively engage and shape its future. I stand before you today as the founder of a nonprofit organization close to my heart. One of that is reshaping the narrative for women across Europe. My name is Vanessa Gentile, and I am the driving force behind Bringing Women Back to Work, who is operating in Switzerland, Germany, and Central Eastern Europe, with the support of 10 other amazing talents and volunteers 3 years. Bringing Women Back to Work was created to give women with a longer career break the opportunity to go back to work in a new industry. Why? Because we are hiring for attitude and train for skills. Every year, our organization orchestrates the triumphant return of over 70% of women to the labor market. We are not just bringing them back, we are empowering them, nurturing their talents, and creating opportunities for them to regain the momentum in their career. So, women who have taken career breaks bring a wealth of skills and knowledge, demonstrating the potential has no age date. 65% of those women in our program has a master's degree, 28 a university degree, and almost 3% a doctorate degree. Let me ask you, would you decline such potential candidate for your company? So Bring Women Back to Work are educating companies who sign up for becoming a hiring partner and access the amazing pool of talent to hire for attitude and train for skills. We do not have enough women in tech. In all countries, it's less than 20%. So it's our responsibility and the responsibility of every company to build skills with the fantastic minds out there. We are in an aging population. We need more people to work in the economy. More women have to rejoin companies, and companies have to build processes to retain, maintain, and bring talents back to the workplace. So this means they have to build a new way of onboarding, have a clear mentorship training, and support them throughout the way. Of course, this company will invest more with this kind of profile instead of somebody already from their own industry. But the return on investment is huge. These women will not only add diversity and diverse thinking to the company, but she will be one of the drivers of innovation in the company. She will be faithful, trustworthy, and committed to you and your company as no one else. On the other hand, and this is the topic of today, the main issue on the women's side is her confidence. We also hear that in many speeches already today, because as said, they are brilliant minds, but frustrated because they cannot find back, frustrated because she experienced so many rejections through the application process, frustrated because she is so long away from the workplace and she fears the unknown, frustrated because the job description are asking 1,000 things, but she say to me, I just met 60% of the criteria, so I will not apply. I'm not good enough. At Bringing Them Back to Work, we are married two sides, the amazing women and the company, and we will be happy for many, many years together. But let's dig into how to overcome barriers and successfully re-entering the workplace in a new industry as a woman after a career break. I never said it will be easy, but if you have the willingness, the curiosity, and you believe in change, then here are some tips that we included in our program, and I'm happy to share that with you. Skill assessment. Identify and assessment your existing skills. Do an assessment for yourself and find out what are your strengths and your weaknesses. What drives you and why? What are your values and why? What is your purpose in life? Another straightforward question to discover your purpose is simple. If you don't need money and you have everything you want, what is that you would like to do and why? Your skills. Take advantage of online courses, workshop, or certification to update your skills in line with the requirements of your next career step. This is what we do specifically in our program to re-enter in the new industry of IT. We have different topics like AI, digital disruption, and many other IT-specific topics. We are also training the women over the Salesforce Rehab platform to get them admin certified as we focus to increase the Salesforce ecosystem. Attend industry events, seminars, and networking function. Connect with professionals in the field to gain insights and potentially discover job opportunities. Offer your skills on a volunteer basis or consider internship to gain hands-on experience in the new industry. This can help bridge the gap on your resume. Join, for example, professional organizations related to the industry. Attend conferences. Stay informed about the industry trends and advancement. Tailor your resume to highlight relevant skills and experience. So now as you know your strength, use them, put them in. Optimize your LinkedIn profile, as LinkedIn nowadays can serve as your CV as well to showcase your experience and connect with professionals in the new field. Mentorship. Seek out a mentor in the industry who can provide guidance, advice, and support as you navigate your way back into the workplace or in the IT industry as the new industry. Coaching. In the program, we offer coaching, but you can search for coaches as well, as we have many very good coaches out there supporting you in different ways and areas you want to see improvements. And flexibility. Be open to part-time or flexible work arrangement initially. This can provide a smoother transition back into the workplace. This is why I'm such a fan of the IT space, because thanks to our industry, we're very flexible the way we work, and we can be perfectly combined with our private duties due to the flexibility of work. Stay updated on industry news, market trends, and the specific requirements of the roles you are targeting. But you know what? Most importantly, after all of these tips, stay close to your values. They are not negotiable. Your instinct is your North Star. Believe in it and execute on them. Embrace change because change will create a better version of you. Creativity led by curiosity is the foundation of strategic thinking. Stay curious. They will open many doors. And by the way, if the doors doesn't open, it was never yours. Move on. Ask for feedback from people that cares about you. The greatest gift you can receive for your growth. Develop performance of purpose is a great mindset of citizenship, and don't debate. Always have a dialogue. Treat each moment as an opportunity for transformational change. Accept every support you can get to become a better version of yourself independently who teaches you. It can be your child, it can be your mother, it can be your friend. Personal and professional growth always starts out of your comfort zone. So embrace change as an innovation moment. And last but not least, be kind because the world needs it. So if you want to stay in touch, please reach out to us on LinkedIn, Instagram, or simply by email or over our website. Thank you for having me and for asking my opinion on how to break barriers and uncovering untapped potential. Thank you and goodbye.
Join us for a free online event for women who want to consciously build their IT career, Women in IT Day.
To nie jest tak, że w IT pracują sami programiści. W moim zespole jest prawie połowa to kobiety.
Lectures, debates, workshops, speed mentoring, and a solid dose of knowledge, motivation, and inspiration.
Pracuję w IT.
Naprawdę każdy znajdzie stanowisko dla siebie.
Im więcej nas, tym lepiej.
Women in IT Day, the 15th of November. Sign up now at womeninitday.com. Join us for a free online event for women who want to consciously build their IT career, Women in IT Day.
To nie jest tak, że w IT pracują sami programiści. W moim zespole jest prawie połowa to kobiety.
Lectures, debates, workshops, speed mentoring, and a solid dose of knowledge, motivation, and inspiration.
Pracuję w IT.
Naprawdę każdy znajdzie stanowisko dla siebie.
Im więcej nas, tym lepiej.
Women in IT Day, the 15th of November. Sign up now at womeninitday.com. Join us for a free online event for women who want to consciously build their IT career, Women in IT Day.
To nie jest tak, że w IT pracują sami programiści. W moim zespole jest prawie połowa to kobiety.
Lectures, debates, workshops, speed mentoring, and a solid dose of knowledge, motivation, and inspiration.
Pracuję w IT.
Naprawdę każdy znajdzie stanowisko dla siebie.
Im więcej nas, tym lepiej.
Women in IT Day, the 15th of November. Sign up now at womeninitday.com.
Dzień dobry. Nazywam się Michał Słojewski.
Good morning. My name is Michał Słojewski.
Jestem przedstawicielem portalu
I
Polska Sky.
represent
Mam dzisiaj
Polska
ogromny
Sky
zaszczyt
portal, and I have a
prowadzić
great
debatę
pleasure to be the moderator of the debate
poszukiwanych
regarding
kompetencji na
new
rynku
competences
pracy,
which
branży
are wanted
technologicznej.
in the tech world.
W dniu dzisiejszym moimi gośćmi, czy uczestnikami
My
panelu,
guests today
5 wspaniałych kobiet.
are five wonderful women.
Od gości, którzy łączą się z nami.
Let me start with the guest joining us remotely from abroad.
Pani Inge van Belle,
Inge van Belle,
autorka,
speaker, author,
pracująca dla firm od Stanów
working for a
Zjednoczonych
company from the US to Middle East, highly experienced in communication,
firm
using
kultury organizacyjnej
tools to build organizational culture, to boost engagement in the hybrid and remote work environment.
Inge nas słyszy?
Inge, can you hear us?
Dobrze. Pani Susanna Lory.
Susanna Lory.
Hello. Od 30 lat specjalizuje się
For
w rozwoju
30
i
years
wsparciu osób z
specializing
niepełnosprawnościami.
in supporting
Uczy firmy,
people
jak
with
otworzyć się
disabilities,
na klientów,
teaching companies how to be
pracowników ze specjalnymi
open
potrzebami
to
poprzez
employees
zwiększenie
and to employees with
przystępności
special needs through
narzędzi
higher
i form przekazu.
accessibility of
Kieruje
their
grupą
companies
zadaniową
and
przy
manners of
Komisji
communication.
Europejskiej
She's
na
managing the
rzecz
task group
przystępności
at European
przestrzeni
Commission,
cyfrowej
and
w regulacjach unijnych.
she is taking care of the cyber more regulations in the EU. So I'm glad to welcome you and our guests in the studio. Let me start from my left-hand side, Dr. Aleksandra Suchorzewska from Accenture, Poland, Managing Director.
Bezpieczeństwo informacji i technologia, obszar jej specjalizacji.
Data security and technology, these are her fields of specialization, specializing in cyberterrorism.
Zwróciło moją uwagę ogromne.
What really caught my eye, it was her great experience
zdobywaniu wiedzy,
in acquiring knowledge. The Wrocław University of Technology
Uczelnia Łazarskiego i silna kobieta IT 2023.
and a strong woman in IT 2023. Welcome.
Point 72.
Dzień dobry.
Paula Lewandowska, Point 72, a recruitment manager in technology. She is opening Polish market to foreign companies, specialist and shared services center, and specializing in outsourcing of services. Welcome wholeheartedly over to Róża Szafranek. Good morning. High Heels, the founder and owner.
Wykładowczyni akademicka.
Lecturer on the Forbes list in 2022, strong woman in IT 2021, distinguished by My Company and Brief, supporting companies in scaling up their activities and in hiring right people at right time. She's been acquiring knowledge in psychology and management, and she's using all her competence at her work. That was exactly how it went. Okay, so now let's move towards our questions today. And let's start with a question concerning what are you looking for at your candidates? What is number one? What is the must-have competence you're looking for? And for all people new in the sector, how employers evaluate and discern the right mix of competence, the right mix of technical skills and soft skills in the recruitment process, in the process of acquiring competence. So we are not only talking about people, but about competence which are behind them. So
aby skutecznie
what to do and what would you recommend to the people entering the IT world in order to aptly present their capabilities? Thank you very much. So let me start with the first part of the question. So what kind of competence we're looking for and what's most important? So the problem is that nothing is the most important. Everything is equally important. But what are we looking for? We're looking for three key areas. Of course, tech competence is of high importance, but let me stress that nowadays tech competence in one field is not enough anymore. In my team, I'm repeating to all our team members that we need to stand on two legs. We need to have knowledge and combine knowledge from at least two realms, to switch to from one to another. So recommendation, please do not become specialists only in one field, but look for some complementary topics and fields in order to develop your technological skills and knowledge. So tech knowledge is very important. This is a must-have, but it's not the most important for sure. The second component I'd like to discuss is the topic related to soft skills. It's very important, and all topics related to communication, a capability of communicating, whether we are good listeners, whether we can take a look and see the other person, something women are good at. That's a very important element that we would like to draw our attention to. So not only technical competence, but also soft skills. This is something that you should boost and which you should develop. For us women, it's something completely natural, but the third area, which emerged quite recently, at least with people, when talking to people we're recruiting, this is everything which is related to attitude, the attitude towards many different factors. For sure, this is our attitude towards other people, the capability of understanding other people, to find yourself in somebody else's shoes. So our attitude or approach to other employees, co-workers, to supervisors, to managers, and towards the customer. And also your attitude towards the company. What is our attitude to our duties? And what can be really interesting to all of you, your attitude towards the world, so towards all the problems we're experiencing, climate, all sad things going on around, positive mindset, positive thinking, looking for the bright side. So your attitude towards everything that is surrounding us. So it's not so difficult to check this, because if you ask good questions, you can see not only technical skills, but another human being in your candidate, and that's the most important. Here I'd like to add one thing to build on what was said by the first speaker. Of course, the key factor is that we're looking for candidates with the perfect combination of hard skills and soft skills. So soft skills, which were listed by you, it is the willingness and appetite for knowledge, for learning. It's something which is important not only for young people entering the job market, but also young candidates. I think that throughout our professional career, to be productive, to develop, to self-grow, it's the most important, and the recent years have shown that it's very important for all of us to be open to so-called reskilling, not only upskilling and self-development all the time, but also being ready that if the market and the rules governing the world, if they go in a given direction, we would follow this direction, and to be able to do so, we need to be open and we need to learn all the time. So flexibility, greater flexibility, yes, indeed.
Ja bym dodała do tego, tak żeby nie powtarzać tego co dziewczyny powiedziały. Takiej ważnej kompetencji, która do tej pory, tak jak my patrzymy w skali,
mention one competence which was underestimated.
Mówiliśmy bardzo długo,
or misunderstood even. For a long time, when we hired to technology, we were talking and we were looking for people with stress resilience or psychic resilience, mental resilience, and there is nothing like mental resilience, which is an innate, an inborn feature. This is a competence
odkształcamy się, jest
So we are affected by difficult situation, and then we go back to normal. So we're looking for the potential in people, that if you are in trouble, what is your competence to cope with difficult situations? And another important competence is so-called intrapersonal competence. So how you accept feedback in the situation when the majority of company, they are implementing great changes, some market pivots, some exploration of new markets, change or development of new features in the direction which is completely out of the blue. So something which is really expected from the employees is to accept feedback. It's not like you know that it's about you, that it touches you deeply. But if you used to do something and it is no longer valid, you need to adapt and you need to accept feedback. And more often we're looking for the capability of accepting and collecting feedback from the market. So the ability to listen and to hear, because for a long time we thought that sales is about USP and it's good for extroverts. And in fact, it appeared that introverts, they're good listeners and they are perfect in sales. So when we work in the hybrid environment, we need to listen and read between lines very often. So having such radar is very important. If I were to comment, it's absolutely crucial. And I think it's one of the most important features in the context of employees. But also if we have people applying for leadership positions, this is the key leadership capability to give good feedback. It's great. It's a great capability, a great skill to know how to share feedback, to be very precise, to be very concise, to listen to the different voices from the environment and in the context of a crisis we're experiencing now as we work from home and we can see our peers and we don't know what is on the other side. Why our employees under deliver, why they get negative feedback. Sometimes there are great and difficult life issues behind that, and I know that it's entering somebody's private life, but sometimes as managers we need to be able to see such problems, such social problems, and adapt our feedback to the situation. Because we're living in difficult times, and the ability to listen, to see the other person, another human being, is of high importance. So in fact we are still in the field of interpersonal skills. We're talking about attitudes, we're talking about communication and communication skills, which are valued more. Yes, because now we're talking about concrete things, at last. Because, well, sometimes I heard, you know, how is it with people? It's always difficult with people, or, communication problem. And now we boil it down to some concrete issues and some concrete competence that you can name and you can check. Let me add one thing and comment on what was said by Róża, because you touched upon a very, very important topic of resilience. It's not like that we as employers, we expect young people entering the job market to be ready to react under high pressure. Of course, I know that this is our responsibility as employer, people who have some level of seniority, to teach people joining organizations how to cope with stressful situations, how to manage some critical situations, and how to make life easier, and how to direct your career not to get affected personally by such bad situations, because stress at work is something which has always been there. So let me invite to this discussion Inga. Inga, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Chciałbym zaprosić Ingę.
I'd like to invite Inga and Susanna to this discussion. Inga, could you comment on what was said about the competence looked after at young employees?
Yes, so indeed a few very valid points by the ladies here. Maybe what I could add to what the ladies have said is when I look at candidates, maybe I would also say I look for that special, let's say, X factor. So obviously I will not ask the candidates to sing during an interview, but of course I mean that special something that applies to your specific organization. So just like the other ladies, I'm a bit reluctant to overemphasize the specific technical skills. But I would definitely say that, especially now with AI coming and changing the whole workplace, I would say it's about the learning mindset. It's about the growth mindset. And this is really something that stands out, because there's so many skills now that we will still have to learn on the job. So it will really be the learning and growth mindset, like Carol Dweck has elaborated on a lot of times, that will make that difference. So those who are keen to join you on the journey, to make mistakes, to take responsibility, to have that intrapreneurship, to be accountable, those will be the ones that are potentially leaders in your organization. Even if it's sometimes there's a small journey that they make, but they really become, let's say, the directors of their own life. And this is something we should all look for nowadays. Now, another thing that I could add to what the ladies have said is when I also work with Stanton Chase, I'm a partner with Stanton Chase, and that's a global leadership firm. When we look at candidates, we actually use a fit for purpose framework. And the first is like the Olympic minimum, let's say, it's the foundation. It's about the technical skill sets, experience, competences, etc. Great, fantastic. Then we have the second pillar that was also touched upon today is about leadership behavior, of course. We identify as future leaders who can navigate that complex IT landscape. But the third pillar that I haven't heard today is also about culture, the cultural factor. So because you can have the perfect technical skills, you can be a fantastic leader, but if your values, your preferences, your whole inner DNA, let's say, if that does not match to the organization's DNA, or if you cannot adapt to the DNA of the organization, it won't last. It's simply not going to work. So that's what makes a difference, because I really believe that skills and competencies can be taught. It is something that can be developed, but if the basics of the DNA is different, then it won't work.
Bardzo ci dziękuję. Susanna?
Thank you very much. Susanna?
Yes, so many good things has already been said, I think, on a general scale. But to me, of course, the perspective of accessibility is the most important skill or competence that everyone should try to acquire if you want to enter into the IT sector. Today, we have already European legislation, so all European member states, the public sector body websites and apps need to adhere to accessibility requirements, meaning that they should be possible to be used by people no matter of their abilities, even if you're blind or deaf or have motor impairments or cognitive impairments or dyslexia or something like that. You have the right to get all the information from a public digital service. And this has been already happening since 2018. And I was leading a review of this legislation where I did interviews with all monitoring agencies in each member state, and everyone said the same thing, and also many of the public sector bodies who are in scope of this directive, which is we are still having a large lack of expertise. We need developers, designers, UX designers, graphical designers, content managers, project managers, content creators, video producers, all different skills in ICT with a speciality on knowledge on accessibility. So this is something that is lacking across Europe and even more so in the eastern part, but really it's a common problem all over, and it will increase even more. The demand for people who have basic skills in accessibility, in accessible digital development and design will increase even more, because in June 2025, we will have another EU-wide legislation covering certain products and services, which means that also private sector, no matter if it's banking or e-commerce, computers, smartphones, emergency, everything that has to do with consumer services and many other sectors, also transportation, everything that has to do with the digital interfaces there, and even self-service terminals have to comply with these regulations on accessibility. So these regulations are fantastic in the way that they are making sure that the digital revolution, if you will, all the IT services that many of us take for granted, will also be providing service to people with disabilities and many elderly and migrants and other who also benefit from accessibility. So it's really a fantastic legislation out there, but the need for experts in this field and the need for just basic knowledge on accessibility is enormous. So for anyone that want to make sure that you have a job in the IT sector, I would say make sure that you learn about accessibility and study the standards and the legal requirements, because then there will always be a need for your competence. And then when it comes to more of the soft skills, like the communication skills and the curiosity and the willing to learn and feedback and all of that, I definitely agree on all of this, of course. That's kind of a holistic thing. But even more so in a diverse world, when we want our workplaces to be inclusive to people with all sorts of abilities and coming from different parts of the world and age and gender, and it doesn't matter what we talk about, but we want to be diverse and inclusive. And then I think also the competence and the knowledge about how the IT sector works for people with disabilities, that's really a very important kind of core knowledge and understanding that also helps being open in your attitude towards other challenges in the workspace. And my personal one of the important things that I look for when it comes to soft skills, apart from what has already been said, is also really the curiosity and wanting to see things as solving problems, not just focusing on problems, but really coming up with solutions. So if you have kind of a problem-solving mind, I think that is also something very valuable in the IT sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Chciałbym was zapytać.
I would like to ask you
o radę.
For advice.
Wyobraźmy sobie, że
Let's imagine I am looking for a job. As a person from outside the IT industry, I'd like to enter this industry. The industry is very interesting for me. So far, my scope of experience was limited to air traffic management. The industry from which I originate, it's quite specialized. It requires certain stress resilience, certain ability to quickly make decisions. I am experienced in carrying out and supervising projects with a certain IT component in them. However, I focused or was responsible more for the functional than technical side of these projects. I also have a certain management experience of middle level management for a few years. What kind of new competencies acquiring should I focus to enter the tech industry? What should I be ready, prepared for?
Czy zmieniamy kolejność
Róża.
teraz? I ja zaczynam.
How about you now? Okay, let me start now. All right. I would like to draw your attention to two things in what you are asking about. The first one is a skill to build analogies and to draw conclusions from the experience you already have. So if you're looking for a specific position, or if you choose 3 positions to which you want to apply, you get to know the things that are done in such work. For example, you want to be an IT project manager. You go to 3 webinars or 3 articles. You find out more or less to get the best possible understanding of what such a person in your position of a dream does, and the key thing will be to show what your experience so far can be useful in, how little effort will the higher level manager employing you have to invest in onboarding you, because people want employees who will come and be ready straight away. They don't have time for onboarding. Of course, our answer as HR specialists is that there are no ready-made candidates in the market, because there are no candidates who know your company. Onboarding is getting to know the culture of your work. So, reducing this effort for the person who hires you is to focus on what you can draw from your previous experience. This is the first thing I would focus on. The second pivotal thing I would focus on is to show how you solve problems, what your attitude towards things is, the best recruitment processes in terms of effectiveness after 3 months and 6 months of candidates coming to work, and those who stay longest in working environments are candidates who have been checked. This has already been said about problem solving. We do not ask how you would tackle a situation, getting out of a jar. We don't ask such questions in the recruitment interview, because quite often they don't check a lot. We don't set the table on fire and check how the person will react. It used to be popular in recruitment. This is gone now. We ask people how they would tackle problems, how would they deal with a problem. This is always verified in good recruitment processes, and the way candidates speak is in a good situation. I don't know the answer to this question, but if I came across such a situation at work, I would look for this, and that. I would start doing this, and that, because this is my attitude. This is my way of thinking. This is what you have to show to increase your chances. If you allow, I'd like to ask Inga to change the order a little bit. Inga, what would your advice be? How would you support me entering this this industry, quite unknown to me so far?
Well, actually, Michel, you gave away the answer in your question, right? Because you mentioned that you come from an industry that is highly specialized and that requires stress resistance and quick decision making. So me, from my point of view, being in the IT, when I look at somebody with your profile, well, I think you would be of great added value. If you wanted to transition to IT, I would not advise you to get obsessed with those technicalities, because in IT, just like in ATM, functional and technical aspects will always intersect. Looking at myself, for example, I have worked in IT for years. Now, I didn't do any engineering or technical studies. I studied law of all things, right? I hardly know how to write code. But I was specifically recruited at that time. Why? Well, to do business development, to do consulting, but specifically because of that general background that I have. So building a successful organization doesn't mean that you always have to recruit lookalikes. That is also diversity. So for myself, for my own career, I started with a very basic understanding of those IT products, of an IT environment. But of course, luckily, I had lots of, let's say, geeky colleagues on my side to support me and who allowed me to thrive. So I would actually say, given your managerial background that you have, your skills in project management that you already have, the team leadership that you have, well, all these things would be quite beneficial. And it might even be an advantage that you come from another industry, specifically in aviation, because maybe you can use best practices from your own industry that aren't embedded in that specific IT organization yet. So that would be even an extra asset that you would add to that recruitment. So my prediction is personally, if you present that blend of project management, technical awareness, and your adaptability, that your transition would be really quite seamless.
Thank you. Aleksandra.
Komentarz, może trochę z innej strony,
Alexandra,
co zostało przed chwilą
a
powiedziane.
few words of commentary to what has just been said. I don't want you to come with a conclusion from this panel that soft skills are the most important problem solving and so on. In our industry, technical skills are very important. And I'll be honest with you that when I hire people to our company, I pay a lot of attention to their technological background.
I oczywiście umiejętność uczenia się,
the ability to learn, the willingness to learn is very
ale tak
important.
naprawdę trzeba ją
But
później wdrożyć w życie.
it has to be implemented. You have to have time to learn.
Proszę
So,
pamiętać, że
please remember
podstawy
that
trzeba budować,
the basics
podstawy trzeba
have
mieć.
to be there. You have to have them. You have to spend time on long courses. You have to be able to learn.
To całe życie.
I do it all my life.
Pamiętam, kiedy się nie
I
uczyłam.
can't remember a time in my life when I wasn't learning. I learn every day. I get new certificates continuously, even though right now I manage a huge team and someone might ask, why do you need that? The answer is to be a partner, to talk to my clients. These days our clients have a lot of technological knowledge. If you want to be a partner for them, to talk to them, we need to be very good at it ourselves. So what has been said about learning, continuous perfecting our knowledge, I wanted to be to sound quite loud. Just soft skills are not sufficient. So learning, getting new technical skills is very, very important. I just wanted to ask that I fully agree with what you said, and I also grabbed the mic to comment on just that, on technical skills, which are very important. And it's not just about working with clients. It's not just positioning yourself towards your team and being a great leader for the team through good understanding of what we are working on of the process, the project, but also those technical skills allow you to quickly take the right decisions. This is the basis. As what Inga spoke about gives you additional points, my experience from the past, which I can use, apply to the new environment. But if at the stage of applying to an organization you don't have this basis, then you have to educate yourself earlier, not when you already join the organization and the team, but prior to joining it. It is good to explore this area which you are going to join. Thank you very much for your advice. Now, Susanna, I'd like to come back to the topic you raised, the opening new doors, the new, quickly growing area of accessibility. Is this an area where also technical skills are very important, or is it more, even though it's still IT, Or is it more available for me as a person from the outside? For example, because it is being developed right now, and that the legislation, the regulations are going to come in force in the coming years.
So I think it's. I agree with what has already been said. It's always a bit repetitive when you are the last speaker, but I think accessibility is not different than any other IT thing. You need to know your stuff. I agree. You need the technical skills, of course, but I also think that the IT sector is more than just coding, and that goes for accessibility as well. There is also design parts, there are graphical design, there are kind of the content creation and so on. So there's a lot of creativity, and not everything is super technical, even in an IT company, and that is the same also for accessibility. So you need to know, you have to have the basic knowledge before entering the industry, no matter if it's in accessibility or just generic ICT. But I agree with the lifelong learning, and because of the technical development right now is so quick across all sectors with all the emerging technologies and XR and AI and whatever, that every one of us need to continue to learn and continue to be curious and solve new problems and discover new things in technology. So I don't think there's a difference between the accessibility field as such, which is a kind of a niche, but also goes across all the IT sector. So it's part of the basic knowledge that everyone should have. And then some people will need to be the experts in accessibility as such. But really, my main message is that everyone studying ICT or working in ICT need to add at least the basic skills of accessibility, because that is already required in some part of society and will soon be required in almost every section of society, and especially in the IT sector, because the IT sector supplies the organizations that are in scope of the legislation. But I think I really liked what Inga said about diversity in the workforce. So it's a little bit hard to give advice in a kind of a fictive question like this, because it really depends on the size of the company and the tasks you should be doing and so on. So I agree with both. You need to know that the technical parts of the content of what you're going to do, your competence, you need to have that specific competence before entering in the role. On the other hand, I think a good employer would see the skills that you have from other parts and see that could probably benefit in an organization, so that everyone is not just a copy of the previous one you hired. And that goes not only for this specific case, but also, of course, for making sure that we employ people with different backgrounds in age and gender and so on. So it's really that kind of diversity is also covering the competence and background. I think that's an important thing for all employers. That said, that's not always happening in the workplace. Many employers are a little bit kind of square in the way they look at competencies, unfortunately, but hopefully that is changing as well.
Nie spodziewałem się, że będzie łatwo i potwierdziłyście to.
I did not expect it to be nice and smooth and easy, but you confirmed that I was right, so I need to work on myself before I deep dive into this idea. So a few weeks ago, in an interview
dla Polska Sky
for Polska Sky,
Joanna Pruszyńska-Witkowska.
Joanna Pruszyńska-Witkowska was the interviewee, one of the speakers from Future Colors today.
Że dla jej firmy
She said that for her company, the most important target group is women.
Dla mnie bardzo ciekawą biznesową przyczynę wskazała tego stanu.
And there is a business case behind that.
Wskazując, że
she pointed out that this is the most feminist professions are the first one to be automated on a mass scale.
Wejście rozwiązań informatycznej.
So the emergence and application of IT solutions will put women at danger on the job market. because they will be the first in need to reskill. And you as experts in looking for new competence, have you adapted the quality of your activities? Do you agree with the topic? Do you think that that you should encourage women to enter into the realm of IT in order to strengthen this group of people in their reskilling?
Myślę, że jeszcze do tej pory aż tak dużo nie zostało.
I think that up to now, not much has been done in order to encourage women to IT sector as much as during last few years. So there are a lot of programs encouraging women to join IT companies. There are special meetings at universities with female students, but we start a little bit too late to raise awareness of women. I think that's something we should really focus on. It's the area which is potential, which is still untapped. So these are meetings at primary schools and high schools, because when we start to encourage women to join organizations, we have a limited talent pool. So this is a group of women who have already specialized in IT, who have already chosen their career path, who have already made that decision to enter the world of technology. So we can just compete for these women and to recruit one of them to our company. But the supply of women in IT is the same. So demand is getting higher and higher, but supply is staying flat. So I think that something we could really do as employers, is that maybe not encourage, but to show the rules of the game in IT. So some potential career path to women at an early stage. And I'm talking about primary schools and high schools. So I think that this is something which is missing. Inge, could you comment on that? The same question.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, sure. So absolutely, I agree. It's all about education. And of course, we need to do a lot extra to bring women to the IT sector. So this has been tackled. But let me go back to your to the question, actually. So if I agree with what was said in the interview, I think it's quite an interesting perspective. And Joanna brings up a valid point. And historically, it has been a fact that jobs that are traditionally associated with women might have been susceptible to that mass automation. But I also think that we have already had several, let's say, evolutions of work. Let's, for example, think of the Industrial Revolution that we had quite some time ago. It also has changed the workplace drastically. However, I understood that the statement that Joanna made was made more into a specific context that might be happening in Poland or in Eastern or Central Europe. I do believe that, of course, while you might be at the dawn of that automation happening now, I also think that it will probably coincide, or most probably coincide, or even be overshadowed by the AI revolution that we're in. And that brings the whole discussion to another level. Then it's not just about feminized jobs that are maybe threatened here, but it's anyone that might be threatened here. So especially now, and 2 weeks ago, I was at a summit organized by Fast Company, and one of the CEOs there, of the CEO of Astratech and Botim, his name is Abdallah Abu Sheikh. You should look him up. It's a fantastic person, very controversial personality too. He said he predicts that AI will significantly impact our jobs within 6 to 9 months. And when I talk our jobs, I mean our job, everyone's job, each single one of us. So I think the discussion should be more about that we all should reflect on how we can embrace this and what it means for us. And of course, when we talk about automation or AI, it's taking over a lot of tasks that we might see a bit as routine tasks or tedious tasks, or maybe tasks that are dangerous. So it's also a good thing, I believe. So, and that is something that we should think of. Because it brings us back to a very philosophical discussion of what actually makes us human. What are we good at as humans? Maybe it's time also to think of, well, what are we traditionally lacking in jobs? A lot of managers have been so busy in the past years that they have not been able to focus on the human aspect of work. Mentoring, their emotional intelligence, using their skills, emotional skills to help their team members. So now, especially now, I think if women are entering the job industry in IT, well, that could be exactly something that could be an asset, because traditionally women are better at listening, are better in emotional intelligence. So maybe that could also be just a moment when all these revolutions or evolutions are happening at the same time. Maybe it could also be an invite or an invitation for women to think about what makes their skills specific, what their strengths are, and then they might be able to take on that role. So yes, so it's a chance, and I think we have to grab that opportunity.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Mogę jedno słowo
Thank you very
komentarza?
much. Can I comment on that? In fact, I know that we're running out of time so shortly, but I would end with in a positive note. Yesterday, I visited my friends. They have a daughter. She's a student, her first year of Warsaw University of Technology, and I asked how many women, how many girls are there at your faculty, and she said, "Well, I think about 40%. It's a fantastic news. I think that the time will come that it will be 50%, but this is something absolutely different from the times when I was a student myself. So I think that the direction is good, and we're waiting for the women. I would like to have more women in my team, and I think that we've been doing a lot in order to encourage women and to attract women. And this is our role as mothers, to show this path to our daughters. And Róża, over to you. And I would add one thing which is related to role modeling. There is a famous quote that, what can I do as a woman in order for other young girls and young women to show them the way? And just be successful. This is the famous answer to this question. So it's not like that, because and it's also about fathers, of course. Well, yeah, it goes beyond any doubt that it also refers to daddies, but it's very interesting. When we're taking a look at the findings of research, when a girl is taking a look at a successful father, it's not the same script. It's not the same that you share your personal and professional obligations. You are in good relationship, you have friends, and at the same time you are successful in setting up companies, selling companies, and being successful in business. There is nothing better than that, and that's a positive news that it is so. And maybe such a role modeling could be programmed. So we're listening to Asia.
Bardzo wam dziękuję za dzisiejsze spotkanie.
Thank you very much for your commitment, and thank you very much for your involvement in this discussion, for being here. A great pleasure, and I've learned a lot myself, and thank you once again. Thank you.
Of poignant messages in that last debate. I think for everyone, not only for women, everyone I think has been thinking these last months, is AI going to take over my job? So a lot of food for thought again in that panel. Now, I want to remind you to visit the expo area and the recruitment sections in the expo area during the breaks, during the parts between the debates. Please take advantage of that opportunity. But our next power speech, and I love the title of the speech, We Did It. So a very positive message straight away there. And this is going to be run by the co-founder of Future Collars, Joanna Pruszyńska-Witkowska. So we're very excited about that. But before Joanna joins the stage and we start her fantastic power speech, we will have our fourth debate straight afterwards, but I'll tell you about it now. It's also very positive. It's also called I Did It. Success in IT is my achieved goal. So we'll be looking forward to that straight after Joanna's power speech. And in that panel, we will have Iga Dziewguć from PwC, Katarzyna Blachowicz from Centralny Ośrodek Informatyki, Karolina Gałka, Power BI Advisor Norian Accounting, Anna Niejełów, who's a software tester, so that should be an interesting insight, and Anna Jeziorska from Masterborn. Now, that whole panel will be moderated by Anna Sańczuk from Vogue PL. So some great sessions coming up. And now we will go straight to Joanna and the We Did It Power Talk.
Hello. I'm very proud and honored to speak in front of you and talk about the story of Future Collars. And it's not a business tale, it's a journey of hope, resilience, and the power of believing in oneself, even when odds seem against you. Picture this, two women, both over 50, standing at the crossroads of their life, fueled by a desire to make a difference. That's where Beata and I found ourselves. I was already 20 years in public relations communication departments and working for many, many industries. And I was no longer able to read through a tender for a brand will be a soda with sugar. Once noting that, I said there's much more for me in the world and there's much more meaningful things I can do for the rest of my life. I'm almost 50, but I'm probably going to live until 500. And sure, I want to do the rest of my life working on that. No. And there's much more on the world for me to do. Beata, on the other side, she terminated her contract as a board member of Warsaw Stock Exchange. She's one of the few women in the world who had this amazing position. But she also felt that she needs something real change from her conservative financial world to be closer to real people and have positive impact on them. We weren't just looking to start a business. We wanted to create something meaningful, something with a purpose. And the idea was very bold. Two women, one from tech, one from finance, wanted to create something totally unconventional. The idea was very bold. We aimed to reach those often left behind in the fast-paced world of technology. Women from small towns, young mothers, carers of disabled people, individuals whose jobs just were automated, people who found it challenging to study full-time. We envisioned an online education platform, and that was way before the COVID, which we're going to instructor-led, where the individuals will learn, grow, and thrive. We also studied the trends. We knew that the future of work is totally changing. There's going to be probably 40% of jobs which are absolutely going to be away, that people, over 380 million people just in Europe and worldwide, have to retrain, reskill very quickly. Otherwise, they're going to be no longer attractive on the market. They will no longer have jobs for them. And we also knew that's going to be the jobs will be in tech. And there's other thing which really we knew from the beginning, that women are important for technology, that technology needs women. And statistics show us that you need to involve 50% of the population to create great services, great products, which could actually be adaptive for all of us. And at the moment, as we talk about so many times here at the panels, 85%, still 85%, 84% worldwide workforce are male. They decide what we're going to use. They decide where we're going to apply. So just think of it, why we are far behind. So that was a goal. And also, we also knew that this IT is not only coding, that there's so many other positions you can do, from developing, creating, sustaining, and testing the products in IT. So we knew everyone can find a space. There's a space for everyone talent. And that was something which drive us. We knew there's so much in cloud computing, UX design, data science, Power BI, big data, cybersecurity. You're going to meet all through the day all these amazing women who are really working and doing impact in technology today. And we knew that this is something we want to do. So that's how actually Future Colors created. And I won't sugarcoat it. The path was not very smooth. There were moments filled of doubt and fear. Times when once and many times I had whispered, is it really possible? Can we do it without tech background, with limited funds? But here's the thing. In these moments of uncertainty, that our true strength is tested. Have you ever faced the situation that is critical in your head? That someone say, you're not going to do it, you're not going to achieve it, you're too old, you don't have the skills, there are better people who can be better for the jobs? Just listen to yourself and think sometimes, what are you saying to yourself? Is this critical or is it uplifting? Well, for Beata and me, those moments were very many. But we chose to listen to a different voice, and more persistent one that said, keep going. Your dream matters. Don't give up. What you do makes sense. And it is that voice, that belief in our mission, which turned Future Colors from mere idea to reality. But what also gave us this amazing engine, which amazing boost for every day, are the stories of alumni. A woman who made this change in her life, despite her age. For example, Maria, who was a lady who had 55-year-old who worked for a company for 30 years. And she was out of job because there was huge changes in her company. But she didn't feel that this is finished. She actually approach us and help with us to develop a special track for her. And she decided to be a software testing. 2 weeks after graduating, at the age of 55, being accountant for most of her life, she became a software tester for a big tech company as a junior IT specialist at the age of 55. Or there's Isabel, a wonderful lady who actually had maternity leave, and she found out there's a new placement for her. There's a new position waiting for her at the company. Again, she felt miserable. Again, she thought, what's she going to do? And then she looked in depthly inside of her, and she said, well, I always like business. I like the analysis side of the business. And then she approached us, and what can I do? And we offer her data science. She became a Power BI specialist, and I have to tell you, her career just skyrocketed. And something with bidding, I'm no longer available. I no longer have skills which people can find and useful in the company. Now she has many offers and many possibilities to change and think again about her position. And also it was really great friend of mine, Magda, whose dream was to move out from Poland because she wanted to move to a country which is much more welcoming for people from LGBTQ background. And there was not much she could do because she was working in HR before. So how she can really go to another country working as HR without knowing the network? Well, she was really good in terms of people skills. So what she chose to is become a Scrum Master. She now lives in Amsterdam. She's very happy. She loves the neighborhood where she can really thrive and feel comfortable at being herself. And that was because technology gave us. She learned something important, but it's also important in Poland, in Amsterdam, or in Berlin. She has really great skills, and that's what technology drives. So our journey of Future Color has for us invaluable lessons we'd like to share with you. It tells us mostly that the age is just a number, and that's never to lose. It's never too late to propose your dreams. That the challenges we are faced are not the signs, just stop signs, but sign spots guiding us towards growth and resilience. So I want you to keep that in mind when you think about, should I do it? Yes, you should do it. Listen to yourself because you have all the skills inside of you which you develop over the years. It's not something you're just starting from the beginning. We have the soft skills which was given to us through different industry where we build. And most of all, believe that you can do it. Of course, it will take time. It's resilience you have to learn, but yes, it's possible. And just to conclude and actually going towards forward, I like to remind you of the words of Diana Knight. I don't know if you know her. She's the 64-year-old open water swimmer who actually you can look in Netflix because it's a big, wonderful movie with Jodie Foster of her. And that phone has used her words she used when she swam after the 5th time at the age 64, 170 kilometers swim from Cuba to Key West. She said when she walked out from the water, first thing, you should never give up. And remember that. It was for us and also for everyone. It resonated deeply with us, and I think it should resonate with everyone. It's a journey you're doing, and the journey is important. Even at one point, you decide that IT is not really for you. You're not going to be a coder, or you don't want to be a designer. Just think about the language you learn in coding or understanding technology, and it truly explores opportunity which provides you technology at itself. So just think this is a journey that you're going to learn, and you're not sure what is actually to be the final destination, but is a great thing to do. Second thing she said, it's never too late to chase your dreams. It was true for us, Beata and me, who we're living proof of that. But I think it's also that important that you think that we're all going to live probably under 100. So if you are today stuck at your job, if you are today working something you don't want to be, and you're not happy, doesn't resonate with you, don't continue. Just think about there's many other things you can do. As was said at this debates, technology will need women, and just think about what your role you want to do and start exploring. And third thing, which is I think extremely important in the takeout, you're not alone. This is not, as I said, Diana, it's not solitary sport, just like open water swimming. It is a team. For Future Colors, of course, it was created through a team, one of people who actually supported us and grow with us. And also we had an amazing team of people. Companies actually present today, amazing speakers you're going to see today. They always give us this kind of power and belief in ourselves. And this is something I take out for all of you too. When you decide to make this change, when you decide to make this major step to reskill, actually grow in your career, think that you're not alone. First of all, you have to get a support team of family, of your partners, so who give you time so you can actually reskill, you can invest in your time in technology, you invest in time in learning. But also, there is so many people who want there to help you. Reach out to the network, reach out to places like our Future Colors, and we will support you. We'll help you to find your way and let you get your dream coming, so you're not alone. And now I want to just finish but inviting you to this amazing session, which we repeat every year for the 5th time. It's not learning from us, but actually it's learning from the woman who did this, had this change in their heart, and they took the journey all by themselves. So please welcome, and then I think Tessa would introduce an amazing woman who did it. He actually changed and now working in IT. And I hope that will inspire you to make this actually a huge move. And we hope we're going to support you on that journey. Thank you very much.
Join us for a free online event for women who want to consciously build their IT career, Women in IT Day.
To nie jest tak, że w IT pracują sami programiści. W moim zespole jest prawie połowa to kobiety.
Lectures, debates, workshops, speed mentoring, and a solid dose of knowledge, motivation, and inspiration.
Pracuję w IT.
Naprawdę każdy znajdzie stanowisko dla siebie.
Im więcej nas, tym lepiej.
Women in IT Day, the 15th of November. Sign up now at womeninitday.com.
Dzień dobry, ja się nazywam Anna Sańczuk i mam ogromną przyjemność.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Sańczuk. I have the great pleasure to welcome all those present here and there before the screens, both the ladies on stage and those watching us at the next debate of the 5th Career Day, Women in IT. This debate is special. I did it. IT success is the goal I achieved. It's the meeting with wonderful women who have done this, who have taken this step, who have transferred to the IT industry. After the great power speech by Joanna Pruszyńska-Witkowska, now we're going to listen to real stories, stories of women who changed the industries they work in, who are successful in IT, who develop. Technology changes the world, and this change is also women. And today we're going to prove it, and we're going to speak about it. We will talk about how they do it, how they did it, and this might motivate more ladies to do that. Let me introduce my guests. I'm sure they will speak about themselves in more detail in a minute.
po kolei od
So,
mojej
starting
strony.
from my
Iga
left-hand
Dziewguć,
side, Iga
czyli,
Dziewguć,
menadżerka
that is the
w zespole SAP
SAP manager at PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Następnie
Next,
Katarzyna Blachowicz, która
Katarzyna
znana jest
Blachowicz,
jako osoba patrząca od
who is here with us as the person looking from the other side, from the mentoring side, Deputy Director of the Central IT Center, an IT manager with many years of experience, and also she was behind the idea for the new UI IT program in IT Professionalism Has No Gender, which is to encourage women to enter the IT industry. And the next guest, Karolina Gałka,
jest w tej chwili na stanowisku controlling
who is the controlling specialist with Power Business Intelligence at Norian. Hello, Karolina.
I dwie Anny. Tak się
And
składa, że
two
dzisiaj mamy nadpodaż
Annas, so we have a large supply of Annas, Anna Niejełow, who is a software tester at Tarkus,
i Anna
and Anna Jeziorska, Scrum Master at Masterborn, one of the
wrocławskich, tak?
Wrocław software houses, as far as I know. So, ladies, before we move to the interview itself, let me quote just two numbers, a few facts, a few numbers from the last research by Future Callers on reskilling, changing the industry and the situation of women in this market.
Szczegóły znajdziecie na stronie.
You may find details at reskilling.pl. Let me just say that unfortunately now only 15 to 17% of employees in IT are women, and surely this needs to be changed. The second important point is that over half the women working in IT have graduated from IT studies, so you do not have to work directly with encoding, with development to work in IT. There are other positions in this world too. And one more thing, very important, it is that women, more than men, demonstrate the willingness to change their professional path. 60% of them consider changing the industry. They believe they have an opportunity to change, but they are often afraid of the change. So today we will try to tackle these fears, to inspire them, to give them hints about important moments. Let me start with Katarzyna Blachowicz, because your view in mentoring is broader from the company point of view. Why should women enter the IT industry? What does it give them? And on the other hand, what can it provide to the employer? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What the women can contribute to the IT industry? First of all, diversity. And diversity in IT teams is more efficiency of work, more creativity, more innovations. It's looking at a given problem from different angles, but also this economic dimension directly for the company. Why are there so few women in IT? It's not just us wondering about this problem. There are a lot of studies. Of course, we can take a step back and look at the education at school, the upbringing, the influence it has on the professional decisions we take. But disregarding all that needs to be changed, it is worth answering the question of what we want as women. Very often women want change and changes in their professional lives, which do not only comprise changing companies, but also the industry. For us as a company in IT, in the new technology industry, it is very important. And as long as I can, I will encourage all ladies to take this step. This is why at the Central IT Center, the program Professionalism Has No Gender was founded to educate, to provide free of charge education, to provide support. When we were wondering how to approach women, very often we missed programs which provided this mentoring element. So for us, providing free education was obvious. The other obvious issue was that we will provide mentoring, and we included it in 12 podcasts, which are still available in streaming platforms. And the third aspect, very important for us, was showing that we can lead the ladies who are courageous enough to take the step from point A to the very end, that we would never leave them alone. We offer internship after completing online courses and the bootcamp, because we had two tracks of education. After entering this internship, the ladies will and still get full support. There's one gentleman as well, I can't forget him. They get full support all the time. There are groups created in which they can share their experience, thoughts, problems if they face any. So if we want to answer a question whether it is worth answering these calls, yes, it is. It is worth speaking of that there are still not enough women. We are a majority in this society and a minority in IT. So it's high time to change it. I very often repeat that I would like to live to those days when we start thinking not about how many women there are in IT, because it will be obvious that the number of women and the men is almost equal, and reports on how many women there are and why women don't want to take the opportunities provided by this industry will simply be pointless. Thank you, Kasia. Let me now ask you girls to tell us quickly what's your background, where do you come from to IT. Just say, I used to work in banking and now I do this and that at this position. Inga, let's start from you. Very well. So I started as an accountant for many years. Then I had a transition period. I say that it had two stages in my case to get to IT. Next, I supported IT implementations. I worked at shared service as a project manager, and ultimately I took the step to go into IT fully fledged, I would say, and become a project manager of an SAP team. I do not regret it. I'm very happy to be here today with you and speak about it. Thank you, Karolina. I actually stayed within my organization, even though originally I wanted to change jobs. I stayed. I'm very happy about it because together with my team, we implement Power BI at our company. Also internally, we also have external clients, which makes it totally fascinating. What did you do before? Before I did international accounting, so accounting twice. Next, Ania Niejełow, I'm listening. I worked in different industry. The common margin was customer service, but my last job was at a bank. Now I'm a software tester. And the last of you ladies, I used to work in the insurance industry for 5 years, and after those 5 years I decided to jump to IT as a Scrum Master. It was the best decision in my professional career I could ever have taken. Ania, since you are now already speaking, let me start with you now. How did your plan to change start? Where did the motivation come from to change to IT? Because Katarzyna said that women often think about this change. What was the starting point for you and this first activity you took on this way? In my case, it was frustration associated with the monotony of work. And I couldn't find directions to develop in this industry, which would be satisfying for me. Actually, I didn't know what else I could do. I had temptations to develop in leadership. One of my friends suggested the Scrum Master's role to me. When I found out that it's an IT role, that it involves working with software developers, I said no chance, but I decided to give it a chance. I started learning about what Scrum Master does, what their responsibility is, whether technical knowledge is necessary, if yes, to what extent. I wanted to understand project management in IT. I started digging deeper in this topic. I found my way, my direction of development there. So, as my friend says, who is a Scrum Master herself, you became a good mummy for software developers to listen to everyone, to reconcile all expectations and make the project come true. I don't like this saying that it's a mummy for the project or for software developers, but generally, yes, the role comprises creating a secure working environment, fostering development, both of the team members and the product we create. We facilitate processes. If necessary, we create new ones. If there are any obstacles in the process, any obstacles which hinder developing a high-quality product or anything that is on our way at work, I'm also there to identify those obstacles and help resolving them. What does it look like from your perspective in your areas? How did you decide to change, and what did it look like? What was the first step you took? Ania. I just wanted to say that frustration was the right word too. So it starts with frustration. We know that already. Yes, I was looking for something new, something to make me happier. Also, a friend of mine, my husband, encouraged me to become a software tester. I had no idea what it was all about. I started digging for information. A Future Colors training helped me here. I enrolled for this training. Before that, I started learning about the topic myself, and suddenly it turned out it was something I liked. I wanted to do. I was also encouraged that the IT industry is very friendly. It turned out that it really is. The company I work at right now welcomed me. I feel very well in my team. So, motivation of the other guests, perhaps not frustration, but it was becoming a little bit boring. It was the time when I came back to work after maternity leave. I thought I needed to change something. I listened to the Forbes Women podcast. There was an interview with Joanna Pruszyńska-Witkowska. So it was a real power speech. Yes, totally. And she said that there is a school. I Googled it immediately. I said, wow. And they lead you all the way through. They teach you. I said, I'm in. I didn't know which area I should choose. I was completely void of knowledge. You had this test, this aptitude test, an interview with a consultant. So I decided business intelligence is good for me, and this was totally right. 3 of the girls that have reskilled are mothers. 2 of them have 3 children each. 1 of them has 2. So every stage of your life, every situation can be inspiring, because quite often mothers of small children feel that what they did before is somehow insufficient. They want to change their lives, and being being forced to manage the situation, having so much to do, helps you to somehow participate in the community, operate in it. We have one of the workshops at today's Career Day, Women in IT. Iga, what did it look like in your case? You're also a mother of 3 who decided to change industries. Well, this aspect didn't matter so much in my case. In my case, it was more intuitive. Just as Joanna said, I felt I wasn't in the right place to be. I decided I wanted to do something else. I listened to my intuition. I listened to myself. I started looking. It wasn't easy because I was somehow labeled. If you work in an industry, it is difficult to move to any place else because you're perceived through the industry you worked at. But I succeeded. I got an opportunity. It took me almost 2 years to change my positions. I succeeded, and thanks to that, I have this possibility. I had this feeling that there are certain levels of creative energy in me. I couldn't realize it in accounting because this work requires you to follow the rules. It's not creative. In IT, we do create. Even though it's technology, we create solutions quite often, and this is fascinating. So this was my path. The path is not easy for sure, because transiting to a new professional world is never easy, especially if you've never heard much of it before. As Karolina said, you yourself didn't know where to go in this world. You first need to find out, test your aptitudes. It takes hours of work, interviews, workshops, trainings, practice at courses, boot camps, smaller, larger groups with mentors.
To chcę was zapytać o te najtrudniejsze
I'd like to ask you about the most difficult challenges you had to face on this way, but also what you discovered. You said that you discovered levels of energy that were untapped before, that you could contribute to this work. This is one of the things you can discover. So, challenges, but also good things you discovered on your way. Because I'm sure it's not easy to enter a new realm, but when you succeed, it's very satisfactory. Katarzyna wanted to say something from the other side. Yes, let me say what should be the discovery for everyone who wants to enter this industry, that it's not just software developers, it's also non-technical positions. If you're wondering, not having technical educational background, it's not a problem. We tried to show it through the New You in IT program, that regardless of your education, age, gender, you can do whatever you want. IT welcomes you. It's a dynamically changing industry. If we want to enter the industry, just watch the market, just as lawyers read the changes in laws. This is a lawyer speaking. Unfortunately, I don't have to do it anymore, but lawyers do that. But if we want to enter this industry, we should start reading about what is changing, how technology is entering our world. We also need to talk to our friends. As has already been said, it's usually people around us who encourage us to change. So let's talk. Surely there will be someone who is already present in this industry to tell us what challenges we need to face. What kinds of challenges did you have? The first one was the course itself, because honestly I thought it would be a little bit easier. And it was difficult. Well, if it comes easy, it doesn't taste well, so it's better if it's hard. Yes, it was a very difficult 4 months. I had to let my family leave home for some of the weekends to focus, to use this course at best. So this was a real challenge, really. And what was the thing you discovered to motivate you and to give you energy to continue doing this, to want to develop in this area? Have you found something to let you see yourself in a different light, your professional potential? I think my internal stamina, that stubbornness, that Power BI is something that very often we don't know the answer, but if you really delve, if you look into it, you will find the answer through Google artificial intelligence. So being diligent in the trying to find the answer, I think this could be interesting, discovering new answers in the unknown.
Plus, every matter is different. That's very interesting.
Wyzwania, ale i odkrycia.
Anya, please tell us. Challenges and discoveries. Yeah, this course was a great challenge to me, and it's not about acquisition of new knowledge, but it was a knowledge pill, only 8 weeks. But the logistics behind that was very complex, as I'm a mother of 3 kids. So very often my husband had to took my kids away from home to make it possible for me to prepare. So it's very important to have the support from your partner. Today he is celebrating his 40th anniversary. So happy birthday, my dear husband. He's taking care of children when I'm off. So entire logistics and all things that you need to read and learn and time-consuming projects, but you need to be strong and to be committed to take care of it. So the IT industry is about something more than software developing. So testing was very important and it was something which I really liked, and I want to grow in this direction. And how is it? So it's my question to all of you as your could you respond that this is a very masculine world? This is the men's world, in fact, the IT sector, because there is the proportion of women in IT is lower than men, for obvious reasons. So how do you feel about this? And do you think you bring something new to this world? In my profession as a project manager, I think I bring the warmth, female attitude to project management, and I think that this is the quality change I bring.
Dziewczyny?
We're a small team of 5 people, 3 guys and 2 women, and we did the same course with my colleague, my female colleague, and a mother of 4 children. That was great to enter the team. My team is really great, and I think that we have this balance that there are 2 women and 3 men, and we're a strong team. So you are a great example that if there is this balance, everyone feels good. Ania? Yeah, I'd like to add that I don't feel uncomfortable with my team. I feel they're open, but the majority of my team's members are men. I have one team when there are 2 women apart from me, but the majority of my co-workers are men, and I don't feel uncomfortable. I just fit in. They're very open and they're willing to cooperate on an everyday basis at the workplace. So I'm very positive about this. Katarzyna, and from your perspective, what is your perspective on the change? For example, 23 people, or even 23 women and 1 man from the mentoring program, and they are placed in teams, and how it affects entire structure. Well, we have 1.5 thousand employees at our company, so it's nothing. It's a fraction. These 23 people is really nothing. In particular, we work remotely, but we need to remember that depending on the profile which is at stake, we have different shares of men and women. There are some profiles which are dominated by girls, and some are dominated by guys. So, for example, for manual tester, we have a large group of women, the same for project managers. There are some profiles where this share is higher. There are some functions which are still lacking. For example, software developers, this profession is dominated by men, but we have some examples of women who re-qualified for technical functions, and they are managing teams, and they're doing really, really well. So our focus is on diversity, because we have the perspective on our project from many different angles. So it's so that men and women they represent different attitudes, and that's very beneficial to me. It's very positive that we have more and more women in IT. Of course, we need to work more at higher level in the leadership teams, which are dominated by men. But when it comes to how women are accepted by this branch, I also entered to the IT world, and I, as a leader, and I met a group of people who accepted me immediately. We have a great atmosphere at work. So, but each of us is different, and each more or less resilient to stress. I like to be authentic, and I don't want to tell that it's not like that. I don't like to paint a rosy picture of the IT sector, because it's a very stressful job. The projects are changing. This is a living organism, and we need to be prepared. In particular, if we are in a group of people which is reliable and we know how to collaborate, we have great communication skills, you will do even better in this sector. So it's not so bad, but we cannot paint any rosy pictures and tell that everything is nice and sweet. Of course, that's life, and that's why I'm asking about challenges and discoveries, because maybe if you were to encourage other people to enter the world, what would be the most important to stress? What is the clue of the story, apart from that you will tell other women to try, because that's a great obstacle to stand up to the challenge, because the more women are in IT, the more courageous entire female environment is.
Dobre, tak? Słuchające naszych potrzeb.
Ja bym chciała powiedzieć wszystkim
I'd like to tell to all employers and to all companies who have an impact on the shape of this sector that of course we say try it, but the other side needs our support. So it's our role to offer this support and to tell that even if you're in trouble, you will get a helpful hand. So no matter of the sector, let's not forget that these are people on the other side coping with many challenges that cost a lot of commitment, determination to change entire sector, because just to think what level of motivation is needed to change the company and to unlearn something and learn again. Let's do not forget about this. We talk about dynamic development, but at the end of that is a human being. I will tell you that it's worth trying, especially when you find your path and it is satisfying. It gives you satisfaction, life satisfaction. You need to be very patient and very consistent and determined in following your direction. You need to believe in yourself and believe in that the success will come eventually, because in the role of a Scrum Master, it's learning theory, acquiring knowledge, but I think that that's the easiest part, because later you want to find a job and it appears it's not so easy at all. Of course, you might succeed in 4 months, but sometimes the market doesn't allow for that and you wait 1 or 2 years to find a proper job, and you need to try and try again and be motivated not to give up on the way. I think there is more and more highly aware people, highly conscious people who know that this is a concrete challenge which requires to be determined, but some people are not aware of and do not realize what level of determination is needed. And here when we are having a look at junior positions, sometimes the requirement is to have 2-year experience, which is quite abstract when you talk about junior position. And we have great demand for IT jobs now. So if I were to recommend something, I would recommend to look for new projects, even if you don't have job, to get any kind of experience. It doesn't need to be a full-time job. It's anything that will be supportive in the recruitment process. At every stage, be afraid, but do. Okay, so you want to say that it's natural to be afraid, but because it's something very human and natural, but don't allow that fear to stop you, and be curious. Yeah, you be curious as a devil. This is something that this is your first connotation with IT. Yes, based on my experience, I have a little bit different experience from my colleagues because I had no training. I only had an on-the-job training, so project by project, step by step, I was moving forward and I used my experience. So this devil curiosity pushed me to, it was my drive to try even more and to get higher and higher. So that is my experience. And I think that this is my recommendation. Just be curious and just make your dreams come true. I would like to tell to all women, just be bold enough to go beyond your comfort zone. Be bold enough and do not listen to the environment. That's great to have supportive environment, but it happens that your family and friend, they say, well, you don't need that, you're experienced, you don't need to make that step. So if you feel that it's bad, you're frustrated, you're not where you want to be, it's worth trying. It's not simple at all. It's not an easy path. But you need to fight for yourself. And this mentoring part. So you start courses, trainings. And when you started, did you feel that your mentors, your coaches were supportive? To what extent is it important to have a supportive trainer, supported coach? From my perspective, my first contact with mentoring when I was reskilling, it was when I participated in the Scrum Master Future Colors Bootcamp, and something which made me really, really happy, that was that the trainer was very open to offer a helpful hand, not only during the training sessions, but also after official part, let's say, we could discuss different topics. That after the bootcamp finished, I myself tried to look for piece of advice from people from the industry to dispel my doubts, to look for further information. And I think that the best, now I'm using mentoring a lot because I can resolve some concrete problems, some concrete issues. So when I was in the training phase, I didn't know how to untap the potential of mentoring. At my company, I can use my senior colleagues as mentors, and I'm really happy that there are many mentoring programs from Scrum Masters and for people from IT world or people who just made their first steps, because we have Scrum Journey, so-called, and so I highly recommend mentoring.
Ania Niejełow. Kolejna Ania.
Ania. I used mentoring, of course.
Pierwszy mój mentoring to był mentoring na bootcampie.
Bootcamp was my first mentoring session ever.
Mentorką, ponieważ cały czas mam z nią kontakt.
She's still my mentor, in fact, because we are still in contact. I've been looking for my job. She's been offering me some jobs. So she was very supportive. And also, you could always call her, meet her online. When I finished my course, I used Let's Do IT Academy mentoring, and that was the Mamo Pracuj Foundation. That was a great opportunity because there were 20 mentees and I was one of them. And this mentoring was very beneficial and very supportive. Maybe it didn't give me any training, but it boosted my self-esteem and my level of confidence. So it appeared that we have something in common. We share our problems. We have our Facebook mentee group to support one another, and I think that gave me a lot. I was also a contestant in one Women in IT contest. So there are many places where we can ask for help. We are not alone. You have the internet, you have GPT chat, you can ask questions and you can find many sources of information, and people support women in entering into the realm of IT. You just need to reach for that. And this element of community is very important. This is something super important, that you meet such people. Me personally, when I was talking about my Scrum Master friend, she encouraged me to join the world. She said, I will tell you everything. I will share all my knowledge. Just join us. And I know that it works. So building such a community is very important and very supportive. And Karolina, I know that you wanted to add something. As my colleagues, during the course, I used mentoring and mentors as a source of knowledge. Now my team is very open. I have great managers. And apart from that, I have a lot of materials on YouTube, because business intelligence is very broad topic. So if I try to find some information, there are always plenty of movies, plenty of trainings, information, and we can support one another. Iga, what about you? I need to tell that I didn't have any direct mentoring in my life. I'm very open and I'm talking a lot to people, and very often with my managers. I'm in good relationship. We're discussing the directions. So I'm courageous enough to speak my mind and to discuss my doubts. So this is how I cover my mentoring needs. But of course, I think that the sense of community and support is of high importance here. Okay, we're sitting in a milieu of women, so we can use our stories as a mirror of ourselves. That's valuable. I would ask about yet another thing, because there is one element. This is a job which is very dynamic, because you're still looking for new things and you need to deliver on deadline. You need to work as a team and strive for the highest performance possible. So that requires a lot of discipline, and sometimes it can be very difficult to reconcile such demands with your everyday life. So and plus the fear of entering into the new world. So how are you coping with your fears and insecurities? Are you discussing your problems with your IT colleagues or in any other way?
Let me continue. I deal with it by actually talking about problems. I try not to avoid problems, not to forget them. I just take them at their face value. I attack them. And surely, yes, but also a walk listening to the music, looking from a distance, I think is very important. It is very important to help each other this way, work out, do some fitness, so the IT world also needs the real world as well. Yes, that's exactly so. Sports is very important. How do you tackle this tension, girls? That gives also adrenaline sometimes, but it's also sometimes stressful. I'd just like to say that I'm lucky enough to have work without stress, because the team is very open, very nice, very diverse. There are a lot of women and men, and I really come to work without stress, because the atmosphere is so good that even when it's tough, when there is a deadline, when we need to do something, the atmosphere is that you can talk through it. There are meetings, you can talk about it. And you get help from your colleagues. They are understanding. They understand that I have only come to IT. They teach me everything, and really I'm in a wonderful place. Before, in my previous workplace, I was stressed. At work, I rest from my children. This is an interesting theme as well. From my side, it's both good atmosphere in the teams I'm in, because it's much easier to discuss problems which have come up, reach a compromise or an understanding. That's one thing. The second one is that when I come across a difficult problem which I find hard to cope with, or I feel that the solution is not satisfactory, I go to my team, to my associates who may have more interesting ideas, and if it's frustrating for me, well, I get support from people around me. I can scream out. I can just talk to people, or go out for a walk with the dog, refresh my mind, and then reapproach the topic again with a different perspective, with calm emotions, and with my fresh mind. We're slowly approaching the end of our conversation, but I'd like us to stay with some sort of encouragement, inspiration for those who are still wondering, considering briefly, why is it worth taking the change? Let me start quickly. If you feel that one of the directions in IT is yours, and you will be fulfilled in it, it's worth pursuing it, because it's good to have pleasure at work than to spend 8 hours, use ugly language behind others' backs, to complain about everything and everyone. It's worth pursuing a path that will make you fulfilled. I don't think it makes sense to analyze too much. If you analyze too much, then there are doubts. Just do it, and then doubts will disappear. Close your eyes and take the plunge. You have to have courage, because it can be better somewhere else, really. In my case, it actually is. I never regret the decision. I was worried about what it would look like, whether I would tackle it. I'm not very technical. There are so many non-technical roles in IT that if you don't feel well where you are, you're in a bad place. It might be even worse, but it might be better. Otherwise, you'll never find out. I have a friend of mine who's in humane areas. She once transferred to IT. She hosts a workshop at the Career Day in IT. She said that IT needs more humane people. Iga, why is it worth it? I think for the satisfaction. I wanted to say that let's stop being perfectionists, because we tend, as women, to be perfectionists. Let's give ourselves the opportunity for change, to be happy at work. Kasia, a brief sentence. This industry gives you opportunities to develop, so let's not stand, let's move forward. It's time for great reskilling. Women, don't be afraid, go for it. Thank you very much. Thank you, girls.
So we are halfway through this fantastic event, Women in Tech Day 2023. A lot of inspirational speeches behind us, a lot of fantastic discussions, but a lot still more to come. So keep your screens, keep your ears open, and be inspired further. Our next power speech is women's role in cybersecurity. And this will be brought to us by Katarzyna Prusak-Górniak, Head of Digital Affairs at the Unit of Permanent Representation of the Republic of Poland to the EU. So we're about to start with that fantastic power speech, and immediately afterwards we will have debate number 5, which is hybrid work, the future of work, connecting the virtual and real world, and digital nomads. So something that's very topical since COVID and for the last years and months. In the panel of that debate, we have Eva Krupa from Orange, Olga Gromakowskaja from SurfDev, Agnieszka Żygota from Totalizator Sportowy, Anna Pora, SimCorp, and Elsa Rodriguez from Pueblos Remotos. And our moderator for this fantastic debate will be Tina Sobocinska from HR for Future. So, on to our next power speech.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Katarzyna Prusak-Górniak, and I'm the head of the digital unit in the Polish Parliament representation in Brussels, but I also have a pleasure to co-chair the governing board of the European Competence Center. In the beginning, let me thank you for the invitation. It is an utmost pleasure to be here with you. And because I have only 15 minutes, I would jump quickly and try to, in a nutshell, present to all of you what opportunities do you have in digital and /cyber. So let me very quickly start with cyber. Well, lately in this term of the Commission, we had some called tsunami of the new legislation. Well, it was inevitable, taking into consideration the digitalization as well of the changing threat landscape and the geopolitical situation. So starting with only the digital files, you should be familiar with Data Act, Data Governance Act, and Digital Services Act. These acts already, or 3 acts that we already have in place, already create a lot of opportunities. We are all now in the course of finishing the works in the European Union on the Interoperability Act, Interoperable Europe Act, and also AI Act, which itself creates limitless opportunities, and also a changing EIDAS regulation in regards European digital identity. And on this one, I would like to spend a few minutes because I think this would be a really game changer. I truly encourage you to pursue your career in the electronic identification. I know few amazing girls who already do it and are supporting the ongoing work. Well, this would change everything when it comes to digitalization of our society with the vision of the European electronic identity wallet, that everything that you now have in plastic or in paper in future will be available in your digital wallet. So all cards, all attestations of any features that you have. So now going to cyber. So just to give you the example, in 2016, we only had NIS 1 now directive, and it was 30 pages. Now, with the new NIS 2, it's more than 70 pages. So it also shows how much this has developed. So, of course, talking in some details about NIS 2, well, it builds on the NIS 1, so it's a directive, it's a minimal harmonization, but and what is important, it creates a horizontal framework for cybersecurity. So when you think about what should be the rules for cybersecurity, you should look to the NIS 2. And what is very important there are 3 pillars in NIS 2. First, these are member states' responsibilities to establish competent authorities, to establish national strategies, and also CVD policies, but as well crisis management framework. You have also risk management there with entities, all the entities that are in scope that are responsible to introduce security measure in their organization and also have obligation to notify incidents. And as well, you have some cooperation mechanism between member states, but as well between entities. Well, what is super important is that NIS 2 expands truly the scope of the directive. We have the distinction between essential and important entities. We have 2 annexes with the sectors, many new sectors. So hopefully you will have time to look at this and check if the entity that you are involved in is in the scope or not. But NIS 2 is not the only regulation that we have in the cybersecurity. We have also Cybersecurity Act, which states the mandate for ENISA, EU Cybersecurity Agency. I truly encourage you to follow the website of ENISA. You have tremendous amount of very interesting readings. There are many reports on the most difficult and up-to-date topics. And you also have a scheme for certification. And there's a cybersecurity certification. And there's an ongoing work when it comes to producing the cybersecurity schemes for certification. Hopefully soon we will have some EUCC, EUCS, also 5G. And talking about, at the same time, there's an ongoing work on standards to make sure that, because without standard it will not work. And talking about standards, I can smoothly go to another piece of legislation that we are currently working on. It's the Cyber Resilience Act this time. Well, this is the piece of legislation that sets up the cybersecurity conditions for everything what is connected to the internet. What is important, in NIS 2, you have a size cap rule, so not all entities that are mentioned in sectors will be in the scope. Only those that are middle or big size. But when it comes to Cyber Resilience Act, anyone who produces the products mentioned in the regulation will be covered. So I truly encourage you also to look at this. We are finalizing the work, and this is the view of the Spanish ambition of the Spanish presidency to finalize the works now. Moreover, we are also working on the Cyber Solidarity Act, which creates a framework for cooperation on cyber threat detection, and also creates a so-called cyber reserve to enhance our possibilities to react to large-scale incidents and crises. I have to also mention about the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. This is a vehicle to enhance European cybersecurity industry. And this is an entity with a seat in Bucharest that is responsible for implementation of the Digital Europe Cyber Part funds. So you can receive funding from the Center for different digital cyber, but mostly cyber project. But at the same time, you have 27 national coordination centers at the national level who are supposed to operationalize and also orchestrate the community at the national level, gather the information from them, and send it up to the center when we can create the hollow vision. So this is only, let's say, general legislation. We, of course, also have a sectoral legislation. So if you are working in the financial sector, you will know about DORA. And we have also discussion on the space law, and we have also discussion on the energy sector. And also, we all know how much that the problem are skills. We lack skills. So there's another initiative at the EU level. This is a Cybersecurity Skills Academy, where together with ENISA, we are working with the ECC, the center at ENISA, and the Commission to operationalize this idea. This would be the framework, the platform to gather all the information about trainings, about certification, and also to operationalize the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework. Another piece of work made by ENISA that I encourage you to look at and read. If you don't know what you could do in cyber, please check out the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework. There are 12 roles where more or less the responsibilities are described, so you can learn what you can do in cyber security. And of course, well, this would be in a very let's say, put it in a very short terms, but at the same time, if you would like to foresee your career as a diplomat, we also have a cyber diplomacy part of our work. We have a cyber diplomacy toolbox at the EU level, but there are also ongoing discussions in the UN and other international fora. So you have plethora of different possibilities when it comes to cybersecurity. Whatever you choose, it will be, I can assure you, it will be very interesting. Don't be afraid. It's a myth that it's only for men. It's a myth that you need technical background to go with to pursue the career in cybersecurity. I'm the best example. I'm a lawyer. I was always working in the legal department, and I'm strongly involved in all the negotiations when it comes to cybersecurity legislation, but also when it comes to different elements of putting that ideas into practice. So. And what is also very nice in this work, working in cybersecurity entails connections and contacts with different stakeholders from different member states, not only member states in the EU level, but also international partners. So you would be able to work with them, to exchange ideas, best practices, because in many cases it was already some things were already done, we just don't know that they were done. So that's why often when we start working, this is also the case when it comes to European Cybersecurity Skills Academy, we start with the mapping. To know what was done, maybe somehow the message didn't went through and not everyone knows about it. So we know that we could reuse the work that was done. And personal message from myself, just don't be afraid. You don't have to know everything. In fact, there's so much when it comes to cybersecurity. It is impossible to know everything. You just have to, you can't be afraid to ask. You have to find people who will be ready to work with you, who have this knowledge. And whenever you need, just call them and ask them. And if you have any ideas, this is what I always do, just exchange those ideas and discuss those ideas with open-minded people who have the knowledge, because through the discussions and through presenting and discussing your ideas, the best outcome comes. So I hope I will see you somewhere soon in course of the negotiations and in course of the implementation of the cybersecurity/digital legislation. Thank you very much.
Join us for a free online event for women who want to consciously build their IT career, Women in IT Day.
To nie jest tak, że w IT pracują sami programiści. W moim zespole jest prawie połowa to kobiety.
Lectures, debates, workshops, speed mentoring, and a solid dose of knowledge, motivation, and inspiration.
Pracuję w IT.
Naprawdę każdy znajdzie stanowisko dla siebie.
Im więcej nas, tym lepiej.
Women in IT Day, the 15th of November. Sign up now at womeninitday.com.
Dzień dobry serdecznie, witamy bardzo.
Good afternoon. Hello, welcome to the panel. We will focus on something very important for IT technological teams, which is the experience of hybrid work, remote work, which combines direct contact with remote working. I'm very happy to discuss this topic with a very diverse group of panelists. Hello, ladies. Let me start with Elza Rodriguez, who is with us remotely from Tenerife, where she works, which confirms the effectiveness of remote working. Elza is the co-founder of Pueblos Remotos, CEO of Futural Team Tourism, and she's an advocate for remote working. We also have Eva Krupa, HR Director of Cultural Development at Orange. We have Olga Gromakowskaja, Chief Sales Officer at Serve.dev. We have Agnieszka Żegota, Manager of the Digital Transformation Team at Totalizator Sportowy, and I also welcome Anna Pokora, People and Culture at SimCorp. Hello. We are already in this panel in a hybrid manner. I'd like to ask the first question to Elza. What does the work in your team look like today? Do you work hybridly, or is it remote work? Has anything changed as a result of the pandemic?
Hi. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here. And yes, regarding the work before and after the pandemic, well, I've been working remotely for many years already. I believe since 2010, when I used to work for the World Bank and my team was completely spread out around the world. And 5 years ago, actually 5 years ago today, November 15th, I decided to move back to the Canary Islands, to my hometown, after 16 years living abroad. And I actually moved back working remotely for Australia. That didn't work because the time difference was really hard to manage. But then I started my own business, which is Pueblos Remotos, remote villages in English. And we actually go beyond even remote work. We are 4 members in the team, and we all work fully remotely. And we actually go beyond because we organize experiences for remote workers to go with us to rural areas where we give back and contribute to the local communities. So we don't only work remotely, but we also try to take all this knowledge to the rural areas and the local communities there. So that's the change. But I've been working remotely for many years already.
Dziękuję Ci, Elza. Będziemy na pewno wracać do Twoich doświadczeń.
Thank you, Elza. We will revisit your experience. You work in a very small organization right now. Eva, how is work organized at Orange? How was it before the pandemic? Well, for a change, Orange is a very large organization. Almost 10,000 employees spread all around the country. We have all professions in the world, from salespeople, marketing specialists, lawyers, IT, broadly represented, HR, and all other functions, 250 families of jobs. Our story was completely different. When I joined this culture team with a mission to change the company, we were ambitious to introduce one day a week requested by the employee to work remotely. In 2018, it was a breakthrough in the Polish labor market, whereas the pandemic changed all our assumptions within a week. We had to shift on the well-remembered March 13, 2020. All possible schemes were broken down. We had to change. Over 1 year, a team was created, which created a new model called SMILE, Safety, Mobility, Leadership and Efficiency Engagement, which are our slogans. And this is the model we work in. There are 4 types of organizing the work. The vast majority of employees is hybrid. 2 days at least from the office, 3 days from home. Most 55% of employees work like that. All support functions, IT, marketing. The next 23% are at shops, warehouses, technicians, where as of today you cannot introduce remote working because we keep getting in touch with our clients. We have to be physically there in many places. The third group is employees who work at our call centers. There's an interesting hybrid model discussed over many months with the teams. There's only 1 week of working from the office to get in touch with the team, to improve the knowledge, quality of work. This is about 13% of our employees in call centers. 1 week at the office, 3 weeks from home. So just buy a weekly bus ticket rather than a monthly one to reduce costs for the employees. And the fourth group, around 9 to 10% employees fully remote. They are partly in IT, but there's also a group of 5-6% of people who prefer to work only remotely, but are also partly persons who, for health reasons, disabilities, have the opportunity to work from home remotely. However, due to the culture studies we carry out and engagement studies, the recommended form is hybrid work. A very interesting example, a huge organization and a few scenarios. I see a lot of elasticity, flexibility here, listening to employees' needs. Olga, how is it in your organization?
I would say it's a bit different. So speaking of my company, it's 300 people. And I joined the company lately. And first of all, what I want to state about pandemic era is that actually coronavirus or pandemic situation doesn't put on hold your career. So for me, it was a big gap, and I entered pandemic situation and era being a regular salesperson. Currently, I'm Chief Sales Officer at my company. So I would say as a manager that there are a lot of challenges. So probably the main challenges are that you actually need to onboard new people remotely. And this is like a big problem. And this is a big opportunity for you also to enhance your onboarding program to make these people get and to know well the company in remote mode. The second challenge, I would say, is about team building. So it's really tough situation when you need to build a new team and you need to gather it together, and all these people are working remotely. So this is a challenge. You can't actually develop really good personal relationships with them because of working remotely. So I would say like these three challenges are the main for me as a manager in IT industry. But also as a manager, I would say like pandemic era and hybrid work and remote work opens a lot of opportunities for a company because you can hire from any location and it becomes normal. And also for people who wants to enter companies from different locations, from other countries. So like these borders do not exist anymore. So you can be hired by American company, Asian company, whatever you like. So like this is something I like about working hybridly and working remotely. Currently my company is 100% distributed company across Eastern Europe and Europe, and also we have some people working from Asia and some people working from other locations. So I would say like pandemic opens some opportunities, but also gives you challenges.
Świetnie, będziemy rozmawiać o tych szansach i o tych wyzwaniach. Bardzo się cieszę.
Great. We're going to discuss all these challenges and opportunities. We have 3 different models of organizations. Agnieszka, how is it at your company? At Totalizator Sportowy, we have about 5,000 employees, also office employees, technical employees. So we are very diverse from this perspective. Before pandemic, there was nothing like remote work. There was no remote work culture, and it was inadmissible generally to work remotely. Thanks to the pandemic, it has revolutionized our life thanks to technology that became accessible and hopefully, and that's great that we managed to implement this technology just before the pandemic. So we digitized our processes. We implemented e-signature in order to streamline our processes and to ensure process continuity.
Weszliśmy w to dość płynnie i dość płynnie z tego wyszliśmy w
we started to
pewien pomysł na to, jak zarządzać tym
we just started this mode of working quite smoothly, and we introduced some level of flexibility just after the pandemic. Of course, for brick and mortar stores, it was not possible, but 2 years before the pandemic, we entered into the e-commerce sector. So that was something which perfectly fitted into the new way of working. So depending on the preferences, on the needs, 2 or 3 weeks ago, people are entitled to work remotely. There is no stiff rule in terms of the number of days when you work remotely. Everything as depending on your current challenges. So before I was hired at a bank and I could choose 1 day a week to work from home without any distractors in the form of meetings and office chit-chat. And that was something great, especially when I had to focus on something concrete. And now I had to regulate my life. And Anna, what about your organization? I have quite an interesting experience because before I was more into customer service. Customer service from home, it was inexistent before. And I can remember that was that was 13th of March 2020 when we packed our bags and went home and the revolution started. So in the meantime, I switched the company for an IT company and the office is empty. When I came to sign my contract, it appeared nobody's there and nobody is willing to let me in. And now we have about 300 people working for SynCorp in the hybrid mode, one person from the office. Of course, there are some exceptions. There are some people working remotely, but the preference is for hybrid and remote work. So much diversity. I knew that you will be the one to present different models and different interesting perspectives. That's great because you're showing different perspectives. The organizations, your roles within your teams, within your organization. So let me wrap up that benefits of remote work are quite clear. Of course, if there is some human interaction and opportunity to build relationship. You mentioned the access to the talent pool, and that for talents, it is very important that if you work in a dispersed organization, a dispersed structure, you can have the job of your dreams. Hybrid work give you a lot of opportunity for deep work requiring high level of concentration. Let me remind you that for all people working remotely, that's great that they can save time because they don't have to commute. So that reduces the emission and our impact on climate and climate change and on our planet. So from time to time, you can visit your office. But there are also challenges. And here my question, how are you coping with your challenges, you personally and within your teams? And what about efficiency of your meetings? Because 2 years ago, we appreciated that we became aware that there are too many meetings, that very often all day long, from early morning till late afternoon, we are at a meeting. And when we meet in dispersed structures, this is something to be changed. And how do you take care of efficiency of your meetings? Elza.
Sure. So the first thing I would say is to really limit the number of meetings, as you were saying right now, the number of meetings per day, right? Asking ourselves, is it really necessary to have a meeting for this, whatever issue is happening or for this project? So the first thing I would say is to limit the number, then having a concrete agenda. What is the outcome of the meeting? A lot of meetings you get in and there is no agenda, so we just start, talking about whatever without a precise outcome. So I think having a clear reason why we're having this meeting and the objective is key. And the third thing for me that is super important is managing time, and I'm very good at that. I'm a very good time management because I believe in respecting everybody's time and really committing to what we have said, right? So in our case, for example, in my team right now, we really take care of the number of meetings. And one example of a good practice, I would say, we communicate a lot async. So asynchronous communication is key in this case. And one of the things that we do is to have a check-in on Mondays, where each of us say what are we going to focus on this week. We say if we have any blockages or issues that we have to deal with. And then at the end of the week, on Fridays, we have a checkout to share with each other how we have felt, if things could have been done better, if we can, change any kind of processes and so on. So really this is working for us, but we focus a lot on asynchronous communication and really having meetings when it's needed.
Bardzo Ci dziękuję za te przykłady, one są bardzo praktyczne.
Thank you very much. These are very practical meetings, and all of you can apply the same rules if you did not before. Anna, and what about you? Based on your experience, how are you doing with effectiveness of meetings? Well, I was surprised in the new organization. I came and I could see in a lot of invitations for calls. For example, 10 to 10:25. Well, this 5-minute break between meetings, it's something fantastic to have a short walk, to grab yourself a cup of coffee. So if I need to organize a meeting and I can see full calendars and half an hour around noon, so I'm not arranging and I'm not scheduling any meetings at this time because people need to eat. So I'm happy that there are some little measures that you can implement, and that applies to entire organization. So you agreed to these standards. And Agnieszka, over to you. What can you recommend? That's a really great challenge. So hybrid work, everyone thinks that everyone should be available and a meeting is the best place to communicate. But it appeared that in fact we have too many meetings overlapping. And from my experience, because I need to admit that to me it's the most important, and we should start from ourselves to manage our meetings. We need to manage ourselves. I have my meeting review on Friday and Monday in the morning, and I'm checking whether there are some conflicts or maybe there's too many of them. And sometimes it's very difficult to choose and to bilocate. So you need to set your priorities. I try to limit number of people participating in a meeting, to invite only the most important people, not to make meetings too lengthy, to respond whether I'm going to be there or not, and whom I expect at the meeting. And of course, breaks, reasonable breaks, not only between meetings, 5 to 10 minutes, because of course they are important, but also, for example, a lunch break, to have a refreshment, to take a deep breath, and something which proved very useful, and I think that it's worth focusing on that sometimes we exaggerate. Either nobody switches on their camera at the meeting, or everyone is obliged to switch on a camera, which is very exhausting, in fact. Well, on the one hand, I like to participate in a meeting while walking, and if the camera is needed for interaction with other people at the meeting, I'm the first one to switch it off, because that makes me feel better, and that clears my thoughts. And well, I like to move a bit in order to activate myself and motivate my gray cells, let's say. So, and to make a contract that meetings fall within our working hours, because we need to leave people alone at the end of the day, and at the beginning of the day they need to prepare to kick off and then to wrap up the day, to reflect on what is there on my agenda next day. So you need to have some time to plan your life, yes, and to review your calendar schedule. And Olga, what about you? How do you work on efficiency of meetings?
Oh, that's a great question. Just because I've been doing like international meetings all the time with clients of my company. So actually, since borders are not existing for these kind of companies, and you need to work internationally, and you skip hours, and you can plan your life between these meetings, actually, but Anyway, you need to have like a very thorough plan and a strict program how to make meetings effective. Otherwise, there will be no outcome. So we have actually 5 hacks to make meetings effective in my company and specifically in sales department. First of all, agenda is prepared. So I'm here with Elsa and I totally agree. Agenda must be prepared and sent prior to the meeting. The second thing, camera on. So Agnieszka, I agree with you totally. Camera must be on, otherwise you lose contact with the person you are talking to. Third thing is small talk done. So we need to warm up. We need to develop our personal relationships with clients, between our employees. So small talk must be there in the beginning. And probably fourth hack is to send meeting notes afterwards so that everybody is aware of what we agreed on. And fifth hack is to repeat. You need to repeat your effective meeting to make more job done and to make it effective.
Wspaniale. Ewa, co do tego byś dodała? Jest tak wspaniała lista różnych dobrych praktyk, że czekamy jeszcze na dobre praktyki.
Long list of good practices and now good practices from Orange. Yes, in fact, we have implemented a lot of these good practices. Let me start. And before you launch your meeting, your number 1 is our 0 point. Cancel the meeting if it's not necessary. And this is our governing principle. We're trying to convince our companies that some meetings can be replaced by an email or by a short conversation. So this is our 0 principle. What was really, really interesting, we work in a model of bilateral communication. So this digital transition and entire fraud related to that, we decided to create a mind map on the wall, and our employees had different ideas, and one of them was to select 1 hour where there are no meetings at all. So this hour was, of course, we voted for this hour, and this is something fixed in our company, and over 90% of entire organization is respecting this ritual to avoid meeting at this time. Of course, and there's a rule in Outlook, so 15 to 55 meetings, even our town halls are cut by 5 minutes to remind that this 5-minute break is important to move towards a different room, to have some time to take care of yourself, of your brain, body, and your mood. So you can manage what you can measure, especially in such a large organization I represent. So we have been implementing networks analytics projects. We're monitoring the manner the entire organization works. So we know the working hours of our meetings, starting from 7 a.m., some teams to 5 p.m., 9 to 5 is the most popular. We know the average meeting time. We know the average meeting participants, the number of them. We know that this number is going down. Now it's 13 hours per week. We promote deep focus and deep work, at least 2 hours a day, and productivity, which is deteriorating because we multitask, and its popularity has been exaggerated and overestimated. So we measure our results in meeting efficiency, and we're setting ambitious goals. So that's good to act at the macro level of entire organization, but it's good to discuss such issues with individual managers and to indicate good practices to be implemented in small units. And something from myself, I would not be myself. Tina, I think that the antidote for us is physical activity. I start every day from a short Tabata session or running or cycling. And during the day, I'm doing my best to do 8,000 steps per day. I use stairs instead of elevator, and I'm drinking I drink a lot of water. So I'm trying to find some time to grab a coffee or tea or water, so I'm more efficient. You shared so many good practices and ways to stand up to the challenge of meetings at the level organization, monitoring of efficiency of our time, which is so precious. And let me add something. These walking meetings, let's say, I like to meet and walk and talk, to use time effectively and to build relationship, to be at work and to take care of my shape at the same time. So if any one of you hears in the company that it's a challenge, let me remind you that you can improve the situation. The second challenge which I hear of frequently is how to uphold work-life balance. I will not go into details, but from your experience, what's your recommendation? How to end busy day at home? Of course, it's much easier if you are at office and you just leave, but what if you work remotely? Olga, I know that you work in the international environment. How do you do it?
I usually walk, so that's probably the best advice, just to have some physical activity to avoid this sitting around your notebook.
We need your micro.
Sorry. So I repeat. So actually, I usually walk. Yeah, I'm into physical activity. I'm into sport. I like running. I like cycling. I like some physical exercising at a gym. So I think this is the best thing to clear your mind out of all work problems, not only work problems actually. So I would recommend to everybody do the same. It keeps you fit, it keeps you in tonus. So I think that's the best. And of course, spend your time with your family and friends.
Pamiętajmy, że mamy też najbliższych, mamy przyjaciół, prawda? Mamy życie prywatne i...
Yes, let's remember we have our families, friends, our private lives. The walk can start this private time. What Olga said is very important, I believe. I would make it more general to change this mode of operating during the day. If we go to work, if we go to the office, we change it coming back home. If we work from home, let's leave home, let's do anything else than staying in the same place. This, for me, is the way to somehow give myself more energy, meet friends, meet family, go shopping. I plan such change for myself usually, and I recommend it to everyone. It works for me perfectly well. In my case, I didn't have good conditions to work from home. So I kept working from the office. Now it has changed. I have a corner at home, my workplace. I close the laptop. I never go there again at home. This is my workplace. So for me, this is like leaving my workplace. And of course, this becoming physically active and dealing with my family or doing my hobby. So just making this shift in my mind to occupy my head with something else. Elsa, how do you tackle it, working remotely all the time? How do you finish work?
Great question. Actually, I have two suggestions also to build on what the other panelists have said already. In my case, I also believe that exercising, if you are working from home or from a co-working space, to really get out of your house. But I would say that to plan it, right? So I have in my agenda, for example, if I'm going swimming or I'm going cycling or I'm going running, I put it in my agenda. It's a meeting with myself, right? And we really have to learn to respect that, because we tend to postpone things because it's a meeting with ourselves, or we cancel it because something else is more important. But I would say like being with ourselves and doing what is good for us is as important as having a meeting with a client, right? Or spending time with our family and so on. So I really plan it and I have it in my agenda. And the second suggestion for this work-life balance, I would say to join one of our experiences. We actually work on that, on okay, it's okay to work remotely and it's great to do it in these rural environments where we go. And it's also an opportunity to connect with nature, to connect with other people. We really focus on human connection and to really connect with yourself and with what you like, right? So coming to one of our experiences, we have experiences for 21 days, 1 week. We also do experiences for companies, teams, so team retreats as well. And we focus a lot on the work-life balance.
Ewa, a twoje rozwiązania na work-life balance?
Eva, how about your solutions for work-life balance? You said that you start the day with activity. How do you finish the day? I start the day with activity. I finish it with practicing assertiveness, saying no, this can't wait, no, this one next email, next meeting won't change that much. So I say no to myself. Sometimes I also encourage my kids because at 5 p.m. usually they are already back. I have 3 kids, so from the kitchen or from their rooms they are calling me. This helps as well. But apart from this sports sphere, it's also good to have goals which I set for myself for development, or even in the layer of ambitions you may have. Other than work, there's also me, not just the work. For a given year, I have my larger goal in education, development, mentoring, or for example, running a marathon, as I once did. So those larger, more remote goals help us motivate to stick to those rules this week. Apart from this time and dedicated space, saying no, rituals help. So if it's before the work, after the work, something specific we do, if we repeat it for 3 weeks, by definition, it's enough. Even if you eat something, changing your nutritional habits for better ones, 3 weeks is sufficient. Your body will demand it naturally. For me, it's long walks after work, just after work. It's a fixed ritual in my agenda. I feel myself, I need it. Thank you very much for all those examples. We tackled challenges that we all face, effective meetings, work-life balance. But I'd also like to ask you to share good practices in something very important from the point of view of numerous leaders, especially those managing organizations. Looking at the company from a helicopter view, hybrid work in small teams is great, but how do you deal with cross-team cooperation, different teams, different departments, different models, even in one organization, not everyone works remotely. What are your ways? Can you give us a piece of advice to those organizations which face this challenge of cross-departmental cooperation? Ania. I'm thinking, because we keep working like that with different functions in the company. Now we also have different time zones, which is a challenge. I think it's worth adopting, for example, not having meetings which take place at 7 or 8 p.m. for us, but to find a compromise, to think about the other party, that for someone it might be too early or too late. It's not always possible, but if possible, I would bet on that and think about it. Elsa, what's your way to cooperate with others?
I still believe, as I said earlier, that asynchronous communication is key in these cases. So when you have big teams and big departments, it really depends on the methodology that company applies, but it could be having dailies with the heads of each department. In our case, because we are a very small team, we each of us has many roles. So what we do, and really because we also believe in hybrid work, so when we meet in person, we try to meet in person at least once a week if we can, if we are not traveling. And when we meet in person, or if we are not in person, we do it online, is to have a working session where we all work on one specific item each week. So in a specific topic where we need everyone's perspective, all the different roles. So that way we all contribute to each other's work, and that's how we do it.
Ewa, a jak w tak dużej organizacji jak Orange można tą współpracą się zaopiekować?
Say large organization and as Orange, well, there are systemic challenges and being jointly responsible for goals, even on the level of different structures, because in such a large organization we have to support those goals, even as managers, leader, working on large cross projects. We have working groups established for that. Managing it in time and space helps as well. There are weeks, there are days when the teams working on it meet in one space and one time. It's moderated. There are people who animate it. What I would like to add, which is specific to us, but the program is something our employees love, and it helps us to work across organization, is the internal mobility program. Each of our employees, also managers, the managers also have such goals. Once a year they have to swap roles with another manager outside their teams, and this changes the perspective a lot. If you go to cybersecurity from HR or to sales or work at a shop and look how you manage the world and the clients from such a place, it gives you interesting perspective, and employees can spend 2 weeks to 3 months on an internship in any team. Of course, they have to agree it with their managers, and this brings great results of understanding the different perspective, entering the shoes of another, the role of another team, understanding their needs. It also helps us develop new competencies. It's also a way for us to enter new roles, to approach reskilling, and to move towards new jobs. Role models are also important. We can speak a lot about the role of cooperation across functions, but if we do not see among the managers, leaders, persons who work together well, who agree on goals, who get on well, it's difficult to move it down in the organization. I try to model it to look through the categories of all the company and not just my team. Olga, what would you add to it? Good practices for cooperation across teams.
I would say cross-department communication is tricky when you work hybridly or you work remotely. And for us inside our company, we built a framework. How to make it easier, how to make it effective. Framework contains it gives just an approach how to do this collaboration between departments, how to set it up, how to make it effective, how often we need to meet, which results we need to bring. So it's pretty much an instruction for everybody who is in the working team around one project, how to make it done. And speaking of helicopter view and for top managers, I can say that fortunately in a post-COVID era, meetings are still valid, they are still happening. So for top management, we usually do a strategic session. And this is usually offline, so that people on the top level can synchronize better, can spend some time together, can share their interests or their fears, can develop a strategy for company to grow further. And in this case, always comes with party, which is also very good for personal relationships and for team building.
Dziękuję bardzo. Agnieszko, co do tego dodasz?
Agnieszka, thank you very much. At Orange you say we, at Totalizator Sportowy we say that that winning, wygrywamy in Polish, starts with we, which is you. So this is our motto, and of course we try to break silos between departments, channels, sales channels, between divisions. Of course we start by communicating the strategic goals of the whole company.
To myślę, że jest kluczowe. Czyli komunikacja,
this is key. Communication, wise use of technology, because in the hybrid working era, you cannot do it without technology. So we utilize teams, channels, collaboration groups, we share knowledge, we also use the online space to share information.
I najważniejszymi wydarzeniami,
the most important events, summarizing what is important for us, what we're working on, what our results are, where we are headed.
Więc to myślę, że to jest
so I think
bardzo ważne.
This is very important.
Mamy taki zwyczaj dobry w
We also have a good tradition, we've had it for quite some time, that departments meet, not all of them together, but in pairs.
Dobieramy sobie departament.
We arrange for another department to be selected. I don't know how it happens because I've never done it, but recently the development department had a meeting with the strategy department. Previously we met at such
warsztatowym
workshops, but also integration with the organizational department, with IT department, with security department. So we have an opportunity to get to know each other, to talk to each other, to play a game together, to check ourselves, to just get to know better on a less official basis. These are our ways to improve cooperation. Great examples. Look how much you can do, how different organizations implement different but similar standards to facilitate cooperation, how many good solutions there are which depend on ourselves, but also on the leaders. So to wrap it up, what you said demonstrates that hybrid working is there, it will stay with us, we can perfect it, but that's not the end. My last question, addressed at you, is looking into the future. I'd like to ask you to answer in one sentence, what future do you expect for flexible working models? We hear that there are companies testing 4 days, 4-day weeks, 6 hours days. Hybrid work doesn't allow us to stop. What's the future of work?
Dla mnie to jest ten 4-dniowy tydzień
For me, the 4 days working week is not a question of if, but when. We know many examples in the world, and it turns out that efficiency is at the same level. A 3 days weekend gives us time for ourselves, for our passions. So in the generational change that is taking place now, it's also a necessity. It's also a matter of managing the process wisely. I'm not sure if you know, 50 years ago, the working week was 6 days. After half a century, it's time for another change. It won't be a revolution, it won't happen day by day, but we are close to it. But in many companies, we also experiment with managing hours, flexibility. Thank you. Olga.
My prediction is that probably new technology will help us to decrease working hours. So we are practicing currently new AI tools, and I believe in them. I believe that those kind of technology will help us to work efficiently, work more efficient, and so that we can work less.
Wspaniale. Świetna perspektywa, Agnieszko.
That's magnificent. What a great perspective. Do you agree with it, Agnieszka? I fully agree. For centuries, from extensive production, growing crops, to intensive production, technology, education supports us.
jest niezwykłe.
This acceleration is incredible. Regulations will also support it because the level of happiness doesn't grow proportionately to the amount of money we earn, but at a certain level we also want to have time to spend it with our family, with our friends, to pursue our passions. In the short run, it will become more and more popular. As our colleague from Orange said, it's just a matter of when, because I'm sure it will happen for sure. Anna, your vision of the future. I fully agree with my predecessors. I think it's a matter of it happening. The pandemic showed that such revolutionary changes do take place. The question is how fast, whether it will concern all organizations. I don't think so, not all of them. It's about the level of trust, technology, industry in the organizations, but gradually companies will shift towards this working mode, and it will happen. Elsa, you started this panel answering my question, and please close it answering my question as well.
Of course. So my wish and hope is that companies change their mindset from a number of hours to working by objectives, right? And really let professionals organize the time as they wish. Some people are productive in the morning, some others in the afternoon, some others finish things in 3 hours, some others in 6. So why do we focus on the number of hours? I think we should focus on the objectives that we need to achieve and let people be flexible. I wish that is what will happen in the future.
Bardzo wam dziękuję. Myślę, że wszyscy.
Thank you very much. I think all our listeners could grab your experience, your examples. Hybrid work is to stay. We can perfect it and get ready for a great future. Thank you to all of you who were here with us. Thank you very much.
So, welcome back after that very thought-provoking debate. And we're on to section number 6 of today's fantastic event. First, we will have our 6th power speech, Space Technologies to Protect Planet Earth, by Manu Thiru, Head of Space and Satellite Asia Pacific from Amazon Web Services. And straight after that, we will have our 6th debate, Climate Tech, Creating a Sustainable Future. The panelists of that debate will be Kinga Gruszecka from the Polish Space Agency, Magdalena Wojtera from BNP Paribas, and Martyna Mrozek from European Women's Association. Moderating that discussion will be Magdalena Krukowska, a journalist. So I think we can't wait to hear what our next speakers have got to say. And certainly the power presentation by Manu Thiru is going to be absolutely fantastic. So let's get on with it.
Join us for a free online event for women who want to consciously build their IT career, Women in IT Day.
To nie jest tak, że w IT pracują sami programiści. W moim zespole jest prawie połowa kobiety.
Lectures, debates, workshops, speed mentoring, and a solid dose of knowledge, motivation, and inspiration.
Pracuję w IT.
Naprawdę każdy znajdzie stanowisko dla siebie.
Im więcej nas, tym lepiej.
Women in IT Day, the 15th of November. Sign up now at womeninitday.com. Join us for a free online event for women who want to consciously build their IT career, Women in IT Day.
To nie jest tak, że w IT pracują sami programiści. W moim zespole jest prawie połowa kobiety.
Lectures, debates, workshops, speed mentoring, and a solid dose of knowledge, motivation, and inspiration.
Pracuję w IT.
Naprawdę każdy znajdzie stanowisko dla siebie.
Im więcej nas, tym lepiej.
Women in IT Day, the 15th of November. Sign up now at womeninitday.com. Join us for a free online event for women who want to consciously build their IT career, Women in IT Day.
To nie jest tak, że w IT pracują sami programiści. W moim zespole jest prawie połowa kobiety.
Mani Tiru.
Good afternoon, ladies. Can you hear me okay?
Please present.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am delighted to have 15 minutes of your time. My name is Manny. I lead the space and satellite business for Amazon Web Services across Asia Pacific. I'm part of a global team that helps build space and satellite companies on AWS Cloud. Now, when I say space, how many of you think of space as the final frontier, something far, far away up there in a galaxy that you probably just dream of? Okay, how many of you think of Matthew McConaughey or George Clooney or Matt Damon? We all have our preferences. I'm not judging. How many of you think of Star Trek or Star Wars, sci-fi movies? How many of you think of aliens? Now, these are the usual associations with space. Deep space exploration is what has fired up our imaginations and fill us with awe. This is a picture of NASA's 2020 Mars Perseverance rover. It's literally on the surface looking for signs of past microbial life, soil samples to prepare us one day to set foot on Mars. But space is much, much more than this. You may not realize it, but space-derived activities and services underpin much of the world's economic, environmental, and national security. Even our day-to-day lives. Rockets take up satellites into orbit, and these enable our communications and data networks, your phones, your ride-sharing services like Uber, weather forecasting, emergency services, even your geolocation dating apps. Importantly, in these heightened times of geopolitical tension, satellites also play a key role in underpinning our defense capability, routing aid where aid is required. And of course, I'm going to share how we can use space tech to look after Mother Earth, because 50% of essential climate change variables can only be measured from space. Morgan & Stanley estimate that the space industry will be worth $1 trillion by 2040. From a skills and job perspective, I really want you to be aware of the potential that you have in this emerging new economy. It may delight you to know that Poland has actually signed an agreement to launch the first constellation of satellites with the European Space Agency. The constellation will consist of at least 4 satellites, 3 electro-optical, and 1 radar working as one system. I'll explain what all this means as we keep going. The president of the Polish Space Agency has also said Poland's presence on the moon is in a matter of 10 years. Several months ago, the Polish Space Agency made a call for concepts for a national space mission, and the moon featured heavily in responses. If you don't know, the Polish space sector today consists of about 400 entities. These are companies and academic institutes, and they employ about 12,000 people in the space sector in Poland. So what does the space industry look like? This is a highly simplified diagram, and I'm showing you what the value chain looks like. I've broken it down as it relates to cloud technologies. That is the technology that we build, that I help companies build solutions on. So typically you'll find that folks are either upstream or downstream. Upstream basically means you're building a satellite, building a spacecraft, you're launching it into the ether. Once it's launched, it needs to connect to a ground station or ground operating systems. And essentially what happens then is you're downlinking information. Satellites carry very sophisticated sensors. We talked before about radioelectric, RF. These sensors have very sophisticated algorithms, which we can then use to look at the images and derive information from what we are gathering through those image capture. Oftentimes they're high in resolution, and there's a very big frequency or high cadence of repeat around the Earth. So there's lots of information being collected about the planet at all times. So here's the thing to understand about space. Space is essentially data, and space data is big data. So what do we need for big data manipulation? Cloud computing services like machine learning, like artificial intelligence. like IoT, high performance computing. These are typical services that we use to analyze the data that we're picking up from space. For those of you who are not so familiar with cloud, cloud is essentially you rent your infrastructure or IT services and you pay as you go on basis demand. And what does the space industry offer? What does cloud do for the space industry? Essentially the same technologies that we use in banks for the higher education sector, in health. It's the same value proposition that applies to the space sector. It's to focus on mission rather than the complexities of looking after technology systems. This is a super quick overview of what the fundamental business. The fastest way I can help you understand is by sharing some examples of companies, new space companies, that have emerged in the last 4, 5, 6 years, all new. 4, 5, 6 years, all new. What is it? Everything you need to understand for a farmer is actually visible and available on a tablet or a mobile device. That all there that to farmers' profitability and productivity. This company today looks after 28,000 farms in Australia, and they're moving out of Australia to support farmers across the globe. So satellite imagery for agriculture, for food security over the next decade is going to be a huge use of technologies in cloud, big data, AI, ML. These are the kind of skill sets that we need to design products and services that are actually going to make an impact to community. So that's one example. Second example, we can also use satellite imagery to fight fires. Now, climate change, as you know, has led to a devastating increase in the frequency of wildfires. This is across the US, Australia, Spain, Portugal, Greece. There's massive loss of land and property, huge evacuations and chaos that's caused when a wildfire breaks out. Now, you might find it interesting. It takes typically 60 to 90 minutes before a wildfire is detected. By then, it's too late. The wildfire is already on its way. It's causing massive amounts of damage and destruction. But through the use of satellite imaging, we can actually set up monitoring systems. So there's companies, this particular company is again out of Australia. There's another company in Germany called Aurora Tech. Both these companies are leveraging the ability to have sensors in the sky, IoT devices on the ground, cameras that are constantly mapping what's happening on parched earth, on areas that are prone to fires. And what is possible now is with using a combination of technologies, it's actually possible to get detection or a fire alert within 3 minutes of a smoke signal. That's a massive step change in how we deal with calamities, how we handle disasters. And the same methodology can be applied to flooding, to tsunamis, to all sorts of natural disasters. So again, use of space technology that is actually being redirected to protect Earth. This is another company. This particular one is out of India, and they've extended the concept of using satellite imagery, real-time satellite imagery, to extend to disaster relief efforts in case of a flooding. Where does aid need to go? Where is the first bit of mitigation or remediation needs to take place? India in particular is facing severe consequences due to climate change. Droughts and floods are consistent. And in the agriculture sector, many insurance companies actually fail to provide small subsistence farmers with timely and fair compensation for their losses. So what this company does is They not only look after the environment and are able to predict when there's going to be a flooding or if there's a flooding, they can help the farmer and the bank understand a farmer lost his crop, not through negligence or not doing their relative share of work, but because a disaster has happened. And basically this means they've started looking at insurance solutions. So farmers, financial security, crop insurance, banks are starting to get involved. So Rabobank, ICICI Bank in India, these are the companies that are now using satellite imaging to look at disaster relief, to look at insurance management and inclusive finance for the poorest amongst us. A completely different example, this particular one from Korea. Again, use of space tech for looking after the Earth. This one for the oceans. Last week, Korea launched a couple of different satellites. One is with a multispectral camera, and one is with a polarized camera. None of these might not mean much to you, but basically what they do is they allow the ability to look at the ocean. So basically, you're monitoring your entire marine resources and operations. And the multispectral camera can identify the location of ships. It can identify red tide in the ocean, algae. So the city, Korea, Busan, Seoul, they're expecting to collect marine data sets like the absorption of carbon dioxide. The polarized camera actually can also detect things like fine dust, so air pollution. These are tremendous examples of how satellite technology again is being used to monitor.
Znowu mamy przykład wykorzystania technologii satelitarnej do monitorowania Ziemi, ale także działania na rzecz obywateli. Mam nadzieję, że te przykłady zainspirują Państwa do tego, aby o przestrzeni kosmicznej myśleć trochę szerzej. To nie jest tylko kwestia eksploracji odległej przestrzeni kosmicznej dla astronautów, ale jest to też okazja przyjrzenia się Ziemi, temu, co jest na dole. Technologia, która może nam jako społeczeństwu pomóc. Wybrałem te przykłady z EZI, bo to jest obszar działania moich klientów, ale w naszym dziale są też liczne przykłady moich kolegów z Europy. Jest ich wiele. Mam nadzieję, że da Wam to dobry obraz zrozumienia tego, jak Wasze umiejętności w technologii można nakierować. Można nauczyć się tych umiejętności analizy danych, obsługi danych, syntezy danych. Tego wszystkiego można się nauczyć z Future Colors. Można też uczestniczyć w kursach. To było bardzo krótkie wprowadzenie.
I realize it's only 15 minutes, but I'm happy to take questions or connect with you afterwards to chat more. Thank you so much for listening.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Ja się nazywam Magdalena Krukowska. Jestem redaktorką prowadzącą sekcji Dbamy w magazynie Forbes i mam przyjemność prowadzić dzisiejszą debatę Twórz zrównoważoną przyszłość. Witam serdecznie moich gości, Kingę Gruszecką z Polskiej Agencji Kosmicznej.
Kinga Gruszecka from the Polish Space Agency is our first guest. Magdalena Wojtecka, BNP Paribas
Association i SWPS. I taka prośba od razu na początek, dziewczyny, żebyście króciutko się przedstawiły, powiedziały, czym się zajmujecie, bo to jest
Please introduce yourselves, ladies. It's very important from the point of view of our conversation today.
Nazywam się Kinga Gruszecka.
My name is Kinga Gruszecka.
Zawsze mówię, że
I
zajmuję
always
się
say I deal with project management in the space industry. It means I help companies from Poland in their space journey. Sometimes it is literally a space mission, participating in a space mission, sending something into the space. Sometimes it is the use of satellite data, so bringing down satellite space technology to the Earth. My name is Magdalena Wojtera, and at BNP, I am the Chief Automation Engineering Officer. What exactly do I do? I support automation of the production process. I also manage developers teams. My area is development of applications.
Ja się nazywam Martyna Mrozek.
My name is Martyna Mrozek. I'm specialized in designing digital products. I have a broad scope of doing this, but designing digital products. I also teach this. I also do research on this in the context of digital products. These are products based on the latest technologies, so I design and my material are the new technologies. The power speech we listened to a minute ago demonstrated to us that technology in sustainable development is crucial. Generally, today, speaking about sustainable development in business, not only in business, it's no longer a trend, it's a necessity. Yesterday I got very interesting data from Stena Recycling Research saying that 77% of people in Poland would like to buy sustainable products, which is a huge challenge for business because we want business to take care that products and services we purchase are made in a sustainable way. What it means is a very broad notion. There is no sustainable development without technology. Business is facing huge challenges. The EU not only requires designing products in a sustainable manner, reducing emissions, but also a directive is implemented which forces many companies to report on sustainable development. What is the role of technology in all of that? How important is technology in realizing sustainable development goals, and in what areas? First of all, Kinga, the first question first goes to you. You're first, because space technology is everywhere. We can think of the delivery chain, sustainable product development. In a number of places, we can introduce space technologies such as, for example, satellite imagery data, navigation. We can use satellite communication to optimize processes. A lot was said in the power speech by Mani Tiru, but there's also a huge area and potential for us to use, which is technology transfer. Transfer of technology developed for the needs of space missions into our everyday life. This is, for example, growing plants, which is practiced in the International Space Station, circular economy. In the space industry, we joke that the International Space Station is a closed-circuit facility with complete reuse of everything that is already there. So we have this area which is still waiting for its potential to be used. A lot has already been done in terms of technology transfer and using it in everyday life. And we have satellite data. Using satellite data, we don't need strictly technological knowledge in space engineering. What is needed is the knowledge of other domains, such as farming, environment protection, so the knowledge of other domains, and the will to use satellite imagery, because as said in the Power speech, satellite images can help us take care of our planet, of Earth. We can use them in farming to provide just as much nutrition to plants, to optimize transportation. There are a lot of examples. The whole delivery chain, supply chain, has a lot of data to increase efficiency of transportation, of packaging, to delivery to the final end user. What you're speaking of, we need more and more data to manage issues associated with farming, fertilizing, biodiversity, climate changes, preventing disasters. The question is, if we go to the lower or other business level of companies which operate in industry and services, what function is there for technology? Martyna, you do design. Where do you use technologies most often? What you said brings to my mind the digital passport of a product, which is something which will be regulated by the EU, the passport of the product, which shows its complete journey from design to the consumer, including all semi-made products, I mean physical products. About technology is also response to these needs. There's a phygital space, which is a connection of physical and digital space. So it's a space which demonstrates images for all products. It's very interesting in fashion, because fashion is king in generating waste, because every season we need to buy a lot of new clothes in chain stores, which after 6 months or maybe a bit longer or become waste. And that mainly in case of clothing, this digital passport is particularly important, and some brands, for example, this year I've had the pleasure to work with one of the brands which used this technology for their clothes, and the consumer could see exactly the whole journey from producing the cloth to the moment that the garment was delivered to the client. It also included recycling. If I bought a jacket and sold it, the passport will also involve it. So clothing will be first, batteries as well, electronics, construction materials. So this technology contribution is in getting codes which will include all the data which you mentioned, including the recycling methods. Yes, every product will have its ID, its token, which will be individual, represented by a token, or ID which will represent a specific object. Generally, there's a lot of data saying that for companies, the need to apply IT in the context of sustainable development poses a huge risk. According to EY research, among the largest companies on the Fortune 1000 list, 50% of managers of these companies perceive technological issues as a risk in the context of ESG and sustainable development, resulting most probably from the fact that companies are not ready to implement these technologies. They don't have these technologies yet, allowing them to sufficiently design these products or report ESG data. This is a huge challenge for companies because ESG, environment, social and governance reporting requires collecting and analyzing huge amounts of data. And we may say that IT itself generates a lot of emissions, raising certain issues with sustainable development. What does it look like in the bank from your point of view? What's your approach towards the use of IT for the sustainable development purposes from these two perspectives? Well, first of all, speaking of the main core activity, banking, it is one of the most important things we address. How do we support it? I recommend agronomist.pl. It's a great portal which not only supports farming, but it has a new calculator of the carbon footprint in the context of farming, which has a significant impact on generating the carbon footprint for the whole ecosystem. This is it. And in terms of IT, it is a virtual industry. You might believe we're not generating any carbon footprint. If we send an email, nothing happens, no waste is generated, no electric waste. Well, there is electric waste in terms of used tools, computers, machines, servers. It all has its carbon footprint, starting from the necessary raw materials for production through the wear of this equipment and what we can do with it. We have focus, we emphasize that our data center operates based on green energy. It is very important that this communication and information sector, so our whole digital sector, is estimated to account for 5% of the global energy use in 2020, and it is expected to raise to 9% in 2030. So this tsunami of data, all those data centers which are developed, which are necessary, which respond to market needs, they do generate a lot of energy use. First of all. And as I said, investing and looking for this sustainable development in the context of green energy, but also expanding lifetimes, repairing equipment, looking for institutions which we can support, for example, by donating our old computers, which we can no longer use for experts, specialists, but are still good enough for educational purposes, for example, giving them to children, for example, in the context of educational tools. So these are elements at which we continuously look. And there's one area which is not well recognized, but we are already speaking of virtualization, but also application design here. It's not just about the environment, but there's also the social dimension, digital accessibility. Sustainable development also addresses accessibility to technology for people with disabilities on the same level as others. We also speak about coverage. This coverage range of internet is constantly improved. We're also speaking of people who are not as wealthy, who cannot use most efficient equipment. So IT should also deal with providing services to areas with not so much technology available. But IT, yes, but we do generate a carbon footprint.
Green IT, zmniejszania emisyjności,
Yes, so green IT and reducing these emissions is a separate topic, but sustainable development also has a social aspect. This accessibility of the digital world is also about sustainable development. Yesterday I had a very interesting conversation on a similar issue. We're facing here a generation change. A lot is being said about that in the close future. Data collected about us will have influence on banks assessing our credit worthiness. Companies emitting more CO2 or not being sustainable will face difficulties getting a credit. But it will also be the issue for individuals. So there's also a space to collect data about us. The influence of data will be huge here. Well, I'm hoping that our society will be ready to see and read the data in an educated manner. For example, about the carbon footprint we generate. I know from unofficial conversations that not everyone's ready for that. There are applications in which, if you, for example, show the carbon footprint of our shopping, unfortunately, not everyone welcomes these applications. We're probably not ready yet as a society to see how much carbon footprint we generate. Of course, I do believe in education, that our decisions will be more educated soon, and it's a great role for all of us to demonstrate the extent to which traveling on a bicycle or train differs from flying a plane. This is all important. And the message is good, that we need to make educated decisions. And in case of young people who are very digital, it's also visible that they have very high awareness in terms of environment protection. But if you ask them whether they're ready to give up streaming TV, which generates a lot of energy consumption, I'm not sure if they're going to be ready for that. So no one will give up certain services. We need to reduce energy consumption for them and look for sustainability here. For example, through getting our energy from renewable resources. Recently, Google announced an alliance with Polsat Plus group with closer cooperation. Polsat Plus will make green wind power for the new Google data center, and they in turn will invest in using technology and making technology available to provide migration to the public cloud in the area of this company. So I'm hoping for new initiatives like that, where businesses cooperate with each other for the benefit of green IT. Technology is supposed to help us reduce our carbon footprint. There are a lot of applications which help us lower emissions, boost energy efficiency. I suppose younger people are more willing or more aware to utilize all this. My next question for Martyna, in your opinion, how does designing technology influence future generations? Well, I think that we should primarily, emphatically take into consideration the needs of these future generations. One of the definitions of sustainable development is also based on the UN 2030 agenda, is that sustainable development is development of one generation which doesn't block the generation of the next, or the development of the next generation. So I believe right now where the millennials are the generation which is now
największą decyzyjność w tworzeniu nowych technologii,
which has the most decision power in creating new technologies. We should look at the needs of the Z and Alpha generations, because for the first time in history, those generation differences are visible.
Ja miałam w zeszłym roku przyjemność współpracować z
I had the pleasure last year to work with Natalia Hadarska's institute on creating a report concerning the future of the ICT
gdzie właśnie robiliśmy badania dotyczące
carried out research on the generation needs, on how these needs are going to change regarding the next generations. The Z and Alpha generations, as you mentioned, are generations for which environment protection, social contribution is very important, for which education is a must, but they do not fear new technologies as much. It seems to me that the percentage of women working in technology in these generations will be higher. Also because they listen to different discourse, they are brought up differently, but designing new technologies right now, we should take into consideration their needs and look towards what they are speaking about, that they want to return to slow life, to eco-friendliness, to not creating a mass of waste, that they prefer buying used better quality things rather than new ones. It is important that we listen to them, not treating them as children, but emphatically listen to what they say. And designing technology is resolving problems. This is the definition of design. So we should listen with empathy to this and react as we go.
Myślę też, że powinniśmy ich włączać.
I think we should include them.
From
the perspective of space technologies, I need to tell that people from our sector, they don't see possible opportunities, or they don't see problems of other people from other sectors. For example, agriculture or farming. When we plan cities, we need to talk to architects. We need to talk to people, to city dwellers, because they are the ones who use these spaces. The satellite data allow us to follow some behavior patterns, and that thanks to them we understand how the city lives. But we're not able to design anything for such people without their participation. I'd like to focus on one thing, because you said that we're going to need a lot of data. Very often we haven't access to this data at AWS, or as we heard from the power speech in Poland, we have Creo DS, which is the cloud computing solution, and European Commission offers access to satellite imaging for free, so you can obtain any kind of information which is important for your business, or build your business based on this data. And I'd like to mention one important thing. Important from the point of view of the nature of this event, about women, for women in IT, because in the context of sustainable growth, it's a very important topic. Generally, women, in line with Green Biz service, they occupy 2/3 of managerial positions related to sustainable growth, but this is reverse to the participation of women in IT, and here we can see a clash, because why are there more women in sustainable growth? Because in theory they are more empathetic, they are future forward and future oriented. This is a quote: women study at the university they study at faculties related to sustainable growth and social responsibility. Do you think that this potential of women is fully tapped in the context of what we're talking about?
Patrzysz na mnie, to zabiorę głos.
You're taking a look
To jest
at
do was
myself,
wszystkich
that's why
absolutnie.
I'm taking a look at you.
Także mam nadzieję, że usłyszę,
Okay,
co
so
wy też,
I hope
macie wasze spostrzeżenia i wasze
that you will
doświadczenia.
share your views as well.
No cóż, mi się wydaje, że w sektorze kosmicznym, w sektorze
in
wysokich
the
technologii potrzebujemy
high-tech
talentów.
sector, we need more talents.
I mamy bardzo duży niedobór tych talentów.
And there is still a shortage of them.
Na mój sektor muszę też
In
powiedzieć,
my
że
sector,
w przypadku Polski
I can
nie
see
jest
that
tak
in Poland,
źle. Te dane,
maybe it's not so bad.
Udział kobiet w
The participation of women in space technologies is much better than in the case of other
krajów z doświadczeniem kosmicznym, typu Stany Zjednoczone,
experienced in the
Francja,
space sector,
Niemcy,
like France, US, Italy, Germany,
mało kobiet jest
because only few women are included in the space sector.
Wymyślane to nowe
And very
projekty,
often there are
które
new
wskazywały
projects
perspektywę,
that
jakby włączały technologię i
include
łączyły ją z
technology
perspektywą,
and
płci,
they
różnorodności
connect
płci. Więc
space with diversity.
Ten potencjał jest wykorzystywany, no
So
nie, bo
if
to
you
jeszcze nie jest ten
ask
punkt.
me
Pomimo
whether
tego, że
this
w Polsce
potential
jest
is
lepiej niż gdzie indziej, to jeszcze nie
used,
jesteśmy
well, it's better in
na
Poland than
równi,
in
nie
other
jesteśmy,
places, but we're not
te
at
talenty nie są w pełni wykorzystywane. Ale mam też
it
takie
doesn't
poczucie,
mean
że
that we fully
ogólnie talent
utilize our capabilities.
Talenty dostępne w Polsce nie są jeszcze w pełni
The pool of
wykorzystywane w sektorze
talents
kosmicznym. Tutaj bardzo
available
dużo
in
pracy
Poland
zostało
is
wykonane,
not
ale nadal za mało
used
w
in full
informowaniu, że sektor kosmiczny
for the
też jest
purpose of
miejscem
space
pracy.
industry.
właśnie, bo my
Space
mówimy
industry
o tym,
is
że,
a job.
Więcej kobiet niż
We
mężczyzn zajmuje się
say
w ogóle
that more
zrównoważonym
women
rozwojem
than
przedsiębiorstwa.
men are
Z drugiej strony, że IT jest
involved in
do tego,
sustainable
żeby
growth. On the other
zajmować się
hand,
zrównoważonym rozwojem.
IT is indispensable
No i to jest trochę sprzeczne, bo
to
badania wskazują, uwielbiam cytować badania,
take care
że
of
angażując
sustainable
kobiety w branżę
growth.
IT nie
According to
tylko
research, if you
wzbogacamy
engage women in
różnorodność,
IT,
ale również przyczyniamy się
you
do
boost
osiągnięcia
diversity and you
zrównoważonego rozwoju.
are closer to attainment of sustainability growth. At the same time, from the data presented by the World Bank, women are represent less than 33% of and they represent only 15% of engineers and architects, so they are not very much into technical faculties and technical professions. In the European Union, 19% of ICT sector are women. And now question to all of you, from your perspective, how this share of women in technology, participation of women in jobs related to technology, and how to increase this participation. Let me put it like this. If we focused only on genders of University of Technology graduates, it seems that women shouldn't be there at all. Because in my generation, there were only few women graduating from technical universities, and I'm a great example of a person who did not graduate from a technical university and who is involved for over 20 years in the IT sector. How did it happen? Well, IT is present in every sector, so you can be very mature and very conscious. For example, I have banking background. I started from training banking employees in ICT because I knew products and I knew systems. And in the meantime, it appeared that I became a kind of tester. Then I started to make implementations, and then I got involved into quality assurance and projects. So if you enter on this path, upskilling and opportunities to grow, they emerge everywhere. So I encourage all women who have any IT departments, because maybe there is a place for them, because we are able to learn a lot on the job, and the value which technical people lack, this is the understanding of business. So IT and business should cooperate, and here at our bank we have a lot of reskilling programs, and we invite people who work at bank branches. We had a program
jakby osoby przeszły pełne przeszkolenie.
Train testers.
W swoim zespole miałam kilka osób,
People completed complete comprehensive training and were transferred from customer service to IT as testers because the entry level is quite low.
Jest po prostu kluczowa. Więc to jest jedna z takich
So this is some, and you know to need to know customers. So it's one thing, and that's great if a company supports that and if they propose some mature programs. But even if it doesn't happen at your organizations, please get to know these people and ask questions, and soon you will learn that you will be a valuable team member for the purpose of this or that project, and you can be offered an IT person because we need such people. In the context of what you said, we know that in fact maybe we are not living in ideal times, but in the context of ICT and in the long run, if we try to predict the future of this sector, we can see some competence of the future which will be especially required in the ICT sector, and they are not related to software development or coding. We have data analysis, the correlation of business and technology, and also creative problem solving, teamwork, flexibility, and capability of working in different contexts at the same time. The curiosity about the world and merging different aspects at once. And I think that women should see different paths that could be followed, that you don't need to be a software developer, that you can choose other paths which would be also valued in the future. And also that it's quite probable that in 10 years from now, for example, my profession was inexistent when I passed my high school final exam. So 15 years ago, it was in existence. So each of us working for ICT or in technologies, soon we will do something different that we do now, and it's good to be open to a change. The learning model is changing. So many people go study at a university, but many people discovered that they don't need to spend 5 years at a university to reskill. And the universities also offer short courses to teach one competence, to reskill within your sector or to a different sector. So I think the perception of diversity which is offered by this sector and different paths that you can follow, that is really, really helpful to women. And also traveling abroad. I can remember that a few years ago I was preparing myself for speakers and public speaking contest, and I had to prepare a speech that nothing teaches you as traveling. So if you are if you jump into a new culture, it boosts your flexibility even after you're back. I need to tell that we said a lot, women should. We repeated that, women should. I don't have technical background, but I met some guys, some males who were willing to motivate me and to offer their peace of mind. So people who had no official role to be my mentors or my buddy, they spent some time to boost my talent, to share knowledge. And I think this is very important because that is a game changer. So I encourage you to be very attentive in the context of the role of education. Let me ask you a question, because I was very curious how it happened that you came to the space industry. It was by mistake. I wanted to, I went for an interview to a totally different position, and he said that you should be in the space, and I knew nothing about the space, and I said, what are you talking about? Because I didn't think it can be serious. So a lot of luck, and I had some experience in IT. They needed a person who speaks English well and is not afraid of IT, and this is how I got there. But there are different paths that can lead you to the space, because a dozen years ago it was not possible to talk about any space sector in Poland. In fact, we have been discussing this sector for 11 years. There are some studies in Poland training future space industry employees, and you can study space technologies, but apart from the fact that they work for Polsa,
od lat już mówimy, że najważniejsza jest po prostu chęć.
And that we repeat that you need to be willing and you need to be motivated to join the sector. And it's such people, they stand a better potential to boost the sector rather than technical people, because such a person is universal and can support different aspects. So I'm a good study case.
Myślę, że to też łączy bardzo dużo moich kolegów. I tutaj chciałam jeszcze jedno zdanie powiedzieć,
it's worth mentioning that this year, for the first time ever, we open national traineeships at Polish space industry. So if somebody is considering joining the space sector, feel free to participate and to be a Polish Space Agency trainee.
I to nie jest tak, że ta osoba musi mieć wykształcenie
So it's not like that such a person requires technical education, because space sector is open to many other professions. You said one important thing, that in fact it's all about going beyond your comfort zone. So in order to
IT, to nie trzeba
get
umieć
engaged
programować,
in the IT world, you don't need to know how to write codes. So you did not study IT
Czyli generalnie, jak mówimy
technology, no, not at all. So generally, when
rozwoju,
we
to
talk about
niekoniecznie mówimy
technology in
właśnie
the
o
context of
programowaniu,
sustainable
tak?
growth,
Tylko
we're
trzeba
not
zrozumieć, że to jest
talking
bardzo,
about
bardzo
software
szeroki obszar
development or
różnych
coding. There's
czynności,
a vast array of different
które gdzieś tam
activities
są w obszarze tych
that are
technologii,
carried out in the
ale
context of
one
technologies,
wychodzą
but
bardzo poza takie nasze sztampowe myślenie o technologiach, prawda? I to chyba na tym polega.
Regular thinking about technologies. So maybe that's the role of women is so important, because women try to think out of the box.
Ja tak się zastanawiam jeszcze a propos tego, co ty mówiłaś, Martyna, że nas czekają nowe zupełnie zawody, tak? Albo podzawody, no bo jak mówimy o projektancie,
for example, when we talk about designers, this discussion that I had yesterday, it was a discussion with fashion designer who is just collecting data for one of the fashion brands. So this is
potrzebnych
technical
do tego, żeby ocenić, czy ubranie zostało stworzone w sposób zrównoważony, czy nie.
Assess whether a piece of cloth has been implemented and developed in a sustainable manner.
To jest rozwiązywanie
Fashion
problemów.
designing
Projektowanie opiera się w dużej mierze na badaniach, czyli bardzo często zbieramy dane, bardzo często proces projektowy to w 80% są badania, w 20% to jest projektowanie. I myślę, że czeka nas bardzo dużo zawodów w przyszłości, jeżeli chodzi o sektor projektowy. Nie jestem sobie w stanie teraz wyobrazić jakich, ale myślę, że to będzie na pewno powiązane ze sztuczną inteligencją. Bo sama widzę, że w ciągu ostatniego roku moja praca bardzo zaczęła polegać na używaniu AI-a, czego się nie spodziewałam, że aż tak bardzo będzie. I myślę, że ważne jest to po prostu, żebyśmy byli otwarci na tego typu zmiany. I też ważna rzecz, którą chciałam powiedzieć, że tak naprawdę w tej branży niczego się nie da zrobić w pojedynkę I niczego się nie da zrobić jednym typem kompetencji. To wszystko jest o kolaboracji, o współpracy, o uzupełniających się różnego rodzaju kompetencjach i nawet jeżeli ja nie potrafię programować jakoś super dobrze, to mam wizję, strategię i pomysł, jak coś stworzyć i mam 10 programistów, którzy każdy wie, jak swoją działkę zaprogramować. Mam też
cover their piece of the cake. We have other people who are better in some parts of designing than me, and we co-create the item, and it's very important to be a team player in this industry because we are not able to do anything on our own, and so I think I can put forward such a bold statement. When talking about sustainable growth, we can tell that sustainable growth itself is the ability, and the sustainable growth requires collaboration, as it is not possible at the national level to reduce CO2 or at the level of EU, because we need all member states to cooperate. We need a global cooperation, in fact, of all countries. And at the same time, at the level of organization, we're not able to pursue the sustainability growth without cross and multidisciplinary teams.
Związane chociażby ze zrównoważonym rozwojem.
For example, in order to resolve some issues with regard to sustainable growth. So I think that this change needs to take place also at this level, as you have all these programs with regard to inviting new people to the IT world. We are trying at our organization to do so, but business is inviting us, the IT departments and the IT sector, and I'm such a person. I took part in the second ESG Academy, and it will be launched next week, so I'm happy about this, because I had an opportunity to spend some time on an intense training touching upon all issues regarding ESG, and I did not think that me as a person from IT, I will learn how to design power industry and energy policy, and what is the potable water reservoir, and how to raise awareness. And these are things which are really important, because soon I will be able to translate it into the language of my sector. I will try to look for sources of optimization, and I will review the app, whether it has been designed in a proper way or not, and so how to reduce the amount of data collected. We can, for example, downsize pictures, or not to share too many movies if it doesn't bring any additional value to our customer.
And computational powers to prepare a specific application, and this accessibility for a wide group of people. And this is also about that. We are also invited to do just that, to develop our awareness, to understand this business well. Well, education here is key from our today's debate, for which I thank you very much, because we need to finish now. I have this one thought now to close it, that there is no sustainable development without women, but also no sustainable development without IT. So we need to introduce women into resolving sustainable development technological problems. Thank you very, very much for this interesting conversation. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much to our lady speakers from the last session. Very inspiring, as all the sessions today have been. Now, keep your energy with us, because we have still 2 blocks to go, 6 behind us. But I know you've got it in you, ladies, so keep your full attention with us. Coming up, we have our next power speech, Being a Woman Leader in Tech, Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow. That session is going to be run by Cecilia Bonifald-Dahl. And straight afterwards, we will have debate number 7, Tech platforms, speed and efficiency in creating business solutions. The panelists who will be joining us for that session are Marzena Misek from Accenture, Jakub Leś, Point72, Renata Jaroszyńska from PKO BP, Monika Goroń, Warsaw Stock Exchange, and Michaela Raluka-Tudor from European Women Association. The moderator will be Katarzyna Frendel. So, moving on, we now introduce Cecilia.
Cecilia Gold Vision right now.
So thank you so much for inviting me to do a power speech. Thank you so much to the Future Caller. And I guess it's not a coincidence that you have this event on the Women Equal Pay Day. You know, women are still paid 13% less than men. It means that basically from the 15th of November, all women work for free for the rest of the year. Of course, that seems to be like a funny statement, but it is actually quite true. So I will talk to you a little bit about how it is to be a woman in the tech industry, the world's best industry, according to me. I'm the Secretary General of Digital Europe. We represent 45,000 digitalizing companies in Europe. And what do? We work with a digital policy. With digital investment, we are, you can say, the private sector partner that works with the EU Commission, the EU Council and Parliament and the member states on how to regulate and invest in digital technologies. So a big thank you for giving me this opportunity today. Let me start by saying that, you know, if we look back, we have come a long, long way. So you see here on the screen Ada Lovelace. She was out of a very, very wealthy family, which gave her at that time in the 1850s, 40 and 50s, the opportunity of even, you know, doing some kind of intellectual studying and looking at math. At that time, it was absolutely unthinkable that you would give an education to women like this. She is also considered the first computer programmer, or the one who actually understood that a computer could be more efficient and work differently from a calculator. So at that time, and for many, many years, she was not acknowledged, and her findings were not seen as real science because she was a woman. And at that time, as I said, anything, if you did not have a family who could allow you to do this, you know, any woman would never have that opportunity. Well, we've come a long way, but there is still a way to go. I wanted to bring to your attention that in the tech sector, we actually have quite a number of super cool women CEOs, CTOs, innovators of technology. Here are some of them. You have Murati, who's the CTO of OpenAI, so really the future. We have Hurt, who is CEO of Bumble. We have Theophil, who is the CTO of Novartis, really looking at how to do medicine to improve health. And that is really based on data, you know, analytics of big data and AI to actually find those solutions on health today. We have Crystal Heidemann, who I know very well, the CEO of Orange, and Meg Whitman, former CEO of both eBay and HP. So I could continue like that. And of course, if you look at digital policy, you have Vestager, you have myself, you have Lisa Fuhr, a lot of people who are active in digital, women who are active in digital policy. However, the numbers speak for themselves. And worth to noticing is that we're in the Western world, we're in Europe. We are where the progress is continuing. But if you look at progress in other continents of the world, well, it's actually going backwards. So yes, we need to fight for ourselves. We need to fight for equality, not only for women and men, but for different sexualities and age, etc., diversity. However, other places in the world, this is really going in the wrong direction. We see both in US, talking about the abortion laws. We see in Hungary, not allowing abortion, etc. So there are actually countries that are moving backwards on women's rights. And that we need to also take a responsibility for. So let's look a little bit at my career. What did I do? Well, I started my very early career. I studied international business administration, and I moved into working in IBM while I was still studying. And I was lucky to be chosen as one of the 5 that continued in a job in a fixed position. And I grew from IBM to Oracle to being the CEO of a smaller company to starting my own company, sell-off, president of the board, general director, all of a sudden advisor to NATO and the European Commission. How did I do that? I mean, and how did I manage? First of all, I think there was a few things. I actually never realized that it was quite special to be a woman. I have a mother who is a very famous professor in toxicology, and a father who is an engineer. Both had international careers, and I never realized that there was a difference and expectations were different on me. Maybe from my surroundings, I did understand that, compared to other girls, I was not really fitting into the pattern of being, the nice girl, doing everything the normal way. However, somehow I succeeded in always, positioning myself as the right one for the job. And then I think I took maybe telling one story. I took a very early kind of experience where I realized that I was being treated unfair. I was a 1 out of 5. The other were 4 men who was hired into the first company that I worked in. And I was the only one who was given a very high sales quota, which is totally okay. I wanted to do that. I like to be measured. I don't mind that. But I was working. We are talking 16 hours a day, also in the weekends, long hours, super ambitious, very, very difficult. And I actually realized that I got the job from 2 former VPs, and I was just like a manager. And at a certain point, I was told, well, you will not get your full bonus because you didn't do your expenses. And I was like, what? I said, but I earned all this. I made a turnaround. I did all this. I'm so sorry. I just didn't have the time. And I went out and I talked to some of the people who had hired at the same time as me. And they said, but you get paid like half of us. We already got like 3 salary increases. And I became so mad that I basically said to my boss, either you give me, I'm equal to the bands of them. They are not even in a revenue facing position. You give me the same salary as them and you raise me up in the bands of my position, or you can finish the job yourself. It's just not for me. It's fair that you criticize that I'm not good at things, but certain small things, but I deliver tenfold their value to the company. And in the end, he was forced to do so, and I had a salary increase, and I had the right level. So at that, and it was not really that I thought that I worked too much or anything, because I'm ready to do that. But it needs to be fair somehow. And I did have the biggest position of all the 3 of us who were discussing, and we had the same career. Anyway, so another, just a few things that you experience in your career. When I got my first VP position, I was traveling. I had a North European position. I traveled to meet my CEOs in the countries that were reporting to me, and I came to one country. And I was walking around in the corridors looking for the meeting room. And I came in, and there was like 3 gentlemen, normally as in the suit as normal. And one of them turned to me and said in his own language, which I understood, I don't understand what the coffee and the catering should have been here. Will you go and get it? And I thought, well, okay, I'm going to get the catering. So I went and took this little wagon and took it in with the coffee and the cakes. And I sat down, and he looked at me, and I said, hi, I guess you are Tom. So I'm your new boss. And of course, he was super embarrassed. But for him, I was a little lady walking in 20 years ago. And apparently I could not be the boss. So I must be the lady with the coffee. Honestly, I didn't take it personal. I mean, I felt sorry for him because he must have been so embarrassed. And he was a very good CEO, and we managed very well, going forward. And I will give you some advices on how to handle these situations, because sometimes we have to also realize that we are all biased. No matter what we say, even I am biased. We are all biased. We can fight our biases, but just take it light, be robust, and continue. If you know you're good, you'll get there, and you will also manage your career much better than if you you take these small things personal. So, looking at how is this really playing out for women in tech? Well, 1 out of 5 women are ICT experts. And I would say that's on a good day, because when you see the differences between the different roles, they're really, hardcore specialists in AI, etc. There are even fewer women, all the way down to 5%. So we really need to look at how these cool jobs, data analysts, AI specialists, cybersecurity specialists, we lack so many, and it's such a fun job. It's like being a detective, finding solutions, innovating health solutions, making a greener environment. How can we use less energy? How can we basically motivate women to become ICT specialists at a much, much earlier stage? I think many women say math is not for me and it's too difficult and I don't understand. Maybe it's the way that we're teaching it. Maybe if we did it much more with use cases and how you can use technologies, it would be much easier to understand some of these things. So different kind of teaching and also much more women in these. So I should say here, 20 million ICT specialists, it should be trained until 2030 if we have to keep up with any kind of innovation in Europe. We are lacking 300 cyber security specialists. Every day it gets more and more complex. And just imagine that job as being a detective, a technical detective looking for bad guys that can basically, really protect the democracies that we live in. I really hope that we'll see much more women there. Well, looking at business and tech in general, we still have an issue, even though we have a lot of, as you saw before, cool female CEOs. The overall percentage is still on 8%. 8% is just too little. Well, we can discuss forever, why is that, right? 13% of senior management in tech, and they earn 13% less than men. Why is that? I would say maybe from a personal standpoint and not being super academic around it, I would say women take less chances. If we're not perfect, we don't, take the risk of somebody telling us that we're not good or this delivery is bad. We have too much, perfection, and sometimes just saying, well, it's not good enough. I'll change it. I'll try next time. Try again. Trial, error. Take more chances. And it's, of course, both on the mothers and the fathers to teach their younger children to not be afraid of making mistakes, to not being afraid of taking critical feedback as a compliment of somebody spending time on them. And then, of course, can be a little bit rough. I mean, many girls are taught that the world is a good place and we need to do the right thing, whereas boys play football and, sometimes they get tackled or kicked or, which we are told that this is not the right thing to do. Well, surprise, surprise, life is not fair and life is not always easy. So we also need to be more robust, and we can take the space that we deserve as women because we are equally, if not better educated. And we definitely know how to innovate and be creative and make solutions out of data and AI if we just have the competences. So what did I do about this? First, actually, the first female community I founded when I became the president of the Danish IT Association. And actually, before that, because I discovered I was in a management event as one of the female CEOs, we were 2 amongst 250 male CEOs. We were 2 women. And we kind of fast found each other and was discussing, what can we do about this? And, what do you do? Let's talk. And we decided to outreach to the 13 CEOs in the whole country that was CEOs in Denmark at that time. And we gathered this female, leaders in tech community, which still exists today in the organization of ITB. And it really helped. I ended up many years later becoming the president, implementing guidelines for diversity in the board, and ended up 50-50 men and women at the board. And today there is a female CEO, and at this time there is a male president, but before that a female president. A bit the same here in Digital Europe. We looked at the same, looked at our board, implemented guidelines, and we have 50-50 men and women in our board today. The staff I have today in Digital Europe is 50-50 men and women at all levels. And I think that's where you can make a difference. Make it happen where you can, and make sure that you also, of course, treat men equally, but that you give the opportunities to the best and to the brightest, and that the acknowledgement of needing the diversity in the team. Another thing I did, or my team did, under the leadership of Helena, my current COO and legal and HR responsible, we ran the program of Women for IT, where we re-educated 900 young women, in these countries that you see below, from either being unemployed or from other administrative jobs into becoming ICT specialists. And it was quite amazing to see that 70% of the trainees found employment after 3 months after graduation, and others became self-employed. Really a high ratio of success. So wherever we go, let's make sure that we fight for equality for women and for men, and that we make sure that there is a balance in our teams, and that we create equal opportunity for the employees that we have. So a few career tips from me. Choose a sector that represents the future. It's always more fun. And I must say that when I chose tech, it was mostly about, should we have a mainframe or a PC? Right now, we are innovating solutions that will save the planet. We can bring down CO2 with 20% just by using AI in the basic solutions that we have today in buildings, in agriculture, etc. So we are really shaping the future with tech today. Second of all, do not take it personal. People are biased, and there's some people that you cannot move. For them, you will always be like a woman or a girl or whatever it is. You cannot change their perspective. It's their mistake. It's not your mistake. So don't take it personal. Shake it off and continue. If you're a bright young lady, why would you listen to them? Thirdly, I would say be ready to make sacrifices. If you want a big career, if you want to become a CEO or, a CTO, well, it's probably going to be long working hours, and, I can't take this parents' school meeting and these kind of sacrifices. There will be trade-offs. Be ready to take them, and don't think that it will be, mean the end of the world for your family, because you are also the role model for your own daughters to basically see themselves in the careers and making those sacrifices without feeling that the world is falling apart. Be robust. It's just a game. Look at it like a football match. It's all about, and you can actually change the game. I think I managed to change the game in Digital Europe. We have men, we have women, we have all kinds of ages. We have 36 different nationalities. There is really a room for being diverse. So actually succeeding also means that you can change the game. Collect great, loyal people around you. A lot of women, when we get children or, we talk about personal stuff, which is good, but you need people, professional colleagues around you. Collect them in your career. Make sure that you recognize the people that will support you, who you learn from, who you can, give your knowledge to, and make sure that you keep your contacts with them all the way through the career, also when you are on maternity leave. Yes, hard skills are needed. I'm sorry, math might be difficult, but, you need some hard skills, whether that is, accounting or, tech skills, or it's not that you have to be the best really, because there are many other things and ways to be good in your career time. But it would be good to have some kind of hard skills in your life, because that's where you can start drawing the perspectives between hard skills and soft skills and innovations, etc. And it opens up a full new language and world to know about data, to know about AI, to know about coding. Again, you don't need to be necessarily a specialist, but some hard skills are very good to have. I hope that you enjoyed my speech and that you will be a little bit motivated to join the tech environment. We need you. We need you to contribute to better health solutions, fighting cancer, fighting hunger, fighting climate change, making innovative solutions for transportation, for how we control resources, how we can actually track toxins, etc. So there's a lot to do out there, and I hope that you will also find the tech industry very interesting. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening, everyone.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa serdecznie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. This is the 7th debate devoted to technological platforms. My name is Katarzyna Frendl, and I'm the founder of a female automotive portal, Motokaina, and producer of MotoZoom in Business 24. I write articles for Wysokie Obcasy. In short, I'm a journalist. In 20 years, I've been into the automotive industry, but also this industry has been affected by AI, by IT, by computing power and widespread AI. So step by step, I'm becoming a tech journalist. So that's why I fit perfectly in the topic of today's women IT in day. The technology is changing its face in front of our eyes. Be part of this disruption, and I'm becoming a part of this disruption, and together with my experts in this room we will show you the vision of the organization, which is based on a platform or platforms, technological platforms, using state-of-the-art tools, thanks to which some processes and products and services can significantly speed up some areas in companies or accelerate entire companies which become even more performant. So before we start, let me present my speakers who are going to share their views. So we've been honored to guest Renata Jaroszyńska from PKO, Michaela Raluka-Tudor from European Women's Association, Renata Jaroszyńska from PKO Bank Polski, Electronic Banking, Dr. Monika Gorgoń, board member for operations and regulations from Warsaw Stock Exchange, Jakub Leś, Point 72, and Marzena Miśka from Accenture. So my first question over to Marzena Miśka. I'm sorry. So the practice of implementation, she's a practitioner in implementation of technological platforms. So let's start from the analysis of needs within the organization. So what should be the starting point to avoid any delays at the implementation phase? So what is at the beginning? What is the most important at the beginning of the process to talk about the implementation success? Thank you very much for this question. So before, I'd like to say hello to all of you in front of your screens and here in the studio, and all members and speakers in this panel discussion. Before I respond to your question, I will start with a short introduction. I'm a part of the consulting department at Accenture, and I'm in close cooperation with technological department. That's why I manage projects for clients from FMCG. So these are perishable goods. And producers who sell in B2C channels, so directly to consumers, and via B2B channels, via different sales platforms and stores. And that's a very good question, because a lot is going on behind the implementation takes place, before the platform is implemented. So maybe I won't be able to present all activities and all topics that we would like to address, but maybe I will just say about 3 things. So before implementation, I'm starting with understanding, with achieving common understanding with customers, what are our aspirations and what problems we would like to address. So during the discussion, I'm trying to identify the needs, and I'm trying to verify whether we have all stakeholders on board, because if we define the needs at the beginning and we gather all speakers engaged, the implementation itself will be even faster.
Jeśli natomiast okaże się,
But if it happens that just at the beginning we engaged only a sales director who would be willing to address sales exclusively, so they want to boost sales only, or they want to increase loyalty among buyers, or they want to make it possible to have a better consumer outreach in a fast manner. So if only if we limit our discussions to this IT director, it may happen that during the implementation there will be some people from marketing who will be interested, and they will have their expectations towards the project. So it's very important to identify your stakeholders just at the beginning. And the third thing, which I think is very important and the most important, to define
jak zdefiniujemy ten nasz sukces? Skąd będziemy wiedzieli po wdrożeniu
how will we know after the platform is implemented that this implementation was successful,
to, co zamierzaliśmy? Czyli musimy sobie
that we achieved what we wanted. So we need to define our success.
Key performance indicator. Określamy sobie
So through our KPIs, we try to assign some measures to our success. So if we want to increase our sales, at the end we will see that, for example, it will be a 5% increase, and after implementation of e-commerce platform there will be more orders placed, and
osiągniemy te 5%, tak? No
we will achieve 5%. If we don't achieve 5%, we will need to revisit what can be done to make this implementation successful. And just to finish, the implementation of the platform itself is not only about setting up the system and launching it on production, but it's about achieving business objectives. And this is the source of our successful as the implementation partner, and I'm talking about Accenture from this point. And once again, a short thing. This is the third time I'm speaker in this panel. Well, I'm into advanced solution implementation. We've been implementing many platforms for many years, and I did not say a single word about software development. I would like to dispel this and to explain that it's not only that IT is not only about software developers, because everything I said and all examples I presented have nothing to do with coding. We need people who are great communicators, who have vast knowledge about business in the field we're concentrated on together with our clients, and they have propensity to
rozmowy z klientem.
deep dive into topics and be in good relationship with customers. So I think that after this panel discussion, hopefully I'll find somebody who will be willing joining our team in Accenture. I know that you are experienced in the implementation of such platforms all around the world. We've been talking about communication, and I know that this ability is very, very important in this context, because let's assume that the implementation of the platform was successful without any delays, and we managed to implement the platform finally, but the company would like to go global and to go on some, for example, Asian, African market, Indian market. I know that you are competent in the field. That's why I will ask you what, from your perspective, is the most important. Any cultural context or maybe legal issues?
Tak, zgadza się. Od 8 lat.
That's true. For 8 years I've been implementing products for international clients, so people who are running their business operations in Poland and abroad. And when the platform is implemented, we usually organize a so-called pilot. So we choose a country where we're going to collect requirements, and at present I'm governing B2B commerce implementing team, so maybe I will use it as an example, and we will implement such a pilot. That means we will collect some preliminary requirements. The platform would be available to users at a given country, and we will try and we measure what is the appeal of the platform in the country, and then we scan the platform. We want to launch it on other markets, and depending on our planning,
tak jak wspomniałam, ten początek, tak? Czyli jak nasz klient określił swoje oczekiwania, wymagania na przyszłość, no to tak my
so the expectations expressed by our customer, this is how we implement this platform on other markets. So before we scale up the platform on the markets, we need to understand
oczekiwaniom użytkowników.
Whether this platform corresponds to customers' need in all countries. We have cultural differences, we have differences resulting from legal requirements.
Wymagania prawne. Także one się różnią i czasami może się okazać,
because they're different
mamy taki
for different countries. We have a standard template.
Ta platforma była globalna.
We want to offer an access to a global platform, some template that we're going to install in individual countries, but very often it appears that it's not possible, and we need to work out some details in order to meet legal requirements or to address some local conditioning. For example, when we implemented B2B e-commerce platform in Vietnam,
hurtowników, którzy
we had such wholesalers who collected orders on the platform, and they had their offices at the garage. They didn't have any laptops, they didn't have any computers, so we had to adapt the platform to make it possible to use it via a mobile phone or smartphone. But we were not able to use this option that we have in Salesforce, that the platform is available from the level of mobile devices and different tools. So we had to simplify the interface to make it available to customers. And we have a whole bunch of such examples. I could go on and on. Okay, I think that there will be some time to share this experience at the end. And Michaela, you are the founder and CEO of a great PR agency. You are specializing in communicating to companies developing software. How to communicate such a complex, such a comprehensive issues. I spent a lot of time preparing on this for this debate, and I had to read a lot about IT. For example, when you communicate to journalists, economic or financial journalists who have no idea about the topics you're talking about, what should be your point of focus? What are the assets of the platforms that you list and you highlight in order to communicate them effectively, or to the company, because the implementation required to convince employees?
So hello everyone. It's a
it's an amazing moment for women, for women in present and future. So happy to be here in Poland for such an event. As a global vice president of European Women's Association, which is an ecosystem that helps women entrepreneurs, especially to scale their businesses globally. And also as an entrepreneur myself, I'm very thankful for Future Colors, for this event and what they are doing to help women thrive in business. So regarding your questions, which is a very good one, thank you for that. It's very important for companies to understand that they have a duty to educate journalists. There isn't anymore the expectations for journalists to be hyper specialized in every field, and they only just take your commercial information and put it out there. No, you really need to connect with them, gain their attention, and find relatable analogies about real life problems in your company. It's not about just the monologue that companies are used to put out there. It's about creating a dialogue, but understanding that media is your liaison to your audience. But you need to help them help you. So if you make your communication digestible with examples from everyday life, then you will have the chance to create the impact you're searching for. So what I recommend is to try to connect more, to educate, and you yourself to become an example of transparency, of talking in a very natural language. And as I tell often my colleagues, talk to your grandma. Think about your grandma when you're trying to explain some very hyper specialized technologies. Why did Apple become so successful with Steve Jobs in the lead? Because he was explaining to everybody in an amazing, very natural storytelling manner some new technologies that innovated the world. So, do that and you will get the big prize.
Pani Michaela, jest pani też
Michaela, you're also a specialist in personal brand in the technological world. And is it possible for a person implementing such a technological platform, which is always related to some challenges or obstacles with regard to employees who can be a bit skeptical about solutions, to build your personal brand image if such an implementation is successful? If it happens that some areas in company became more efficient, more performant, the company is growing and employees started to earn more, can you build on that? And what should be the starting point, knowing that this is a chance to be used?
So, we need to keep in mind that people trust people more than they trust companies. It's about your voice that matters the most. So first of all, if you own a company or are you managing a company, you need to work on your personal brand. It's for you also because you get the freedom in life to choose whatever you want for you. You become your most valuable asset. And you are also an example for your employees. Even though technical people are used to staying in the back, which I understand that, when they see the big difference in terms of what personal branding brings to them, also the freedom, the empowerment, the everyday getting better for yourself and for your company, then they become real life study cases. So how can we make them
understand that. As I said and mentioned before, it's all about education. It's all about giving them examples. It's all about helping them day by day, step by step, to make a progress. If they will understand the value in it, and they will change after that their mindset. So I've seen companies that did the personal brand that were small and they become $1 million companies in just 1 year or 2 years. And I've seen companies who did not focus on the personal brand, on communication and promotion, and died or didn't grow that much. Because nowadays, more than ever, it doesn't matter how good you are in terms of products and services. It's a very competitive market. So you need to understand that what makes the difference by the end of the day is the connection that you create. It all goes down to human. Okay?
Dziękuję za tą wiedzę. Sama mam nadzieję wykorzystać, szczerze mówiąc.
Thank you for this knowledge. I intend to use it myself. Monica, since we're speaking of the personal brand or a woman's personal brand, I'm wondering how the Warsaw Stock Exchange utilizes this female potential for such stock exchange initiatives. I'm speaking of women in IT in your departments, not only at the stock exchange, but the whole company.
Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie do
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation to this very interesting panel. Let me start with the story, the history of the Warsaw Stock Exchange. Most of us think of the stock exchange as associated with investing, with financial instruments, but really it's a company whose heart is the technology system. Perhaps 30 plus years ago, there were a few computers and records in brokerage houses on piece of paper. Now it's a very complex system. Right now, as in most companies, stock exchanges, financial institutions in the world, we are undergoing a very major industrial digital transformation, changing the technological system. It normally takes place every 10 years in stock exchanges. We are now changing the system, but for the first time we decided to develop our own transaction system ourselves. It's a huge project. And I must admit here that one of the areas, I'm not in charge of IT, I have the pleasure of working with IT, but everyone in the company works with this project. Part of the areas are managed by women.
W całej giełdzie jest to 20% kobiet zaangażowanych w IT, ale tu, tak jak powiedziałam moja przedmówczyni, IT to nie tylko osoby, które kodują, które programują,
not just software developers, it's also a lot of ladies who
które są na stanowiskach kierujących projektami.
Project management positions.
Także to jest bardzo szerokie spektrum,
it's a very wide
które u nas na giełdzie spowodowało też pewną transformację personalną. To znaczy, że część osób pracująca w innych obszarach po prostu postanowiła się przebranżowić i pracować przy tym projekcie. A jest to ogromne przedsięwzięcie, bo ten projekt rozpoczęliśmy na przełomie 2018-2019 roku, a wdrożenie na rynku finansowym nastąpi w listopadzie 2024 roku.
In November 2024, and this is not the end, because we will have to
tym systemem, z całym rynkiem kapitałowym,
maintain the system, share it with the whole capital market, and in the future we want to commercialize this system, we want to sell it. It is also very smart, modular. Are we speaking of this new transaction platform? What is the name? Could you tell us more about the purpose of creating this platform? What's its characteristic?
Sam system powstał z uwagi na to, że pierwszym takim elementem istotnym w systemach
significant in transactional systems is speed. We decided to set an ambitious goal to create one of the fastest systems in the world. Speaking of transactional systems, with enormous efficiency
w tym momencie
coming across the requirement of some investors using artificial intelligence with algo trading to keep up with it, to keep the transactions real, in real time at very high frequencies. IT specialists could probably explain it better. We decided to create a system which will be adjusted to the market, to the new reality of financial markets, but also developed in a modular way so that anyone who would like to use it in the future at the commercialization stage could adapt the system to their needs, so that anyone can pick up the elements from the system to implement within their organization. When did the stock exchange undergo such transformation to a technology company from this analog one, from these pieces of paper to digital, online? Well, the first system,
nie pamiętam datami.
I don't remember specific dates, but the first system was Warset introducing this transformation. Then it was probably in 2013 it was the UTP system, and now we are doing WATS. Every one of them has its own historical name and its timing. Yes, that's correct.
Powiem szczerze, że jakby koledzy z IT powiedzieli, że giełda zawsze była spółką technologiczną.
My IT colleagues would say that the stock exchange was always a technology company, which I mentioned at the beginning, but this transformation is not just about changing the system, it's about the whole organization, about utilizing those opportunities which technology provides in various areas, which didn't used to be associated with technology, where we have demand for machine learning, for automation, for artificial intelligence, but also in 2019 we created in our capital group a technology company. And what our people, women and men, come up with is what we try to commercialize through this company and share it with the capital market. And apart from this transactional system, our capital group has great technology solutions. The system called Indexator, which helps create stock exchange indices, VBIX, creating calculations for the VIBOR rates, a system to detect manipulations in the market. It's a system which raises a lot of interest, even of our supervisor, the Financial Supervision Authority, and brokerage houses. And our new strategy, which we announced quite recently in May 2023, we clearly stated that technology is one of our main directions of development. Well, this real time is really important on the stock market, that it takes place live. It's probably similar at a bank. Renata, I know that you work with the OpenShift platform. If you could tell us a few words about it. It's the platform you used at PKO BP. Yes, good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you for the invitation to this panel. OpenShift is one of the platforms we utilize in our whole ecosystem. It helps us in our digital transformation, on the way that we are headed. But it's an approach to technology. The OpenShift platform is a platform which allows us to implement containerized applications. The bank decided to move part of the functionalities to microservices technologies, which are much more scalable, which assure quicker implementation types for us, which provide us with better time to market. We have to install these applications somewhere, and this includes the OpenShift platform, which allows us for scalability. So, for example, if we have a larger traffic for a given day of the month, we automatically scale up the functionality in a given place. If the traffic is smaller, we can automatically reduce the number of microservices which are raised to save resources. So the OpenShift platform is part of the whole ecosystem. This is our approach we have to digital transformation. We use public clouds, but also private clouds. One of them is the OpenShift platform. What about security? Because banks are associated with data security. The data security of those individual platforms, banking products, but also those associated with solutions based on artificial intelligence, which is not really associated with security. As you say, from the point of view of our clients, the maintenance of security is the key factor. We take it into account at every stage of our work, planning a functionality, realizing it. We cooperate with department security units which support us in assuring security. This is a great challenge, especially in ready-made solutions which are available on the market. We always need to remember that they could potentially be harmful. We need to apply the zero trust attitude. We need to check everything ourselves, encrypt everything ourselves, making us certain that the solutions we implement are secure for our clients, that our clients' data and their money is safe, is secure this way. This is one of the factors we pay a lot of attention to. This contributes to my area. This reminds me of the limited trust to other drivers principle. Speaking of security, Jakub, at point 72 you design technology platforms, you create infrastructure of large data centers, large-scale cloud services, encryption, authorization. Are these sufficient methods to protect data on a platform? Good afternoon. Thank you for your invitation. Generally, we think of security on a few levels. It's not just the external layer. Speaking of data encryption, access, authorization, we're also speaking of security inside the institution, the company itself. And we need to think about who has access to what parts of the data. We need to meet the legal aspects, whether we store the data which are under GDPR in a proper manner. Can we, for example, meet the requirement of to the right to be forgotten? We have similar laws in Asia, in other countries. This all makes us look at security on a few levels. It's not just that someone can take away the data, but also internally someone could steal the data or maintain it in an improper way, which means that regulators such as the Financial Supervision Authority or the Competitiveness Protection Authority could impose penalties on us for such irregularities. Security is certainly the foundation of every platform. Without security, a platform cannot be made in grown-up companies. We need to remember about it with every aspect, every application we implement, whether it's outside, whether it's inside. Whoever has access to the platform needs to meet certain requirements, and they have to be established initially. So authorization is a great way to secure simply the system. How do you provide scalability of a platform?
Jak stworzyć taką architekturę, która może obsłużyć rosnącą ilość tych danych, a jednocześnie umożliwić taki strumieniowy w czasie rzeczywistym przesył danych, bo właśnie o tym mówimy i w kontekście giełdy i w kontekście banku, żeby móc je szybko przeanalizować i podjąć taką najlepszą możliwą biznesową decyzję.
Business decision.
To jest właśnie, bo
Exactly.
jako fundusz hedgingowy
as a hedging
zbiera i dane, które są szybko zmienne, czyli
quickly changing data from stock exchanges and data from various analytical companies.
My w każdym z tych aspekcie skalowalność będzie trochę inaczej wyglądała. I tutaj też jednym ważnym z aspektów jest koszt. Nie możemy po prostu, musimy każdy aspekt przemyśleć pod względem też kosztowym. Na przykład możemy skalować wertykalnie, horyzontalnie, czyli możemy dokładać po prostu maszyn, możemy skalować w górę całkowicie maszyny. Jednakże musimy mieć w tym biznesowy cel. Jeśli cel biznesowy określamy przez różne jakby kontrakty wewnętrzne, czyli umawiamy się z biznesem, że te dane będą za sekundę, za 5 sekund, za minutę, godzinę, to wszystko wpływa też na architekturę. Dzisiaj dzięki właśnie mikroserwisom, dzięki architekturze, która sprawia, że możemy skalować tylko jeden element całej układanki, mamy pełną dowolność. W tym też pomaga nam AI niejako, bo sam AI powoduje, że może nam pomóc zlokalizować w danych miejscach, gdzie będziemy potrzebować jakiej siły, jakiej mocy obliczeniowej bazując na historii, jak wiemy, że na przykład
based on history, for example, if we know that the end of the year is approaching, we know that there will be more traffic in stock exchange, so we can foresee it and allocate certain resources in the cloud.
Na pewno dzięki temu, właśnie dzięki rozwojowi AI, dzięki rozwojowi
development,
infrastruktury, dzięki
development of infrastructure, thanks to clouds, we can react better, react locally with surgical precision. We can
właśnie wyskalować.
Scale every aspect, every
szansą, myślę, że we wszystkich branżach.
AI is an opportunity in every industry. Marzena, how about
komunikację taką pracę zespołową przy
easier communications in the team, sharing knowledge among professionals, specialists, but also persons who are from outside this area, more focused on business than IT, so that simply everything works out as we want it to. Both before they launch, when we're just planning the platform, and after the platform is launched. Communication is absolutely key, especially in large projects. The project I'm in right now has 500 people in different locations, in different time zones. We work together with the Salesforce platform. We use different modules for it. We have a dozen or so product teams which work within the same environment, so there's a significant risk that we may have influence on each other somewhere, and it could be a negative influence. So we have to communicate with one another. We have the right platforms for that, where we're planning the scope of tasks, where the scope is transparent. Anyone can take a look at it. These are tools such as Atlassian, Jira. We plan the scope of our tasks. Anyone can go there, check the tasks, the scope, when we're planning to deliver certain tasks.
No i jak widzimy jakieś zależności, to musimy o nich rozmawiać, musimy planować wspólnie, kiedy te rzeczy, komponenty odpowiednio zostaną dowiezione i potem użytkownik końcowy będzie mógł z nich korzystać. I dwa, bardzo istotna dokumentacja.
Use this feature, and documentation is very important. And I know that sometimes clients give up documentation because someone in every sprint we have to document it. We work with Scrum, so we don't only use the platform
konfigurowalnych, bo jest to platforma cloudowa, możemy po prostu sami skonfigurować
features because we can configure a lot ourselves without
języków programowania. No ale czasami mamy taką potrzebę, żeby coś dodatkowo jeszcze stworzyć, wydevelopować i wtedy musimy koniecznie dbać o to, aby odpowiednio dokumentować takie zmiany. No bo też w projekcie osoby się zmieniają, a jeśli nie stworzymy dokumentacji, gdzie będziemy mieli dokładnie opisane bardzo niskopoziomowo, to jest też istotne, czyli nie możemy też pozostawiać niedomówień. Te wszystkie rzeczy, nowe funkcjonalności muszą być bardzo dokładnie opisane. Właśnie w tym celu, jak będziemy zmieniać, potem będą osoby odchodzić, przechodzić nowe osoby do zespołu, to przekazanie wiedzy odbędzie się w sposób płynny.
The onboarding will be easier. Michaela, how about you? How to manage projects effectively in case of large-scale implementations?
I think the most important thing first is to take time to prepare everything, right? You need a system in place, you need clear processes, and you need people's accountability in terms of roles. So, yeah, sure, it takes a lot of time to do that, but it saves money, time, headaches after. So for us, it's there are so many platforms that are doing that, but the process itself is extremely important. The most encountered problem that I've seen in my professional life is too many people have the possibility to decide. The less they are, and the clear responsibility that is in the project, then you're going to be efficient. If there are so many people deciding on what to do, when to do it, then especially for big company, it's a huge problem because the results are going to come slower. And the client is usually not very satisfied because in the entrepreneurial world, it's not when we are going to finish, but you need to finish it yesterday or today. So I think that planning is important and not many decision makers involved in the process.
Pani Renato, wiem, że jest bliskie pani.
Renata, I know that agile approach is very close to your heart. Business and IT, they work in sprints. Is it the most optimum solution to you if you know that recipients' expectations evolve and rise and it's difficult? So isn't it better in agile teams
dowolność, czy raczej bazować na, trzymać się po prostu standardów?
Freedom or to stick to standards?
To dlaczego?
And if so, why?
Jestem dużą zwolenniczką w ogóle podejścia
I'm a huge fan of agile approach because it has many advantages, because it shortens the delivery time. And what is really important is that the product owner, somebody who's deciding about product development, they affect the final shape of the product. They define what is done and when and how product develops. And if you work pursuant to agile methodology, so in small teams, and you have IT developers, and you have different units engaged, working in close collaboration, the project is under constant review and it can be implemented really fast and it can be developed fast. Of course, we need to pay attention to standards for products. So we assume that we prepare a set of standards which lays a foundation to development teams. And we expect that every functionality which is being implemented needs to be secure. It needs to be secured from the point of view of monitoring. We need to apply relevant technologies because maintaining such solutions, namely standardization, will help us in the future to develop, to scale up our business and to develop products smoothly. So that's why product owners, they decide on the shape of the product, and close collaboration of business and developers
ciągły przyrost,
working in increments with shortened time to market, and ongoing verification and fast reaction to customer needs, because this agile approach, it is different that because we can react faster and change our work priorities faster and streamline the processes. So yes, I'm for agile.
Pani Moniko,
Monica, what are the reactions of Warsaw Stock Exchange employees if you have such implementation? Is it so? Because we've been talking before the panel, are you under the impression that women are more adaptive to such changes? Isn't it so that they're afraid of challenges? I think that women are afraid of challenges, but when they stand up to the challenge, they know how to how to deliver them on time and in a perfect manner. I wouldn't like to make any general statements about men and women and such divisions. I think that at the beginning we were all afraid of transformation and all changes, especially having in mind that Warsaw Stock Exchange has a lot of employees who got employed in 1995, so just at the beginning. So sometimes you may think that it is very difficult for such people to adapt. We're talking about the fourth industrial revolution, which is going on, but we entered into that realm, and no matter of the age of sex, Warsaw Stock Exchange is at a higher level. We all agree that competence is the most important, and yes, I agree. Jakub, why do we need unification of digital data? Hear me, maybe we can get into the details platform, because I think this is a very interesting world. How to manage data, which is structured and non-structured, very difficult word, but I managed to pronounce it in Polish, and so-called data warehouses and data lakes. So while such large platforms are implemented, so in general, we have a company like Point72, and in all aspects, everyone has been creating their data center. They've been responsible for that, and they put some effort and some aspects inside. And one domain in one organization was not sharing the information, the data that supported their life and supported their functioning. So communication, once again, yes, because communication is key in all aspects of life. If you don't communicate, if you don't express your feelings, and you don't communicate your assets, and you don't communicate your strengths, it is very difficult for the other party to enter into collaboration or interaction. So for this reason, we need the so-called data lake to have one place in the organization, and everyone in the organization knows that data is available in this lake. So you have the data catalog of all data possessed by the company internally and externally, and thanks to such organization, everyone can see what kind of data is available and can request a given type of data. And now again back to communication, because a few years ago, if there was a domain-specific information, they were not disseminated in any way in the organization. So it could appear that you have some key data that could translate into profit, because we could, for example, buy stock or sell stock, and it was owned by a team who was just sitting in the next desk, and they were not sharing such data.
gdzie dokładnie są i
data is available, we know where it is and how to acquire them. Renata, PKOBP, do you have such cloud solutions like Google Cloud Platform at PKOBP? Yes, of course. We have entire ecosystem. We have private and public cloud. In the public cloud, we have installed part of our software. Part of our mobile eco platform has just been launched in the Google Cloud. Of course, with respect to all safety standards. So this cloud allows us to scale up. We can scale up and use computing power of the cloud. We have some solutions related to data analysis, to our website, PKOBP. So the scope of information that we keep in the cloud is quite vast, and it's in line with the KNF standards. It is secured in an appropriate manner, and we use cloud and its benefits. Okay, so here we fight against this myth that cloud is not equal to lack of security, because many companies think so. And Monika, and what about this platform that we are going to see soon? What will be its effect on Warsaw Stock Exchange? I think, Ben, and your business, of course. As I said before in my speech,
częścią naszego biznesu
part of our business is technology.
To się dzieje na całym świecie, jeśli chodzi o giełdę.
And it's a global trend at all stock exchanges all around the world.
Po prostu giełdy inwestują w
stock exchange,
ale również komercjalizują swoje produkty.
Such entities invest in development of their products and services. So this new system will allow us to be a better platform for entities on the financial market and to grow and diversify our business lines.
przyszłości liczymy na to,
and in the future, I think it will bring higher profit, higher revenue. I started with Monica, but now maybe I would like to ask each of you to say, in your opinion, what will be the role of platforms, of tech platforms in the development of any company, your company, and in general, globally?
Pani Marzena.
Marzena.
Jakieś największe korzyści wdrożenia
the greatest benefit of implementation of deployment of such a platform?
Może temat data analytics.
Data analytics.
Platformy pozwalają nam
Platforms allow us to acquire more data. The more data we have, of course, if we're good at data processing and data categorization and data analysis and drawing conclusions, we acquire knowledge, and this knowledge can translate into better decisions in the future, driving our business. So without this knowledge, that would be really, really hard.
Wydaje mi się, że wiedza.
I think that knowledge.
Pani Renato?
Renata?
Jeżeli chodzi właśnie o platformy, to w banku mamy
For platforms at the bank, we have a lot of deployments, a lot of implementations. One important implementation that we can brag about, which is based on many platforms, because we call it hyper automation, because we've used OCR platforms, AI platform, low code,
platformy automatyczne.
Automated platforms, and we've been automating many processes, over 270 processes, which generated over 300 million different tasks. And this hyper automation that was implemented in PKOBP thanks to these platforms, they allowed us to save
znacząco zaoszczędziły nam koszty i też
costs, to cut costs. and they improved customer service because it cut the reaction time, for example, to customers' requests, and it allowed us to respond better to customers' needs. And we have better customers' opinion because the level of service and the helpline is better and higher. And moreover, it improved the working standards of our employees because repetitive tasks which can be carried out by robots, they are carried out by robots, in fact, and more ambitious tasks which require human touch and human interference are domain of our employees. So we save time and save resources, and at the same time we are improving this satisfaction level and on the side of our employees and customers. So we use platforms. As I strongly encourage to take a look at our needs, and depending on our needs, we can use different platforms. Okay, so we have data analytics, time, efficiency, and Michaela, over to you. What is your perception of the role of technological platforms in the process of creation of innovative products, services, and communication, modern communication?
Profitability, because we developed our own PR software, which is extremely helpful for the agency, but also for mostly the SMEs we are working with, because it's faster, it's easier, it replaces a lot of people. We positioned it into their communication as your own IE PR assistant. So then you have your own helper, which is it's a good one, and it helps you become more profitable by the end of the day.
Dziękuję, panie Jakubie.
And Jakub,
pan widzi tę rolę
and how do you perceive this role, and can you share some great examples of spectacular implementations which accelerated and adjusted and boosted the growth of one company? Data is key here. This is a pillar of every organization. But it needs to go hand in hand with data analysts. As an example, we can imagine a situation where a fast food chain implements breakfast menu at some point. It's nothing special. And suddenly, this breakfast menu is spectacularly successful. And New Year comes, and revenues drop. Why? Because of New Year's resolutions. People resigned at some point of the year only because they took some New Year's resolutions. And thanks to such an analysis, we can react fast. We can be precise as surgeons. So data is key aspect of every company, but data analysts are equally important. Whether we'll be supported by AI in this respect, I don't know, but maybe we will learn in a few years. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to all our speakers for sharing their views, their experience, and their thoughts. And I'd like to thank to all of you for your attention. And now a power speech delivered by Robert Rutkowski, Change Your Life, Courage in Actions, psychologist and psychotherapist. Robert Rutkowski will deliver the speech in a minute.
So we're almost at the end of today's day. I'm sure everyone watching has found some sort of takeaway, some sort of tip or trick that they're going to try and implement in their lives. I certainly hope so. Anyway, I hope you'll take away more than one tip or trick that will help you further your career in the IT sector. Now, coming up, our last power speech, Change Your Life, Courage in Action. This will be run by Robert Rutkowski, and will be closely followed by our last debate, which is New Leadership, Best Practices in Hiring. Now, that debate will be moderated by Reza Ghazi, who we met earlier today, and the panelists will include Magda Dziewguć from Google Cloud, Małgorzata Nasilowska from Accenture, Jeremy Konopka from PKO Bank Polski, Maciej Olejnik from Point72, Rafał Pokrzywa from SimCorp, and Michał Kopyt from EY Polska. So with no further ado, I introduce our last power speech.
Dzień dobry.
Good afternoon.
Jestem człowiekiem.
I am a human, I'm not a humanoid AI. It's worth adding that at the end of the debate we found out that humans are behind everything, so my presence at this meeting proves that humans are also important. We protect digital data around us. There's a lot of battles going on around us to keep us feel secure so that our information, which is kept secret, that it's well guarded, but I want to show that the human is not less important. Change is what is significant for today, because we live in times of permanent change, and if we want to define the change I have the pleasure to speak about to you today, ladies and gentlemen, it is worth starting by saying that the only constant thing in life is permanent change. Trying to complain about it, that it is gruesome, that it's not pleasant, doesn't make sense. It's better to think about what prevents me from tasting the change, from enjoying what is the constant element of our existence. It is important because very often, practically always, the interpretation takes place here inside. It's us who decide whether we go left, right, or straight ahead. It's the same with the message. If we learn that a sudden change is ahead of us, a very small change I will experience today driving home to my family in the Warsaw traffic jams, I assume a priori that it will be a pleasant, successful journey, which I will complete in the planned amount of time, but traffic lights will model my mood, of course, and hopefully I won't come across a situation like the one that happened in August, that an unreasonable young driver who took away 5 hours of my life and a few weeks of issues associated with all the procedures by crashing my rear bumper. We can plan everything, but it doesn't always become successful. This change was not very pleasant, but I experienced some things and I redefined them. I could have cried about it, be discouraged, nervous, but I thanked him for this experience, which might sound absurd to some. But through this, I experienced driving, when my car was being repaired, I experienced driving a different car, a different make of a car. I would probably never have appreciated the car I usually drive. Change is a constant element in our lives, and it's worth becoming its friend. We have to remember that if we feel discomfort before a difficult situation, it's worth worth taking a look and seeing it, perceiving it as an opportunity for us, because change can be not just a discomfort, it can be hope for experiencing something new, which from my experience also from therapy, where I have people coming to me in different crises, because, for example, they are ahead of changing the industry, changing jobs. We live in a global village where an employee can be in Warsaw today and in London tomorrow, and vice versa. Polish people work everywhere in the world. We are highly appreciated, and suddenly we are told to move with our family. In the US, it's normal moving from the West Coast to the East Coast. They are used to constant motion. I have my procedures developed. I'm a person who is also comfortable in his life, but it hasn't always been the case. And very often we feel this discomfort. But whether we treat it as an opportunity or as a crisis, which requires an intervention of a specialist, because I have high-level managers, CEOs coming to me saying, Robert, it has happened, I have to move to Wrocław or further away, or find a completely new job. And working on it usually comprises remembering that I am connected to the magical source of energy, which is not esoteric, it's not the space energy, it's something you can call in a very simple way. You are the miracle to be discovered and not a problem to resolve. If you touch something that doesn't make you feel positive, look for the reasons of why you feel so bad about it. I also had situations in my life when really my hair stood on end. I didn't feel good. I can benefit from the help of other people. I can redefine certain situations. I'll admit, because I work in my study with people, working with people is full transparency, full loyalty. It's the need to work on emotions, to talk openly, to share with the patient, client, what I see, what I feel. My clients expect from me the same. I expect from them honesty, sincerity. If they pay for the session, they expect me to be sincere in my feelings. Speaking about them, I admit that I lied on Friday. I lied. Namely, fate made I had to have a nuclear magnetic resonance made of my shoulder, which was a result of too much trust on the road, because I was riding my motorcycle. I was a motorcyclist for 25 years. I forgot that I shouldn't trust other users of the road. This clearly is my mistake. The outcome was really lucky. I'm good. I only have a problem with my shoulder. I had MRI on Friday. If you've had it, you need to fill in a whole long heap of papers. One of the questions was, do I suffer from claustrophobia? Of course, I wrote everywhere that I do not. After half an hour in the tube, not a very nice story. Many people cannot withstand it, even without claustrophobia. I leave the room, I say, I'd like to apologize to you because I lied to you. I do have claustrophobia. Now, what is it about? I do have claustrophobia. There were times I couldn't take an elevator to the 10th floor. I climbed the stairs to visit a friend. 10 floors up. What happens? I learned to switch it off. It's not a very complex procedure. I won't tell you how to do it because really it's very easy. It's a very simple story. But perhaps another opportunity. The conclusion is that you have the devices managing your fears yourself. It's your decision whether you want to subside to this claustrophobia or switch it off. It might sound magical, but it's also the case in other areas of our lives. We can also decide whether we want to feel hunger, pain, discomfort, or shift the stream of consciousness to positive issues. It's not magic, it's about you deciding what path you want to follow. Now, speaking of professional changes in your life, let's remember that the change can be a great opportunity and actually a great pleasure. So let's remember that if we feel uncomfortable, it's worth diagnosing yourself, talking to someone. It doesn't have to mean talking to a physician, a psychiatrist. It can sometimes just mean talking to another person. It doesn't have to be a psychotherapist. It could be just a friend, someone we trust. If we speak about change, the discomfort for some people, we have to remember about them, because not everyone is excited, happy about changing their jobs. There are those lost people for whom it's difficult. Let's remember that the difficulty of change for them can be minimized by creating the optimum atmosphere of trust. If it takes place in a structure which they trust, when they trust their immediate superior, then we are at a good position. Sometimes it's different. Sometimes you have to quit a job. I have 3 patients now who are experiencing the change of industry right now. Then structures, organizations are useful, which will provide support in such change. It's all about trusting the people who support them. If it's still not fully optimal, the body is tense, I lose sleep, I lose breath, I cannot operate efficiently in my marital, professional relations, private relations, then it comes to me, it's worth meeting and talking to me, because this is something that may happen. I can help my client redefine those emotions that are in them, because very often these are not their emotions. It's this false identity that some of us have in ourselves, this ego that is very often filled with various experience from the past. It's easy to switch it off. It doesn't have to be a complicated procedure. Sometimes it's enough talking to someone I trust for it to stop destroying us from within. But there is a condition: internal purity and ease. It is difficult to build those if we are affected, if we are poisoned. I tell my clients who come to me that if they want to look at themselves, to disarm certain demons which damage you, do the homework before we start our work. Try to be emotionally pure and chemically pure. What do I mean? For the time of change, stop drinking, stop smoking, stop doing things about which you know that they are not secure, that they are not good. It's not becoming a saint. It's about taking the work when your life changes, when you're on a curve. Everyone knows that when you're driving on a curve, just holding the driving wheel with your knee on a curve is not a good idea. You keep the steering wheel, both hands. You set aside things that are not good for you, because we have the Women's Day in IT. I know that many women have been cheated that Prosecco is absolutely harmless. It's delicate, it's nice. A lot of people like its taste. If you want it, keep drinking it, but be aware that it won't help you move through this border of entering a new stage in your life, because alcohol is absolutely poisonous, even in small amounts, and lowering the tension associated with transition with it does more harm than good. You're in a change process, adapt to it, believe that it can also bring about much better life than that you are in right now. Thank you very much.
Join us for a free online event for women who want to consciously build their IT career, Women in IT Day.
To nie jest tak, że w IT pracują sami programiści. W moim zespole jest prawie połowa kobiety.
Lectures, debates, workshops, speed mentoring, and a solid dose of knowledge, motivation, and inspiration.
Pracuję w IT.
Naprawdę każdy znajdzie stanowisko dla siebie.
Im więcej nas, tym lepiej.
Women in IT Day, the 15th of November. Sign up now at womeninitday.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to one of the last session of today. My name is Raisa Ghazi. I'm back again. I'm an award-winning international public speaker on the topic of women's leadership and inclusive leadership. And today we're going to hear right now from the best of the best, right? That's all of you, the best of the best. And we're going to hear from them about their inclusive leadership, inclusive recruitment strategies for how to attract the best talent out there. Which tools do they use? How do they take into account ESGs? How do they take into account artificial intelligence? And so before we start that, I asked them to promote themselves, to pitch themselves for a second, because at the beginning of the day, I gave a speech about critical leadership skills, and one of those is actually visibility, right? And so since we're listening to the best of the best, I thought, why not hear from the best of the best in how they introduce themselves? And so I asked all of them, please let us know who you are, what it is that you've done, and perhaps end with a CTA or one of your passions, you want to share them with us. And then so everyone else who is still listening today, amazing that you're still here, but how can you miss it, right? The best of the best. So we're going to start off with the pitches or introductions, such as be kind and say this is an introduction. I would like to hear from you first, Magda, because you're sitting next to me. Would you like to introduce yourself first?
Hello, everyone. What a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. My name is Magda Dziewguć. My biggest achievement is the fact that I'm the mother of 3 kids, and I have like a full set. One in the playground, one in the primary school, and one in the college. So every day I am facing the challenges of a toddler, teenager, and almost adult. And I think that's the biggest accomplishment in my entire CV. Next to that, I am also leading Google Cloud here in Poland, 25 years in technology. And as a last thing that I'm going to say about myself is that I'm very proud to be a Polish woman.
Thank you so much. Gosia, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Gosia Nasiłowska. I'm a managing director in Accenture. I'm leading the pan-European consulting team of 2,000 people sitting across different countries in Europe. My key achievements are, first of all, I love my job. That's a great thing. The second, I'm a role model for the women career in IT or business, intersection of business and IT. And the third one, I have a great family.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Sid, would you like to go next?
Thank you very much for having me here. My name is Maciej Olejnik. I'm the head of Poland Technology Operations for Point72. I decided to go a little bit sideways with the achievement. So my latest achievement is running a half marathon under 2 hours, which I've trained for about a half a year. But joking aside, as a head of technology operations, I think my achievement is when people don't talk about me. That means that everything works smoothly.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. Rafał, would you guys like to go next?
Of course, no problem. Rafał Pokrzywa. I'm heading talent acquisition team in SimCorp. Over 15 years of experience in recruitment in different functions. You ask about passions as well. So travel is the first one and running. So I share something with Maciej. But dogs are the second one. And I own 11 years old French Bulldog, which I don't have kids, but trust me, it's like having a small kid. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Would you like to go next, Michał?
Michał Kopyt, EY Poland. I'm leading digital engineering, and Magda completely stole my pitch, but I will raise you. My biggest achievement is having 4 boys, and they are right now entering the job market. So right now I'm looking at what it's like to work with Z generation and helping them to get there, which is interesting. And also for some time I was a single father, so I understand the kind of woman side of things. And being a partner at consulting and also managing this is an interesting journey. So I hope it's enough to be here. And my second achievement, when we talk about the professional part, I recruited personally probably over 1,000 people. I just kind of reminded myself what are the numbers. And it really changed over the years. You know, it's, again, 25 years of IT experience, right? So the times and the ways we're doing this 25 years ago versus what we're doing now, it's a different life.
Wow, thank you so much, Michał. That's very valuable to hear. And then we have someone online as well. Jeremy, can you hear us? And could you then also do your pitch, please?
Hi, I can hear you just fine. And you can hear me, I hope?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, so let's say my biggest achievement will sound kind of funny, but when I was working in Belgrade, I rescued a cat when I was out running, which is one of my hobbies. And it's turned out to be the sweetest, nicest, greatest cat on the planet. So I'm very happy for that because he was lost along a riverfront. I wouldn't be here anymore. So I'm happy with that. Passions, let's say, yeah, it's running and biking. And I've gone a lot of times cycling around Asia. I think it's a fantastic experience to go to different places and see the world in a slower pace than in a plane or a car or some tour bus. So I recommend that kind of travel to people. Work-wise, again, like a lot of people here, it seems 25 years experience, and I even heard some Accenture people online. My old employer, where I did a lot of core banking implementations around Europe. And for the last 3 years, I've been at PKO BP, where I am responsible for the internet channels and cards. So if any of the people listening are our clients and are using Eco for mobile banking, then that's being done by the people in my team. And it's their success in the end, not mine, that it's such a great app. And if you're using our IPKO internet banking channel, then again, our stuff. And if you pay with our cards, it goes to the systems that we work on every day.
Wow, thank you so much, Jeremy. So my panelists really stole my heart from the kitten that has been rescued to lots and lots of experience that we want to hear about now. And so the first question that I want to ask you all, at least I would like to start with Rafał. What are key issues of new leadership and how can you attract the most talented staff in a sustainable and inclusive way?
Right, so I think there's 2 questions in one. So let me start with the first one. That was a tricky part, I know. So with the issues with the leadership, not stealing obviously the floor from my colleagues, I think adapting to change and all the change we are being attacked right now from external and internal is probably the biggest issue. And I think, the speed that we are adapting to the changing environment outside, but as well all the transformations which are happening in all of our organizations, it's probably the most difficult. And I think thinking about the way how we balance all the innovation that we need to kind of follow, we need to adapt digital transformation, along with the integrity we need to keep in the company. That's probably the biggest challenge right now for everyone. I don't have the recipe how to address that, but I think, that's what we are facing. And the second question was around how we attract the diverse talent in the marketplace. Again, I think there will be lots of ideas, but coupled from my side, I think you need to understand who your talent is and where the talent is. And like right now, there are no usual routes that we've done in the past. Obviously there are job boards, there are agencies, conferences, etc. But I think we need to look beyond that. And I think, like we all face shortage of skills in the market. We don't look anymore for candidates which are 100% match for the role. It's all about the potential. It's all about competencies. It's all about how the people will develop when they become part of the organization. So to attract, you need to speak their language. You need to know where to be present to get to the right audience. But as well, you need to not be afraid to take risks in terms of who you're hiring. It may be a fantastic person who is not really your immediate choice, but someone who matches the job requirement in 50%. But when trained and skilled, they will be much more loyal and better performing than any other one.
Thank you for sharing. And so, Michał, you really sold yourself when you said you hired 1,000 people. I'm very curious to hear what you would like to add to that.
I think we have a completely different era right now than, the 1,000 people before. I don't want to get to the number, it's scary. But when I look at the people we're hiring right now, or I'm hiring personally, they can get any job anywhere in the world if they want, regardless of whether they're juniors, seniors, or basically somewhere in the middle. And it's an amazing challenge to get to them, and to get to them specifically with the need we have, make sure they're interested, and then somehow convince them that the brand I'm in, that the person I am, and the team I'm trying to get them to will fulfill their own personal and business needs. Because right now it's all very much interlinked. So recruitment is no longer a process. It's becoming very personalized. It's becoming a different way of thinking, of how we treat employees. We have to treat them like clients. And we have to make sure, just like with clients, that when we onboard them, they also want to stay with us. And that's the second point, right? How to make sure that the talent stays. And this is even more difficult because right now everything is out there. You have to be 100% open about what you're doing and fulfill the needs which are changing almost every year of the people we have on board. Especially right now, post-COVID, the workforce is completely different. We're still learning how to do hybrid. We're still learning how to use technology to do our jobs, but also to replace the parts of our jobs which were difficult and right now can be automated. So keeping up with the pace of the changes and ensuring that the organization we have is good enough to attract the best talent, especially on Polish market when we have zero unemployment. This is the biggest challenge, but also the biggest fun. I mean, it's a good one.
Right, thank you. So honest, so vulnerable. And Jeremiah, would you like to answer the question as well?
Sure, I don't want to repeat everything that's been said, but definitely hybrid work adds an extra challenge, but it also is an opportunity. I mean, we're finding that talent is very happy to have flexibility, something that we offer for everybody in our area. Obviously, we're a bank, so it depends where you are. We're in IT, we have more flexibility if you're working in a branch. That doesn't happen, but for us, that's one of the things that I think is a big attraction. We're fully hybrid. We're open to remote work. We, of course, try to have some time spent together as a way of building teams, but that's a part of it. It's not a must-have. And I'd say one of the things that we find works really well, and we're pushing on a lot, is internships. And it doesn't have to mean somebody who's straight out of studies. It could be somebody who's got some experience in a different area and wants to move in. So I think that's something to keep in mind as well. It's a real win-win if you bring on an intern, because you get to spend time with them, they spend time with you, and you can see the whole thing is working for both sides. And if it is, then you have somebody who's going to be with you for a long time, because I think the idea that you find, as already said, a perfect candidate for the perfect fit is getting harder and harder to get. So you have to build that relationship and build those candidates together, and you change and they change along with you.
Thank you so much. And Maciej, would you like to finish that? Anything you want to add?
We're kind of building layers here on this subject, so I'll add a layer to both questions. So on attracting talent, my recent success in recruitment was based basically on being genuine about what you don't know about the role. I mean, we're hiring people for specific roles, but those roles change and you don't always have the full scope. You don't want to oversell the role. It's not all rosy. There is going to be, the 80-20 unknowns that are going to be in the role. So if you're genuine about it, I found that attracts people as well, because they see reality. They don't see the all shiny product that you're trying to sell them. You can see that there is the reality behind the job. And motivation, I think that challenge for leaders is to, once you recruit the best talent, how to motivate them, stimulate, that they engage and that they give the best they can to the firm. Because that's in the end why you're trying to look for the best talent. You want them to contribute. You want them to use the competencies. You're buying those competencies, and you want to make sure that they give them to the firm.
It sounds like a growth mindset that you have over there. Okay, so thank you for that. That brings me to the next question. I would love to hear from Gosia first. So when it comes to responding to the dynamic changes in the labor market, what are some of the excellence strategies you use when it comes to reskilling and upskilling?
Yeah. We all know that the market is changing so quickly, and we all talked about it. And reskilling is not something that we choose to do, we have to do in today's world. I was reading the World Economic Forum report, which was saying that 44 more or less % of roles will disappear in probably less than 10 years, so that's a big difference. And we, as a company, we kind of organized ourselves as a kind of skill-based organization, which is really difficult. I mean, it's a simple concept, but it's very difficult to implement, and that takes a lot of effort. That takes a lot of also the way you organize. Also back office processes. So we have the enterprise control tower, where we have a right view of what is the demand and what type of skills we need for our contracts, for our clients, and what skills we have, so we know what is the gap. So we can really look forward in terms of hiring, but also reskilling those people who are needed right now. So that's the part of knowing what. The how is, there are a number of ways of doing that, and there are specific training sessions. AI is, of course, the buzzword, and every company is doing that. We are investing $3 billion in building this capability. But also we are investing into teaching everyone in the organization about technology. So we have something which is called Technology Quotient, which is the training on the key technologies, very in a very light way, and we are training not only practitioners and the people who are actually doing technology, but we are also training the people who do the HR people, the other people, because they need to understand the business. They need to understand all those technology, because they're also using this technology in-house. Right, so that's important. So there is a lot of focus in terms of reskilling, and I think every company will have a different ways of doing that, but we all know it's really important to do.
Wow, okay, so Accenture is really the company of the future. Thank you for sharing that. And Rafał, I really wonder how you look at this.
I'll say it's very similar. Maybe to add to this, like in terms of upskilling, we do a lot stuff when it comes to female mentorship, for example. And I think right now there's like about 38 mentees that we have in the program, and most of them are female. I think that's very important for the company. And I think what's equally important as well is that people who are mentors as well, representing the diverse population. There's lots of initiatives as well internally. So our employees created, let's say, employee resource group. It's like internal network. When they are actually delivering lots of trainings, it can be, public speaking, delivering presentations. You can sign up, for free, and lots of them is kind of being targeting the female audience as well. We do lots of as well trainings related to, first-time management, leadership trainings. It's called actually Lead with Impact. So if you're becoming a first-line manager for the first time, you're undergoing through, like very specific training to help you simply to manage, the team, manage the change and all the stuff around it. But I think it's very important what was just mentioned by my colleague in terms of, the product, the software, the technology. Like, we're a software company, and I think, no matter whether you work in legal, HR, or technology part of SimCorp, you need to know the product. Sometimes deeper, sometimes, like very light, but there's lots of sessions that we commit to it. There's lots of success stories as well that we have from people that joined legal, HR, and they moved to product division right now in different formats. And this is how kind of we tackle that internally in terms of, a little bit of kind of career turn, change, reskilling.
Thank you for sharing, Rafał. Yeah. So I'm also very curious to hear from all of you. What are your observations when it comes to continuous investment in employee competencies? And so I would like to start off with let's see, Jeremy, would you start?
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
It's a bit tricky for me because I can't see you, so it's I just see myself.
Right, right.
It's a bit. You said employee competencies, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, let's start with an example. We have a mobile app, as I said already, Eco. There's 7 million of them installed, and we have a classic Java platform that we used to use for the whole application. In the last couple of years, we've had a very big push to move to roll to cloud containerization. Modern technologies, on-premise and, as I said, in the cloud, highly scalable features. So these are the kind of technical advancements we're doing internally. And of course, to do this, you can't just say, we're moving to containers and cloud, just go do it. So there's been a large investment in upskilling people, training people, making sure that we have the online skills available for them, but also bringing in externals who have done this before, so we can learn. You can't just say, okay, we're going to do this and just jump into it. But it means we've made some very huge steps, and it brings huge satisfaction to people. I was speaking to some of the people who are, let's say, responsible for administrating the existing landscape and the new one, and they said it was just fantastic experience because they've learned so many new things, and they don't have to look around and say, I'm getting bored with what I'm doing, I want to do something else. You can stay, and your job will evolve. I think that's a very important part of the job. So the specialists that we have, we invest in them. We should make sure that they're getting new skills, and we also encourage people to see if there's something new that they would like to do and move laterally in an organization. We've had people move, for example, to cybersecurity, and vice versa between areas, so that when you have talent, you keep it, even if it's somebody who's now doing a different role than they were doing in the past.
Right. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Magda, I would also like to hear from you. What are your thoughts about this? Could you share a key takeaway?
Yeah, let me try maybe to connect everything we talked about so far, because I do believe that the trends we see, especially in the technology and the IT industry, is very clear. Like, it's faster and faster. There will be more and more technologies coming, and that will demand from people to learn faster and unlearn even faster from what they used to do in the past. So it's becoming less relevant, really, which competences, which skills are there. It's much more important for the leaders to understand which competences and skills will be required for what the business will be, like what will be the operating model, what do we want to offer, so we could potentially fill ourselves with all the components necessary to offer high quality services. And that takes me to the hiring. And actually, I do believe that as leaders, our main role is to understand what people really want to do. Because it's so easy really to offer them a platform with links and, put into their KPIs, get a certificate or 2 or 3, and, it will be reflected in your compensation. But if people won't be motivated themselves, if this is not what they want to do, even if they have all those certificates, they will just not deliver delightful experience in the projects. So as leaders, when we recruit and when we put people into projects, we should spend more time on understanding who these people really are. Where are they currently in their life journey? What are they looking for? And if we will be able to have that meaningful conversation with them, it will be easy for us to show them a path. Go this direction, try this, go with this technology, or try this project. But if we'll be just treating them as resources, like, I need 3 consultants here or 3 engineers there, unfortunately, it's a very, very short-term perspective that will not necessarily build for the future.
Yep, thank you so much. Such a humane approach.
Right, could I add on top of this? Because I think there's
yes,
one point we're missing.
Of course, yes. Okay,
Here.
sorry,
We can't see Jeremy, so that's the thing.
Of course, yeah.
one more thing, and it's very pragmatic. We need to make sure that there's time to learn, and especially in consulting firms, right? As you said, we have all of the online trainings. We can send our people wherever we want. But the thing is, we're selling time of clever people who need to be ahead of the curve of technology, right? And in order to learn anything, you need to have the time to switch off from your daily work, whatever it is, switch onto your training hat, and then go through it. And if guys who are watching us would take away anything from there, I saw a great trick which we implemented recently, and it's giving 1 week for every employee every year to do just training. And of course, we plan it, we talk to them, we make sure that they use it. But they have to do just training 1 week every year. And I would say the results are amazing, right? So let's make sure we have all of the environment to reskill people, but also do stuff like this. Just make sure that they understand that part of our business is being ahead of the curve, and that we understand it as leaders and give them the time. It's costly, but it's extremely effective.
If I can just give also an advice to people who are watching this, I do believe there are many women who are either applying for a job or maybe considering changing the job. From my experience during the interviews, especially women tend to focus on the role. Like, what's necessary for the role? What are your requirements? Like, what do you want to be delivered? Be bold with asking questions like, what is in it for me? Like, what potentially I can get from that role? How can I grow with that role? Because this has to go both directions. If you will be happy with the job, you will deliver this job in an amazing way. If you will take a job where you have theoretically skills for the job, but you will not like it, nobody will be happy.
Wow, such good women's leadership strategy advice. Thank you so much. I want to ask Gosia, could you add a little bit to this as well before we move on to the next question?
I think a lot was said on that topic. What else I could add? I think, my experience was that in recruitment process, be it for kind of bringing the right people, you need to also, and I think you said it, you need to sell, right, the job, and you need to sell the company, but you need to sell not the company in the sense of making marketing, but you need to sell the sense of what you're doing, right? And I have the experience, a colleague of mine who was actually speaking here earlier today, I interviewed her. And we hired her, and then after that she came to me some time later and said, like, I had the best conversation with you ever in my interview, because we had a conversation, right? We had a conversation about what we do as a company, what are the options available, and all of that. And she said, like, I had best conversation ever.
I bet everyone watching this is like adding you all to LinkedIn so they can apply to jobs at your company. This sounds very promising. So the next question, and I would like to ask Jeremy first. How does sustainable development and social aspects play a key role in recruitment processes in your organization?
Okay, it's a good question, actually. And it's an interesting question. I spent a bit of time reading something called the Newgate Global ESG Monitor survey from this year. There were multiple countries surveyed. In Poland, it seems that the most important aspects are actually focused on career, income, and not, for example, environment. It was kind of interesting to see. In some ways, for a bank, it's easier because we don't have smoky factories. We don't make cigarettes or toxic stuff. So from that point of view, it seems like we're better set. But it seems that the focus is largely on career growth opportunities and, of course, compensation. That's the target. So, for us, I think the most important is to show commitment. We're interested in bringing people on board, the best people who can fit what we need to do, and make them feel good that they work with us and they're happy to be here. They have a growth plan. When it comes to the development goals, we do have a department for ESG, and they are very interested in, for example, things like making sure that we have loans and options available for our customers to save energy or to do things which are environmentally sustainable. That's something that we have to kind of live as a brand and show that we're interested in, we care about this. So when you come into work, you know that you're working for the good guys. I think that's a very important aspect. And the other point is, I think, if you're looking at it, is to make sure that the candidates you have during interviews share the values that you have, so that it's a good fit on both sides.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. So I would also love to hear from Magda. How do you do this at Google?
Well, I'm going to mention two things. First one is, I think, universal. It's about creating the flexibility that is necessary for working parents, like we've mentioned that. But Polish statistics are very cruel. It's more than 30% of women that are skilled, educated, but they're not working, not because they don't want to, but they simply don't have an option to leave kids with someone, whether it's institution or a personal care. So it is really necessary for employers who want to attract these women. They're willing to work to create an environment which will allow them to combine those two roles in a way that will be acceptable for them and for the family. And it is possible. And I do believe that at Google we've really done a lot to promote this flexibility, and I will repeat it, parents friendly, not mothers friendly. It's about parents. And the second thing that I want to mention, which applies more to international firms, we have many those technology centers here in Poland where we hire people for the global jobs. I do believe that these companies also have responsibility to earn their Polish citizenship. It's not only about, having value from the talents that are here, but those companies also have to contribute to local community, invest locally, show their respect to local traditions, engage in local communities, because I do believe that if they want to have sustainable business here, they need to earn the right to have Polish citizenship. As every foreigner who's coming here and wants to stay for longer, they need to earn the citizenship. So this is also what we're trying to do with a number of initiatives, and I think that's also what people are looking at.
Thank you so much. So, Maciej, I would like to move on to the next question with you. So which challenges or barriers do you foresee or notice in your industry for women? And can you also explain from your observation, what is more representation? How does it benefit your industry from women, more representation of women?
I mean, the main challenge I see, I actually looked it up a couple of years ago, how many women go into universities, into technical roles, into technical subjects. And unfortunately in Poland it's about 18%, or it has been about 2 years ago, according to the statistic records. So I think there is some work to be done at the primary, secondary schools first to make sure that this option of being an engineer, a software developer, but not necessarily that the STEM studies is an option for everyone, including girls. So that's one point. I mean, female engineers who are on the market, I think, are actually very aware of their capabilities and options that they have. So reaching out to females who are on the market is not the big problem. Even those at the universities, we do have an internship program, and we recently had our summer internship at the company here in Warsaw, and we've had half of the interns were female. Yeah, so we kind of promote that and are actively looking for it. But the challenge is the market. Are we sending the message to kids? In one of the previous firms, we, for example, worked with a secondary school to organize software development classes for kids in the secondary school, so age kind of 12, 13, 14 even. And that was very interesting to see how if you present those subjects in an interesting way to them, they suddenly become interesting or interested to pursue a career in those fields. How gender diversity contributes or improves the environment. We clearly have slightly different strong sides as different genders, multitasking. So we clearly see, for example, quite good performance from female in project management roles, especially large projects with many areas to focus or many stakeholders. Communication skills, sometimes male engineers are a little bit introvert. I think that's the right word.
You can just say it. It's just all women here. Don't worry.
So that environment improves team spirit and cooperation, I think. It improves also, gender diversity is not the only way to do it. Also experience diversity, age, generation diversity, all those factors are always positive when you have a team with mixed skills, mixed history, mixed genders, and we have 24 nationalities in our company, for example. That also helps. We actually have an Indian culture week going on right now, so I'm coming back for an Indian dinner after we finish. That helps as well, because people are interested and have also subjects to discuss, to talk about slightly outside of work, that the team bonding improves.
Thank you so much for sharing these experiences at Point 72. It's very interesting. Michał, I'm very curious to hear from you. How do you see this from your point of view?
I agree that we do have a social problem. So yes, 18% is scary. I think it's changing quickly. I'm a gamer. I've seen a very interesting statistic, which I keep repeating because I believe it shows that we're getting to a better place. 32% of women were gamers in US 15 years ago, 2007, I think it was. Now it's 49%. So every second person spending money on games, which means getting closer to technology, basically understanding it much better than doing other stuff, right now are women, which means probably the talent market will be better with Gen Z, and I hope to survive until then. If I were to say what is the biggest component of change which is brought by diversity, specifically more usage of women agenda in companies, it's just better leadership. The best teams I've ever seen, and I mean leadership teams which are board level or C-1 level teams, are either very diverse or are led by women. And don't ask me why. I have my own opinion. It's a long story. But the reality is, when you look at the business results, this is what's happening. It's not a coincidence that the biggest companies right now are pushing for diversity and doing this, sometimes despite beliefs of many. It just works. Okay, so if you treat this as a business goal, then you adjust the company's ways of working and also what you're doing as a leader to the goal, right? And I 100% believe it makes sense. And just to finish, for Polish market, I believe the biggest problem right now is the lack of half or 3/4 employment capabilities. It's really a big issue. When you look at Nordics and those countries where it really works right now, you can work in a company which is ambitious and be ambitious and grow in the company, but not be 100% employed. You can be 3/4 or half time. I try to implement this in multiple countries in Poland, and it's an uphill struggle. Until we get there, I think it's a problem for women specifically, but also for many other people who have some issues and cannot work full time. So I hope this one will be changed from the social point of view.
Thank you so much. We love to hear that. Women are the best leaders. I couldn't agree more. So, Gosia, would you like to also answer that question?
Yes, and I wanted to comment on the first part of the question, which are the biggest challenges for women to succeed in this kind of job. And I would say the biggest thing is self-limiting beliefs. And the self-limiting beliefs, also depending on the culture, are different. Right, for Polish women are different, and for women from other countries are different. But it's every time it's the biggest thing that is stopping you. I'm coaching, and the one of the programs that we are running that's called Insight, which is empowering women in their career up to managing direction, which is the leadership part. And the biggest thing always comes to self-limiting beliefs. Always, always, always. That's the number one challenge that they have. And every person has a different challenge in that. So we also need to acknowledge that this is individual, and each person looks at it slightly different. Each woman has slightly different perspective, has different blockers and perceptions of what she can do and how she can grow in the organization. And when we unlock that and help and talk about it and help each other, because each of us has that, right? I also have this and need to work on this as well. if we get help to unlock it, that's a great thing. And I agree. Also, the social thing is a challenge. But I think, I mean, women are finding a way to work with it. I mean, there is more empowerment in terms of the family support. It's also empowerment of family. But also we need to look at women not only as mothers, but I mean, there are some women decide not to have children, but they have friends, dogs, and different passions which they want to do a part of the job. So it's a number of factors, but I think it's the biggest one is breaking the glass wall.
Thank you so much for sharing. I totally recognize that, and such an inclusive view. Also, the cat dads here are included. Thank you for that. We have about 6 minutes left, and I'm just going to look at the team and see if we are already moving on to the Q&A. Anyone who can? No, not yet. I think the last 5 minutes, right? We're reserving for Q&A, or is that not a part of it anymore? No. Okay. Then I would like to ask one last question. And I would like to start with you, Magda. Which trends for the future of hiring do you foresee? And can you also take into account, for example, impact of technology, artificial intelligence? What do you think is going to happen?
That might sound a bit futuristic, but the more technology will be there, the less important it will be. It simply will be available at very low cost or almost no cost. Very easy to turn on and turn off, very easy to switch. So the more of the technology will experience, really, the less value it will add. With this trend, actually, what will really add value is uniqueness that comes from the human. So I do believe that in the next couple of years, we're going to see this change, this shift, that actually what's reputable what automated will be going down, and what's individual and unique will go up and will gain value. So in the future, the most talented, the most experienced people, the people who will be courageous to try new things, courageous to speak up about new things and build new stuff, and will be ready to fail also, and to get up and fail and get up and fail. Those people will be choosing employers. They will be, even more than employers, they will be choosing jobs. They will be choosing the stuff they want to do. So for companies, for organizations, for employers, it will be very important to create a culture which will attract those people who will be looking for those challenges.
Okay, thank you so much again. Such a growth mindset view on this as well. So thank you for sharing. Gosia, would you like to also share your view on this?
Yes, and I wanted to add on a slightly different angle, which is, I think we do have a lot of tools to do recruitment. We are using AI, we'll use more AI, we'll use Gen AI, all different things. But the core element of that is that we need to treat recruitment as the core of our business. So it's something that we do as business for our business, right? And for our clients, whoever the clients are. And we can improve on tools, but we need to focus on what we want to do and who we want to bring, and we need to devote time and effort to that. And I think that's something that we need to keep in mind for the future, because the tools will improve. We'll have all the greatest of greatest in the world, whatever will come after Gen AI. But I mean, we need to focus on who we want to recruit. What is the value that we are proposing? What is the opportunity for people? And spend time on this, because we don't have enough time to spend on this, I would say.
Thank you for sharing. Rafał, I would love to hear from you as well.
Yeah, I would probably echo, and I would say, the change is here and now, and pretty much the digital transformation is just happening. So I wouldn't be surprised if we meet next year and I will have, artificial friends sitting next to me and just, talking the same stuff as I do just right now. But I would say that brings me to a very nice conclusion, because I think I agree with what was said, that, the machines will take away all these redundant tasks, repeatable tasks. They will do automation, etc. But then we will be left with, the competencies which we will need for the future, like empathy, resilience, working in groups, projects, collaboration, interpersonal skills, and machine will not give you that. And I think what's even most important, like if you look traditionally, what I've just said in terms of those competencies, they are very much, linked more with females than males. So that can as well create an opportunity for female candidates to play a very significant role if they, develop on those qualities. So yeah, I would say it's going to be, the change is imminent. I think it's important to, understand the innovation, but as well keep the balance internally in terms of, what machine can do, but what value the human brings as well. So it's going to be important role of like us as managers, but as well HR functions to manage internally. And that's how it's going to look like.
Thank you, Rafał. Such a wholesome perspective again. I love these panelists. Maciej, would you like to end this panel with your view on this?
We were talking before about hiring and not necessarily hiring someone who feels the role 100%, because sometimes the cultural element or a personal element is more important, and we believe we can train, upskill. And I believe this is where those tools can also help you, because we already see people using those tools to perform tasks that they were not trained to. I mean, I've seen examples of people using large language models to create scripts that they never programmed anything, but the tool allows them to kind of go into those areas and do things that they haven't been prepared for. So I think training and reskilling will be improved by those type of tools. They can give you, lists of material to watch and to courses to go through. So I think we have to learn how to use those tools. They are tools. We build them for ourselves. We shouldn't be scared of them. We should use them.
Thank you. Well, I feel like we really heard from the best of the best today, and all the women who watched, I hope that this also encourages you, lets you know that everyone is waiting for you to apply, and organizations are ready for you. And for the organizations who are watching, I think we're all very inspired by all these best practices of how to inclusively hire, which is such an important part of more women in the workplace as well, right? So our time is up. I want to ask all the panelists, I hope you enjoyed this session as well. And thank you so much for all your contributions. This was super valuable for me, and I hope also for all of you. I don't know if I can say this, but like reach out to them if you want, if you have questions. Not sure if they have the time for it, but yeah, I'm sure it's also very inspiring to follow you all online. Well, thank you everyone for watching. I'm going to give the mic back to our moderator, and I hope to see you all soon again.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Rosa, and the whole panel. And as Rosa said, the best of the best were in this panel. And I think the best of the best were here throughout the day. We've had so much valuable information. I hope that your brains are, buzzing with everything you've heard today. We have come to the end, but don't disappear, because we'll be doing a formal conclusion of the event. It'll just be a few minutes, so we're just taking up a little bit more of your time, but stick with us for the ending words in just a second.
Join us for a free online event for women who want to consciously build their IT career, Women in IT Day.
To nie jest tak, że w IT pracują sami programiści. W moim zespole jest prawie połowa kobiety.
Lectures, debates, workshops, speed mentoring, and a solid dose of knowledge, motivation, and inspiration.
Pracuję w IT.
Naprawdę każdy znajdzie stanowisko dla siebie.
Im więcej nas, tym lepiej.
Women in IT Day, the 15th of November. Sign up now at womeninitday.com.
So that's it for Women in IT Day 2023. Thank you so much for being with us. But I'd like to hand over to our fantastic hosts for the few final words. Joanna, Beata.
Thank you very much, Tessa. I'd like to thank to everyone to being with us for almost 8 hours. It was very intensive. And I hope for you worth to attend this. We have over 3,800 registered users who were with us from 58 countries. So this is an amazing result. 60% of the people attending our conference are outside of Poland. So we actually were able to finally got a really international reach. And what is interesting, almost more than 3 hours, it was the attendance watch time. So really you spent a lot of time with us. We thank you for that. And we are happy that you obviously found it interesting to be with us over 3 hours. So as you know, we have this amazing 6-hour speeches of debates. Please share your comments. We're going to send you our survey. So please let us know what you think and let us do this better next year. We had 41 workshops and we knew that you have very good attendance and also that you had amazing opinions about most of the workshops. So please, again, share your information, share your opinions with us on the survey. 120 speakers came today online or actually in the studio with us. So we had this unbelievable energy of women in tech who are amazing speakers, also and men as well, who came to share with you their vision and that how it's important that women come and stay in IT. Beata, could you add to that?
Thank you so much. Once again, thank you for being us today. It is truly amazing to see so many talented and amazing women who participated in our panels, workshops, breaking their barriers and making their marks in the field of IT. Thank you, and I hope that we will see next year, I hope, globally, not only in Europe.
Thank you, and see you next year. This is it for us, and we already want to announce that next year editions is going to include Middle East. So all our friends from all over Middle East, please join us next year. Thank you very much, and thank you for all those partners and sponsors who helped this project make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good night.
Good night.